Before the fear begins, hit like and subscribe, don't miss the chills. Tell us where you're watching from, and brace yourself for stories so terrifying, they'll haunt your night. My name is Pre-Mess, and at 25, I carried a tale not meant for the faint of heart. It was during my postgraduate studies at Manasa Gangotri campus in Mysore that my life took a turn into something both intoxicating and terrifying. Staying at the university hostel meant I had my fair share of encounters, but none as enigmatic as Swati. An Andhra girl, petite yet curvaceous, with eyes that bore into my soul. She was spoken for, her boyfriend a shadow in Mumbai working for an MNC. Yet, it didn't stop her from weaving herself into my world, sitting beside me in lectures, sharing meals, and whispering secrets that made the air between us thick with tension. Rumors spread like wildfire. Perhaps we invited them unknowingly. The way she lingered too close, the way our eyes met too often. To escape the weight of prying eyes, I started to distance myself. But Swati had other plans. One evening, she confronted me outside her PG, her face ghostly under the dim streetlight. "At any cost, I won't leave you," she whispered, voice laced with something unnatural. That night, the nightmares began. Dreams of cold fingers tracing my skin, lips murmuring in a language unknown. The walls of my hostel room groaned as if alive. At first, I dismissed it as exhaustion. But then Swati began to change. She shared dark tales of forbidden rituals, of a temple hidden deep within Andhra where lovers pledged eternity through blood offerings. Her voice would drop to a hush as she described how the priestess marked those who dared to break their vows. I laughed it off, but deep down, something stirred. I felt the walls closing in, whispers rising in the dead of night. The night she told me she wanted to take me away, the shadows in my room twisted into figures with hollow eyes. When she invited me to Jog Falls for a weekend, I agreed. Anything to shake off the weight pressing on my chest. The trip to Jog Falls was supposed to be an escape. Instead, it became a descent into something I couldn't comprehend. The moment we arrived, the air thickened, as though the jungle itself held its breath. We spent the day by the water, letting the spray cool our burning skin. But as the sun dipped, a heavy silence settled. The hotel room we booked was quaint, yet the walls seemed off. They pulsed, as though breathing. Swati's touch was electric, her kisses urgent, but something in her eyes had changed. Desire mixed with something darker, something ancient. As we moved in sync, the shadows on the walls mirrored us unnaturally. Then came the whispers. I froze. Swati's nails dug into my back, her breath heavy in my ear. "Don't stop," she begged, but her voice layered two tones, one hers, one something else. A reflection in the mirror caught my eye. It wasn't us. The figures writhing on the bed were distorted, her face stretched into an unnatural grin, my own image gaunt and lifeless. Panic set in. I shoved her off me, heart hammering. "What the hell is this?" Swati laughed, a hollow, echoing sound. "You belong to me now." The walls groaned. A shadow detached itself, forming into a shape, a grotesque, skeletal thing with hollow, bleeding eyes. It moved toward me, arms outstretched. I grabbed my bag and bolted, ignoring Swati's furious screams. Outside, the air felt thinner, the trees whispering in an unknown tongue. I ran until I reached the bus stand, refusing to look back. Back in Mysore, things only got worse. I avoided Swati, but she was always there lurking outside my hostel, her eyes dark pits of hunger. My sleep was plagued with nightmares of her voice calling, of hands reaching from the shadows. Then came the messages. Not on my phone, but carved into my hostel wall. "I will find you." One evening, a knock echoed through my room. I hesitated, then opened the door, nothing but a cold gust of wind. But when I turned, my mirror was fogged. A message scrawled across it. "You broke the bond." A chill ran down my spine. That night, I woke to find her standing at the foot of my bed, eyes black as obsidian. My body refused to move, my screams trapped in my throat. She crawled onto me, whispering in a voice that made my bones ache. "You are mine." Then she vanished. I left Mysore the next day, abandoning my studies. Now, in Bangalore, I pretend it never happened. But sometimes, at night, I hear her voice in the wind. I see her reflection in dark windows. And I know, no matter how far I run, she will come for me. Because love like this never dies. Next story. I moved into the new neighborhood was a mix of excitement and exhaustion. My old apartment had been a cozy of slightly cramped space, but the new house promised more room and a fresh start. The moving truck had barely left. When my new neighbor, Mr. Harper, came over with a warm smile and a pie in hand, he introduced himself as someone who had lived in the neighborhood for years and welcomed me with a friendly offer. How about you come over for dinner tonight? It'll be a great chance to get to know each other. I was touched by the J and accepted. That evening I freshened up and made my way next door. Mr. Harper's house was well kept, its white facade gleaming under the street lights. I rang the doorbell and Mr. Harper greeted me with a hospitable grin and ushered me inside. The interior of the house was striking in its pristine perfection. Every surface was immaculate and there was an almost antiseptic quality to the air. The furniture was arranged with meticulous precision and the walls were bare, except for a few photographs in sleek modern frames. As I admired the decor, Mr. Harper led me to the dining room. The dining table was set with fine china and polished silverware, ready for a meal that promised to be both elegant and welcoming. As we sat down, Mr. Harper excused himself to fetch the food while he was in the kitchen. I took the opportunity to look around. The room was beautifully arranged, but what struck me were the photographs on the walls. Each photo depicted a different person, but the setting was unmistakably the same, the dining room where I was currently sitting. The images showed various people in the same chairs, at the same table and with the same decor in the background. The images were recent and yet each person had a distinct appearance, different ages, clothing styles and express, but always the same setting. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I had seen nothing like this before. It was as if Mr. Harper had taken a series of portraits of every guest who had ever dined in his home. My unease grew as Mr. Harper returned with a steaming pot of food and served us both. As we began to eat, I tried to casually bring up the photographs. I couldn't help but notice the photos on your walls. They're all of different people in the same setting. That's quite unique. Mr. Harper's smile remained intact, but his eyes took on a colder, more calculating gleam. Ah yes, I like to keep track of the people who come and go. It's a bit of a hobby of mine. I chuckled nervously, unsure if he was joking or serious. That sounds interesting. How long have you been doing this? Quite some time, he said, his tone as smooth as the surface of the table. I've always had a fascination with the passage of time and how people change over the years. I guess you could say I like to document it. His explanation did little to ease my discomfort. I found myself scrutinizing his behavior, trying to gauge whether he was being entirely honest or if there was something more sinister at play. The photos seemed to suggest a meticulous record-keeping of everyone who entered his home, but why? As dinner progressed, Mr. Harper continued to regale me with stories about the neighborhood, but I found it hard to concentrate. The images on the walls kept drawing my attention, each one a reminder of the strange ritual Mr. Harper seemed to have after dinner. He offered to show me around the house. I accepted, hoping that a change of scenery might alleviate some of my unease. As we toured the house, I noticed more photos. Every room had its own gallery of past guests. The dining room, however, remained the focal point. When the tour ended, Mr. Harper invited me to sit with him in the living room. The atmosphere was oddly serene, but the air was thick. With a sense of expectation, he poured us both glasses of wine and we continued our conversation, though my mind kept drifting back to the photographs. Finally, as the evening drew to a close, I made my excuses and prepared to leave. Mr. Harper walked me to the door with a polite smile. It was a pleasure having you over. I hope you'll join me again sometime. I thanked him and promised to return, though I felt a deep-seated reluctance. As I walked back to my house, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been part of something unsettling. The photographs, the cold precision of Mr. Harper's demeanor at all, pointed to something far more complex than mere nostalgia the next day. I tried to put the evening out of my mind, but the images lingered. I found myself wondering if Mr. Harper's fascination with documenting his guests was benign or if there was a more disturbing reason behind it. The more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that there was something unsettling about the way he kept track of everyone who visited, and in the weeks that followed I kept a weary eye on Mr. Harper and his house. He remained as cordial as ever, but the strange feeling I had experienced during my visit never entirely faded. I became increasingly cautious, avoiding interactions that might lead to another dinner invitation. The photos on the walls had left an indelible impression on me, a reminder of how unsettling it can be when someone's interests veer into the realm of the eerie. The sense of being documented, of having my presence meticulously recorded, was a haunting one. As time went on, I learned to navigate my interactions with Mr. Harper carefully, never letting my curiosity lead me back into his home. The photographs remained a mystery, a chilling reminder of the strange ways in which people can document and remember their lives. Story 2. The morning had started. Like any other, I stumbled out of bed groggy but determined to get a head start on the day. The sky was overcast and the cool, damp air outside seemed to reflect my own lingering fatigue. As I shuffled to the mailbox to collect my mail, I was met with the usual assortment of bills and junk flyers, but beneath a pile of envelopes I found a crumbled note. It was small and folded in a way that suggested it had been hastily discarded. Curiosity piqued. I unfolded the note. The message was scrawled and hasty, uneven handwriting, "I'm inside your house." A chill ran down my spine. My first instinct was to dismiss it as a prank, but the unease I felt was too intense to ignore. The note was too specific to be a mere joke, and the thought that someone might be inside my home was both terrifying and paralyzing. I quickly crumpled the note back into a tight ball, my heart racing, and hurried back to my house. I fumbled with my keys as I approached the front door, my mind racing through possible scenarios. What if someone was already in my house? What if they were dangerous? The sense of urgency propelled me inside, and I immediately began a frantic search of the premises. I started in the living room, checking behind the furniture and in the closets. I moved through each room, searching every corner and peering into every shadow. Everything seemed to be in its place. I glanced at the kitchen, then the dining room, my hands trembling as I went through the motions of checking for intruders. After what felt like an eternity, I moved to the hallway and reached the bathroom. The door was slightly ajar. As I pushed it open, the sight that greeted me made my blood run cold. The bathroom room appeared to be completely normal, towels neatly hung, the shower curtain in place and the sink spotless. But it was then that I noticed the mirror. The surface of the mirror was smeared with what looked like greasy fingerprints. They were not just smudging. They were distinct, leaving an impression as if someone had touched the glass. From the inside, the smudges formed a crude pattern, almost as if someone had been trying to write something on the mirror, but it only managed to leave a vague, unsettling mark. I stared at the mirror in shock, my mind struggling to piece together what was happening. I felt a surge of panic as I realized that the message on the note might not have been a prank. After all, someone had indeed been inside my house, and I took a deep breath and tried to calm my racing heart. I needed to be rational. I checked every other room again, making sure that no one was hiding or had left any other signs of their presence. The house, although disheveled from my earlier frantic search, still seemed to be untouched. There were no other signs of forced entry or signs of a struggle. I considered calling the police, but the thought of explaining this situation, of presenting a crumpled note and a smudged mirror, seemed almost absurd. I hesitated, feeling a mix of embarrassment and fear. What if it turned out to be nothing? What if it was just a misplaced prank? That had made me overreact. But as I stood there looking at the smeared mirror, the unease I felt was undeniable. The idea that someone had been in my house and left a chilling message was too unsettling to ignore. I decided to call the authorities, even if it felt uncomfortable. The police arrived promptly and conducted a thorough search of the house. They listened to my account of the note and the mirror, taking note of the details. Despite their professional demeanor, they seemed skeptical but agreed to file a report and keep an eye on the neighborhood. The officer reassured me that they would increase patrols in the area and advised me to be cautious and vigilant. I thanked them and, feeling somewhat reassured, locked up the house and tried to return to a semblance of normalcy. The following days were filled with a heightened sense of paranoia. I checked the locks on the doors and windows obsessively and avoided being alone in the house whenever possible. Every noise seemed amplified. Every noise seemed amplified. Every creak of the floorboards a potential threat. The police report came back with no new leads or evidence. There were no fingerprints or other clues to suggest who might have been in my house. It was as if the intruder had vanished without a trace, leaving only the vague sense of dread in their wake. As the days turned into weeks, the initial shock began to wane, but the sense of vulnerability lingered. The note and the smudged mirror became a haunting reminder of the time when my sense of security had been upended. I continued to live in the house now with an acute awareness of every sound and shadow. Though the incident was never resolved and no further signs of intrusion were reported, the experience left a lasting impact. I had learned the fragility of security and the unsettling reality of being watched. The crumpled note and the smudged mirror had served as a chilling reminder of the unknown, a dark and unnerving chapter that stayed with me long after the initial fear had subsided. Story 3. It began as a minor annoyance, a phone ringing at precisely 3 a.m. every night with no caller ID and in no discernible pattern. At first I tried to ignore it, dismissing it as a glitch or a telemarketer using a fake number. But as the days went by and the calls persisted, I found myself increasingly unnerved. Each night the phone rang at exactly 3 a.m., its shrill tone piercing through the silence of the early morning. I would fumble in the dark to silence it, but by the time I managed to answer, Spine was always dead. The sound of the call ending was followed by an eerie silence that seemed to stretch on forever. I tried changing my ringtone and checking for any software updates, but nothing seemed to solve the problem. Then one night curiosity got the better of me. The phone rang and this time I decided to answer it. The line crackled and for a moment there was only silence. My heart raced and I strained to listen, hoping for some clue as to who was on the other end. Suddenly I heard heavy breathing, deep and labored like someone struggling to catch their breath. It sent a chill down my spine. I tried to speak, but before I could say anything, a soft whisper cut through the static. "I'm right outside." The words were barely audible, but they were unmistakable. My blood ran cold. I slammed the phone down, my hands shaking. I glanced around the room, half expecting to see someone standing in the darkness, but there was no one there. The next few nights were filled with dread. Every time the clock struck 3 a.m., I would lie in bed wide awake, waiting for the phone to ring. When it did, I would answer it with a sense of growing anxiety. The calls were always the same, heavy breathing, followed by that chilling whisper. No matter how many times I answered or tried to trace the call, the number remained unlisted and the voice remained anonymous. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. I found myself checking the windows, constantly peering into the darkness for any sign of movement. The whisper from the night before replayed in my mind and I began to feel like someone or something was lurking just outside my home. I kept the lights on in every room, trying to banish the shadows that seemed to creep closer with each passing night. One night, unable to bear the tension any longer, I decided to take action. I went outside to check the perimeter of my house, armed with a flashlight and a sense of determination. The yard was quiet. The only sound the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. I searched the bushes, the trees, and even the nearby alleyway, but found nothing out of the ordinary. When I returned inside, I noticed something new, a subtle scratching sound coming from the window. My heart skipped a beat. I approached the window cautiously, flashlight in hand. The scratching grew louder, more persistent. I pulled back the curtain and shone the light outside, but there was no one there. The yard was empty and the only sign of disturbance was the faintest trace of something scraping against the glass. I checked the window frame in the surrounding area, but there were no visible marks or signs of an intruder. I tried to convince myself that it was just the wind or some animal, but the sense of unease refused to leave me. I continued to sleep with one eye open, every creak and groan of the house. Amplified by my paranoia, I became hyper-aware of every sound, every shadow. Convinced that someone was watching me from outside, the phone calls continued their consistency, a relentless reminder of my growing fear. I started to doku in each call, noting the exact time and any changes in the pattern. Despite my efforts, the calls never stopped and the whispering voice never revealed its source. I contacted the phone company, but they were unable to trace the calls or provide any assistance. It was as if the caller was a ghost haunting me with their presence. One particularly stormy night, the tension reached its peak. The wind howled outside and the rain battered against the windows. I sat in my living room, the lights dimmed and the curtains drawn, trying to calm my racing thoughts. As the clock approached 3 a.m., I felt a knot of anxiety tightening in my chest. When the phone rang, I answered it with a sense of resignation, bracing myself for the familiar breathing in whisper. This time the line was different. Instead of the usual heavy breathing, there was a series of muffled noises, as if someone was moving around or shuffling their feet. Then a voice spoke, barely more than a murmur. "Look outside." My blood ran cold. I felt a wave of panic wash over me and I ran to the window, flashlight in hand. The storm had turned the night into a chaotic blur of rain and darkness. I scanned the yard, but it was impossible to see anything clearly. Through the torrential downpour, my flashlight's beam cut through the rain, revealing only a blurry landscape of shadows and wet grass. When I finally turned back to the phone, the line was dead. I sank to the floor, my breathing rapid and shallow. The sense of being watched was more intense than ever. I felt trapped, vulnerable and utterly powerless. In the days that followed, I made the decision to seek help. I contacted a local private investigator hoping they could shed some light on the mysterious calls. In the unsettling feeling that had taken over my life, the investigator assured me they would look into it, but the results were inconclusive. The phone records showed nothing unusual and no one could be found in the area who might be responsible. The calls eventually stopped as mysteriously as they had begun, but the impact they had on me lingered. I continued to sleep with one eye open, always checking the windows in the dark corners of my home. The feeling of being watched never completely faded. A ghostly reminder of the nights when a mysterious collar had turned my world upside down. The experience left me with a lasting sense of unease and heightened awareness of the shadows that move just beyond the edges of our perception. Story 4. The attic was a realm of dust and forgotten memories, a place where time seemed to stand still amidst the clutter of old trunks and musty furniture. I had spent the entire day sorting through boxes of family heirlooms and old photographs, each item stirring up a blend of nostalgia and melancholy. The house had belonged to my grandparents and, though they had passed away years ago, their belongings remained untouched, waiting for someone to sort through them. The day was winding down and I was about to call it a day when I noticed a small weathered box pushed far back in a corner. It was partially obscured by a stack of old newspapers and a tattered blanket. Curious, I cleared the debris away and lifted the box. It was surprisingly heavy for its size. Its surface scratched and worn. I carefully opened it and inside, nestled among a pile of yellowed letters and faded photographs, was an old leather-bound journal. The journal was worn, its cover cracked and the pages yellowed with age. It seemed to beckon to me an unspoken invitation to delve into its secrets. I gingerly opened the cover, revealing the first page. The handwriting was elegant and flowing, but as I read, a chill began to creep over me. The entry started innocuously enough, describing mundane events in daily life, but as I flipped through the pages, the tone began to shift. The writer's entries grew more intense and obsessive. The focus shifted to detailed accounts of watching someone, noting their every move with a disturbing level of scrutiny. One entry described a person going to work, the writer detailing the exact route taken, the people encountered, and even the minutiae of their interactions. The entries were meticulous and unsettling, as though the writer was following the person with a relentless determination. My heart began to race as I read the repeated mention of my own name interspersed throughout the journal. The feeling of unease deepened with each turn of the page. The entries became more alarming. They detailed a growing obsession with the writer, noting every moment of the person's life. Descriptions of mundane activities were now accompanied by unsettling observations, with a person wore what they ate and who they talked to. The journal's author seemed to derive a twisted satisfaction from their meticulous surveillance. Then came the final entry. It was scrawled hastily with a shaky hand that contrasted sharply with the otherwise neat writing. The last few sentences were jarring. "I've watched you for so long, every move, every breath, every thought. You don't know me, but I know you. I'm coming for you now. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead as I read the last line. My pulse quickened and I could feel the oppressive weight of the journal's contents bearing down on me. I shut the book with trembling hands, the unsettling words echoing in my mind. The attic, once a comforting sanctuary of family history, now felt like a prison. The shadows seemed to lengthen and twist the silence, amplifying the rush of my heartbeat. I looked around the attic, half expecting to see someone or something lurking in the darkened corners. The feeling of being watched, so distant and vague before now, felt immediate and terrifying. I hurried downstairs. The journal clutched tightly in my hand. I needed to tell someone to share the burden of what I had discovered. My family had always been close-knit and I reached out to my cousin, Anna, who lived nearby. She agreed to come over immediately, her concern palpable. When Anna arrived, I showed her the journal and explained what I had read. Her face went pale as she flipped through the pages, her eyes widening at the repeated mentions of my name and the chilling final entry. She tried to reassure me, suggesting that it was probably just a relic of a troubled mind, a product of a bygone era. But her voice was strained and I could see the fear in her eyes. We decided to contact the local authorities, hoping that they could shed light on the origins of the journal and its unsettling contents. The police took the journal for examination and, while they assured us they would investigate, they could offer no immediate answers. They suggested that I take precautions and be vigilant, but their reassurances did little to ease the growing sense of dread. The days that followed were a BL of anxiety and paranoia. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me lurking just out of sight. I avoided being alone whenever possible, constantly on edge every creak of the house. Every flicker of a shadow set my nerves on edge. The police investigation yielded little. They found no evidence of recent disturbances or threats, and the journal's origins remained a mystery. The case was left open, but there were no new leads or explanations. Despite the lack of concrete answers, the sense of being watched never fully dissipated. I moved the journal to a secure location, hoping that distancing myself from it might help, but the fear persisted. A lingering shadow that followed me wherever I went. The old house was eventually sold and I moved on, but the journal's disturbing revelations left a lasting impact. I still find myself glancing over my shoulder, checking the shadows and questioning whether I'm truly alone. The unsettling sense of being observed, of someone or something keeping watch remains a part of me, a haunting reminder of the dark secrets hidden within the pages of that long-lost journal story. 5. The office building where I work is a monolithic structure standing tall among the city's skyline. It's a place of glass and steel with a sleek, modern design that hides its age. I had grown accustomed to the building's quirks over the years, but one evening an encounter with the building's elevator would change everything. It was a typical late night at the office. Most of my colleagues had long since left and I was finishing up a project that had consumed the better part of the day. The dim lighting and quiet of the empty office created a strangely peaceful atmosphere, but as the clock ticked closer to midnight, the silence grew heavy. When I finally decided to call it a day, I gathered my things and headed to the elevator. The building's elevators were standard, nothing special, but they had always worked well. I pressed the button and waited. The doors of the elevator slid open, revealing an empty interior. I stepped inside and pressed the button for the ground floor. As the elevator descended, the usual hum of machinery accompanied the ride, but as we passed the 12th floor, the elevator suddenly stopped. The lights flickered momentarily and the usual smooth descent was interrupted by a jolt. I frowned. Trying to calm my sudden anxiety, I glanced at the control panel, wondering if the elevator was malfunctioning. That's when I noticed the figure. A person was standing inside the elevator with me. They had not been there when I entered and I was certain I had been alone. The figure was dressed in an old-fashioned suit, a dark, heavy garment that seemed out of place in the modern building. They stood silently in the corner facing away from me. I couldn't see their face clearly because of the shadow cast by the dim lighting. My first instinct was to ask if they needed help, but something about their presence made me hesitate. The figure remained, still not acknowledging my presence. I tried to make eye contact, but the person's head was slightly bowed and I couldn't discern any features. The elevator jolted again and I felt a rush of cold air. The lights flickered more intensely, this time casting strange shadows on the walls. I felt a shiver run down my spine and wondered if the elevator was experiencing more than just a technical issue. The figure remained unmoved, their silence heavy and unsettling. When the elevator finally resumed its descent, I took a deep breath and tried to shake off the eerie feeling. The doors opened on the ground floor and I stepped out quickly, casting one last glance at the figure. To my relief, they remained where they were, staring at the floor. That night I found it impossible to sleep. The image of the figure in the elevator haunted me. I couldn't understand why they had been there or why they hadn't spoken. The unease I felt about the elevator grew into a full-blown dread. The next morning I went into work and tried to forget about the incident, but every time I walked past the elevators I felt a wave of anxiety. I started taking the stairs whenever possible, avoiding the elevators at all costs. My co-workers noticed my strange behavior and asked if something was wrong, but I couldn't bring myself to explain. The encounter was too strange and unsettling. A few weeks later, I overheard a conversation between two maintenance workers in the break room. They were discussing the elevators and mentioned something about a problematic history. The words caught my attention and I moved closer to hear better. One of the workers mentioned that there had been reports of odd occurrences in the building's elevators, particularly during late hours. They spoke of strange sightings and unexplained malfunctions. The conversation hinted at an old story about a man who had worked in the building many years ago. According to the story, he had died in a tragic accident involving the elevator and his presence was said to linger in the building. I felt a chill as I listened. The description of the man in the story matched the figure I had seen, the old-fashioned suit, the silent demeanor, it all fit too well. I asked the workers if they had any more information, but they were vague and changed the subject. With the new information weighing on me, I decided to investigate further. I searched through old records in building archives looking for any details about the man in the story. What I found confirmed my fears. The building had indeed been the site of a tragic accident decades ago. A maintenance worker had fallen into the elevator shaft, and though the incident had been deemed an accident, the circumstances surrounding it were suspiciously vague. Armed with this knowledge, I felt a mixture of fear and sympathy for the restless spirit. It seemed that the figure I had seen was a remnant of that tragic event trapped in the building's elevator. The thought of an unsettled spirit lingering in a place I frequented was unsettling. Though I continued to avoid the elevators, I started to learn more about how to respect and deal with such entities. I spoke with colleagues who had experienced in handling paranormal occurrences and learned about the importance of acknowledging and addressing the presence of spirits. It became clear that the spirit was not malevolent, but rather a lost soul seeking closure. Gradually, I became more comfortable with the idea of the spirit and the building's history tree. I no longer felt the same intense fear whenever I walked past the elevators. I even found myself occasionally thinking about the spirit story and hoping that one day it might find the peace it was seeking. The encounter with the haunted elevator remained a haunting chapter in my life, but it also taught me about the complex and often hidden layers of history and the supernatural. The experience left me with a deeper appreciation for the unknown and the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of everyday life. Story 6. Installing the new deadbolt had been a straightforward task. It was a simple upgrade, something to enhance the security of my home after a series of minor but unsettling incidents. I felt a sense of satisfaction as I finished the installation, the deadbolt clicking into place with a reassuring finality. It was a small improvement, but one that provided a sense of increased safety and peace of mind. For the first few days, everything seemed normal. The deadbolt functioned perfectly, locking and unlocking smoothly without any issues. However, it wasn't long before I began to notice something odd. Every so often the deadbolt would seem to unlock itself. I couldn't pinpoint a specific time or reason for it. Sometimes it would happen in the middle of the day, other times at night. At first I chalked it up to my imagination, or perhaps a mechanical glitch. I double-checked the installation and made sure everything was secure, but the problem persisted. The unsettling phenomenon continued for several nights. Each time I would hear the distinct sound of the deadbolt disengaging, a soft click that seemed out of place. I would check the door only to find that the deadbolt was indeed unlocked. It was as if the mechanism was being tampered with, though there were no signs of forced entry or any other disturbances. One night the situation took a turn for the worse. I had just settled into bed, the quiet of the house enveloping me, when I heard footsteps approaching my bedroom. The sound was faint but unmistakable, the soft shuffle of feet against the floor. I froze, my heart pounded in my chest. The footsteps grew louder. Coming closer to my door, I slowly got out of bed, my mind racing with fear and confusion. I crept to the door and with a trembling hand, checked the deadbolt. To my horror, it was undone. I had made sure to lock it securely before going to bed, and now it was in the open position. My anxiety surged as I considered the possibility that someone had been inside the house or was attempting to enter. I swung the door open and scanned the hallway. The house was eerily silent, the footsteps now completely absent. I checked every room, my heart racing with each step. The house was empty. There were no signs of an intruder or any disturbance. It was as if the footsteps had been a figment of my imagination. Returning to my bedroom, I noticed something on the floor near the door, small folded note. I picked it up with shaking hands and unfolded it. The note was handwritten. The ink smeared slightly, as if written hurriedly. The words on the paper sent a chill down my spine. "Let me in." I stared at the note, my mind struggling to comprehend its meaning. It was a simple message, but its implications were deeply unsettling. Who had left this note and why? The idea that someone had managed to bypass the deadbolt even for a moment was terrifying. The sense of violation was overwhelming and I felt a surge of panic. I immediately contacted the police, reporting the unlocked deadbolt in the note. An officer arrived quickly and conducted a thorough search of the house. They found no signs of forced entry or any evidence of an intruder. The officer took the note for further analysis but offered little in terms of immediate answers. They advised me to remain vigilant and to consider additional security measures, such as installing a security camera or an alarm system. In the following days, the issue with the deadbolt continued. It would occasionally unlock itself, always when I least expected it. I grew increasingly paranoid, double-checking the lock before going to bed and setting up makeshift barricades to ensure that the door remained secure. Despite my precautions, the unsettling feeling of being watched or followed lingered. I installed a security camera near the front door, hoping to capture any unusual activity. 4 days, the footage showed nothing out of the ordinary, no signs of tampering or suspicious individuals. The deadbolt continued to malfunction sporadically and the feeling of unease persisted. One evening, as I reviewed the security footage from the past week, I noticed something peculiar. There was a brief moment when the camera picked up a shadowy figure near the door just before the deadbolt unlocked itself. The figure was indistinct, almost as if it were deliberately obscured, but the timing was too coincidental to ignore. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I examined the deadbolt mechanism more closely, trying to determine if there was a mechanical issue that could explain the problem. I discovered that the deadbolt was functioning correctly but found no evidence of tampering or sabotage. The more I investigated, the more frustrated I became, unable to find a logical explanation for the strange occurrences. The unsettling events continued for weeks, each night marked by the faint click of the deadbolt unlocking itself. The fear and anxiety began to take a toll on my mental well-being. I found myself growing increasingly isolated, reluctant to leave the house or invite friends over. The sense of security that I had hoped to achieve with the new deadbolt had been replaced by a constant state of vigilance and dread. One night as I lay in bed, the footsteps returned. This time they were louder and more distinct. I could hear them approaching my bedroom, the sound growing closer with each passing moment. My heart raced as I prepared to confront whatever was outside my door. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly opened the door, expecting to find an intruder or some other threat, but the hallway was empty. Once again, the deadbolt was undone, as it had been so many times before, and the house was eerily silent. I searched every room, but there was no sign of anyone or anything unusual. The sensation of being watched was overpowering, and I struggled to shake the feeling that I was being toyed with by an unknown presence. As the days turned into weeks, I grew accustomed to the constant unease. The dead bull continued to malfunction, and the footsteps became a recurring part of my nightly routine. The note Elmi in remained a chilling reminder of the strange and unsettling events that had transpired. Despite the lack of concrete answers or explanations, I resolved to adapt to my new reality. I continued to use the dead bolt and maintain the security measures I had put in place. The experience had left me weary and anxious, but I learned to live with the constant vigilance that had become a part of my life. The mystery of the dead bolt and the haunting message remained unresolved, a lingering enigma that served as a reminder of the fragility of security and the strange, inexplicable occurrences that can unsettle even the most ordinary of lives. Story 7, The Abandoned Warehouse, had always intrigued me. Standing solitary on the edge of town, like a forgotten relic from a bygone era. It was a hulking structure with peeling paint and broken windows. Its once grand facade, now a canvas for graffiti and neglect. Over the years, whispers of its past, stories of it being a bustling distribution center and a site of some grim incident had only added to its mystique. On that particular afternoon, curiosity got the better of me. The weather was dreary, with a light drizzle falling from a grey sky, creating a somber backdrop that seemed to suit the warehouse's forlorn state. I had heard rumors about the building's creepy reputation, but figured it was just the product of local folklore. I decided to explore it, driven by a mix of adventure and skepticism. As I approached the building, I noticed the heavy metal doors rusted and barely hanging on their hinges. I pushed them open with some effort, and a creak echoed through the empty space. As I stepped inside, the dim light filtering through the broken windows barely illuminated the interior, casting long shadows that danced ominously on the walls. The air was thick with dust and the musty odor of decay. My footsteps echoed as I moved further into the warehouse, navigating through the maze of abandoned crates and scattered debris. The silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of water from a leaky roof. It wasn't long before I stumbled upon a door slightly ajar. Its edges chipped and worn. It looked out of place among the cluttered surroundings, and my curiosity led me to push it open. The room beyond was surprisingly well kept compared to the rest of the warehouse. It was small and square, with walls lined with old faded wallpaper and a single dim light bulb hanging from the ceiling. But it was the center of the room that took my breath away. The space was filled with mannequins, each dressed in vintage clothing from decades past. They were arranged in a perfectly symmetrical pattern. Their faces turned toward the center of the room. The mannequins themselves were unsettling enough, their blank, featureless faces casting eerie reflections in the dim light. As I moved closer, I realized that each mannequin wore a mask. The masks were not ordinary. They were disturbingly realistic, sculpted to look exactly like my own face. My heart pounded in my chest as I took in the sight. Each mask was eerily detailed, capturing the minutiae of my facial features with unsettling precision. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I felt as though I had walked into a macabre scene straight out of a horror movie. The realization that someone had gone to such lengths to create these masks, each one an exact replica of my own face, left me feeling profoundly uneasy. The thought that someone had been watching me, studying me so closely, was chilling. I turned to leave the room, hoping to escape the eerie tableau of masked mannequins, but my breath caught in my throat when I found that the door had shut behind me. I tried to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. Panic began to set in as I shoved against the door. The rusted hinges groaning under the strain, but it remained firmly shut. I banged on the door, calling out for help, though I knew no one was likely to hear me in this isolated part of town. My voice sounded hollow and desperate. In the confined space I felt trapped, and the realization that I had no immediate means of escape only heightened my sense of dread. As I tried to calm my racing heart, I examined the room for other exits. There were no windows, no other doors, and the walls were solid and unyielding. The only source of light came from the dim bulb overhead, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move and shift, adding to the room's nightmarish atmosphere. Desperation drove me to look for any tools or objects that might help me escape. I searched through the clutter in the room but found nothing useful. The mannequins with their grotesque masks and lifeless eyes seemed to mock my helplessness. The sight of my own face staring back at me from every corner of the room was unsettling beyond words. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. The minutes felt like hours as I continued to pound on the door and shout for help, though my efforts were in vain. The silence of the warehouse pressed in on me, and the feeling of isolation became almost unbearable. After what felt like an eternity, I heard a faint noise from the other side of the door, footsteps shuffling and hesitant. I froze, listening intently. The sound of the door creaking open was followed by a sudden rush of cold air. The door swung ajar, revealing a shadowy figure standing in the doorway. The figure stepped inside, and I could see that it was a man, his face obscured by a hood. He moved with a deliberate, measured pace, and his presence was both imposing and menacing. He didn't speak, but his eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, seemed to appraise me with a cold, calculating gaze. Without a word, he gestured for me to follow him. I hesitated, fear gripping me, but I had no choice. I followed him out of the room and back through the warehouse, my mind racing with questions. Who is this person? What did he want? We emerged from the depths of the warehouse into the open air, where the light of the fading day was a welcome sight. The man didn't say a word as he led me to the exit, but his presence was a constant reminder of the danger I had narrowly escaped once outside. I turned to thank him, but he had already disappeared into the shadows of the warehouse. I didn't linger, my only thought being to get as far away from that place as possible. The warehouse, with its eerie mannequins and unsettling masks, remained behind me, a haunting reminder of the danger that had lurked within its abandoned walls. As I left the warehouse behind, I vowed never to return. The fear of being watched, of having my identity so grotesquely mimicked, was a sensation I hope never to experience again. The abandoned-in warehouse had revealed a darkness I was fortunate to escape, but the memory of the masks and the shadowy figure would linger in my mind. A chilling reminder of the horrors that can lie hidden in the most unexpected places. Story 8. It was a crisp autumn Saturday when I stumbled upon the garage sale. The street was lined with tables covered in an eclectic mix of items: old vinyl records, mismatched teacups, dusty books, and an assortment of vintage knick-knack-knacks. I had always enjoyed the thrill of finding hidden gems, and as I wandered through the sale, my eyes caught sight of a beautifully ornate picture frame. The frame was a rich mahogany, intricately carved with delicate floral patterns and an antique finish that spoke of its age. Despite its dust and wear, it exuded a sense of timeless elegance. I imagined it would make a lovely addition to my living room, a unique piece that would add character to the space. The seller, an elderly woman with a warm smile, agreed to a modest price, and I left the sale feeling pleased with my find that evening. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the shadows lengthened, I decided to hang the frame on the wall of my living room. It had a striking presence, even without a photograph inside. I positioned it carefully and stood back to admire how it complemented the room's decor with a sense of satisfaction. I turned off the lights and went to bed, looking forward to enjoying my new acquisition. In the dead of night, I was jolted awake by a strange sensation. The room was dark, save for the faint moonlight streaming through the curtains. I lay still, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Then I saw a reflection in the glass of the picture frame. At first it was just a vague shape, but as I squinted my blood ran cold. There in the glass was a shadowy figure standing behind me, its form barely visible but undeniably present. I could see no one else in the room, and the figure didn't belong to any of the shadows cast by the moonlight or the furniture. Panic surged through me as I sat up, the figure in the reflection, vanishing. The moment I moved, my heart raced and I fumbled for the lamp on my nightstand, turning it on with shaking hands. The room was empty, nothing but the usual familiar surroundings. I rushed out of bed and approached the picture frame, my breathing shallow. The frame seemed ordinary, its glass reflecting only the mundane objects in my room. The figure was gone. I inspected it closely, feeling a sense of unease, but finding no tangible reason for my fear. The frame was as it had been when I bought it, dusty, slightly worn, but nothing more. Trying to rationalize the experience, I convinced myself it had been a trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. I turned off the light and went back to bed, but sleep eluded me. The image of the shadowy figure lingered in my mind, and the feeling of being watched persisted. The next morning I decided to remove the frame from the wall, convinced that it might be the source of my distress. I carefully took it down and placed it in a corner of the room, hoping that out of sight would mean out of mind. The unease didn't entirely dissipate, but I managed to focus on other tasks throughout the day. That night, as I settled into bed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was as if the air itself was charged with an unsettling presence. I lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread. Around midnight I heard a soft creaking sound. I tensed, listening closely. It seemed to come from the direction of the living room. My nerves were frayed and I gathered the courage to get up and investigate. As I walked through the dimly lit hallway, I glanced at the corner where I had placed the picture frame. To my horror, the frame was gone. My heart pounded as I searched the room, but there was no sign of it. Panic surged again and I checked the rest of the house, but everything was in its place. The picture frame was simply gone. I called the police, though I was hesitant to explain the entire situation. They conducted a brief search but found no signs of forced entry or any unusual activity. They assured me it was likely a case of misplaced items, and though their response was comforting in a way, it didn't alleviate the sense of fear that had taken root. Unable to shake the feeling of being watched, I spent the next few days on edge. I tried to ignore the growing paranoia that clung to me like a second skin. I kept the house locked and avoided being alone in certain rooms, convinced that something was amiss. Days turned into weeks and the unease became a constant presence. I noticed other small inexplicable occurrences, items slightly out of place, soft sounds that seemed to come from nowhere, and the occasional glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. Each instance added to the feeling that I was not alone. Even when I was one evening after coming home from work, I found a new item on my doorstep, a small nondescript box. It was unmarked and contained nothing but a single photograph. My hands shook as I turned it over and examined the image. It was an old black and white photograph of a family standing in front of a house that was strikingly similar to mine. The photograph was eerie, the faces of the people blurred and indistinct, but one figure stood out. The woman in the photo had an expression of hollow, vacant eyes. I felt the chill run down my spine as I compared the image to my own house. The sense of dread that had been building reached a peak, and I realized that the sense of being watched was more than just paranoia. The photograph only deepened the mystery, and I was left with more questions than answers. I decided to seek the help of a historian who specialized in local law and property history, hoping to uncover any connection between my home and the unsettling experiences I had endured. The historian's findings were as chilling as they were vague, pointing to old, unsolved stories of disappearances and unexplained phenomena tied to the house. The picture frame was never recovered, nor was the shadowy figure explained. The experiences I had gone through remained a haunting mystery, leaving me with an ever-present sense of unease. I lived with the knowledge that sometimes the strange and unexplained are woven into the fabric of our lives, leaving an indelible mark on our sense of security and understanding. Story 9. The evening had been unusually still, the kind of quiet that feels heavy, like the air is holding its breath. I had taken a shortcut through an alley to get home faster, my mind preoccupied with mundane tasks. The narrow alley was dimly lit by a flickering street lamp at one end, casting long wavering shadows that danced along the brick walls. It was a route I had taken countless times without incident, but this time something felt off. As I walked along the alley, I heard muffled voices coming from further ahead. I slowed my pace, straining to make out the conversation. The voices were deep and urgent, but the words were indistinct until I rounded a corner and saw the source of the discussion. Two men standing close together, their faces obscured by the shadows of their hooded jackets. From my vantage point, I could only catch snippets of their conversation. Words like abduct and tonight drifted through the chill evening air, sending a jolt of anxiety through me. My heart began to race as I realized they were discussing a plan to kidnap someone. The details were vague, but the urgency in their voices was palpable. It was clear that, whatever their plan was, it was imminent and serious. I knew I had to act quickly. My first instinct was to call the police. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers shaking slightly as I dialed. I stepped back, trying to get a clearer view of the men while keeping a safe distance. My pulse pounded in my ears and I could barely focus on the numbers as I called for help. Just as I was about to hit send, one of the men turned and looked directly at me. His gaze was piercing, and for a moment time seemed to stand still. It felt as though he was looking right into my soul, as if he could see every ounce of fear and panic in me. I froze my heart, stopping for a split second. The man's eyes were cold and unblinking, and I could feel a chill run down my spine. The moment seemed to stretch endlessly before he turned back to his companion. I quickly ended the call and slipped back into the shadows, my mind racing. The encounter had been brief, but it had been enough to make me feel exposed and vulnerable. I hurried out of the alley, my steps quick and my breath uneven. I glanced over my shoulder as I walked. My paranoia mounting the man's gaze had left an indelible mark on me. It was as if he knew I had been watching, and that knowledge made me a target. The feeling of being followed or watched began to creep in, and I couldn't shake the sense of impending danger for the next few days. I was hyper-aware of my surroundings. Every shadow seemed to conceal a threat, and every passer-by felt like a potential danger. I would frequently check behind me, my anxiety levels rising whenever I felt someone might be tailing me. The initial incident had left me on edge, unable to find comfort in my routine. I had hoped that the police would handle the situation, but I never received any updates or feedback. The sense of uncertainty and fear persisted. I considered going back to the alley to see if there were any signs of what had transpired, but my fear of encountering the Met again kept me away. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, the walls of my apartment feeling more like bars than a sanctuary. One evening, while sitting in my living room, I heard a soft knock on the door. My heart leapt into my throat, and I hesitated before cautiously peeking through the peephole. The corridor outside was empty. I carefully opened the door, half expecting to see the two men standing there. But it was only a delivery person with a package. Even mundane events began to feel threatening. The delivery person's uniform seemed like a disguise, and I found myself scrutinizing every detail, searching for hidden motives. I realized how irrational my fears had become, but I couldn't help it. The man's gaze had left me deeply unsettled, and the possibility that I had been marked as a witness made everything feel dangerous. In an effort to regain a sense of normalcy, I began to limit my outings. I started using different routes and times to avoid any potential surveillance. I even began to alter my routine, trying to minimize the risk of being followed or targeted. Despite my efforts, the sense of unease remained a constant companion. Months passed, and while the acute fear faded slightly, it never completely disappeared. The alley had become a forbidden place in my mind, a symbol of the dark encounter that had left me with a deep-seated anxiety. I still found myself looking over my shoulder from time to time, half expecting to see the man's cold, calculating gaze following me. I avoided talking about the incident with friends or family, fearing that sharing the details might make it seem like I was exaggerating. The experience had left me feeling isolated, trapped in a state of perpetual vigilance. The alley had become a shadowy part of my life that I preferred to keep buried, but its impact was a constant reminder of how vulnerable I had felt. Though I continued to live my life and tried to move past the fear, the memory of that encounter remained a dark stain on my consciousness. The man's stare, the urgency in the conversation, and the lingering feeling of being watched were reminders of how quickly one's sense of security can be shattered. The incident had taught me a harsh lesson about vigilance and the fragility of safety in a world where shadows can hold sinister secrets. Story 10. While browsing through a small thrift store on a quiet Saturday afternoon, I stumbled upon an old phone book tucked away in a dusty corner. The phone book was thick, its leather cover worn. Increased curiosity got the better of me, and I began flipping through the yellowed pages, marveling at the relic from a bygone era when landlines ruled the world. As I turned to the R section, my eye was drawn to a familiar name, mine. It was unexpected, and I blinked in disbelief. There was my name and phone number, neatly printed in old-fashioned type. Beneath it, in the space typically reserved for additional details or annotations, was a list of ominous instructions scrolled in a handwriting that seemed almost deliberately archaic. My heart began to race as I read the instructions. They were cryptic and unsettling. Go to the place where shadows hide. Follow the path of the moonlight and you will find the truth where the silence speaks. It felt like a scene out of a thriller novel, and my instinct was to dismiss it as a prank or a piece of creative writing. Yet there was something about the specificity of the instructions and the fact that my number was included that made me uneasy. Despite my apprehension, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to follow the instructions, thinking it would be an interesting story to tell or perhaps a harmless adventure. I tried to interpret the instructions literally. The phrase "where shadows hid" seemed to suggest a place that was dark or abandoned. My mind immediately went to the outskirts of town, where old decrepit buildings often stood forgotten. That evening, as dusk settled in and the moon began its ascent, I set out with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. I drove to an old overgrown part of town where abandoned houses lay in disrepair. The one I chose to explore was an especially decrepit building with boarded-up windows and an overgrown yard that had clearly been neglected for years. With a flashlight in hand, I approached the house, my breath fogging up in the chill of the evening. The air was thick, with an eerie silence, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of leaves. Following the moonlight that filtered through gaps and the boarded-up windows, I made my way to the front door, which creaked ominously as I pushed it open. Inside the house was even more unsettling. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight and the air smelled of mildew and decay. I followed the instructions as best I could, wandering through the darkened rooms in search of the truth. My footsteps echoed in the emptiness, adding to the sense of foreboding in the dim light. I noticed something peculiar. On the walls, several pieces of paper were pinned up, covered in hastily scrawled notes and drawings. As I examined them, my flashlight illuminated a photo pinned to the wall, a photo of myself. The image was taken from behind, capturing me in a moment of obliviousness. The realization hit me like a cold wave. Someone had been watching me, following me, and had taken the time to leave these unsettling clues for me to find. The sense of dread enveloped me and I felt a chill run down my spine. I carefully examined the room for any other clues or signs of who might be behind this disturbing setup. On a small table in the corner, I found another note written in the same scrawling handwriting. It read, "The final truth is within you, but you must confront your fears to see it." I was now deeply shaken, and the fear of an unknown presence drove me to leave the house. Quickly I retraced my steps back to my car, my pulse racing and my mind racing with questions. What did all of this mean? Who had orchestrated this eerie scavenger hunt? What did they want from me? The drive back home was fraught with anxiety. I felt the weight of the unsettling experience hanging over me like a dark cloud. Once home, I began to piece together the evening's events. I realized that I needed to take this situation seriously. I contacted the local authorities to report the disturbing encounter, sharing the details in the photograph I had found. The police were concerned but could offer little immediate assistance given the lack of concrete evidence. Over the next few days, I remained on edge, constantly looking over my shoulder and scrutinizing every shadow. I increased security measures around my home, installing additional locks and surveillance cameras. Although the immediate sense of danger faded somewhat, the mystery remained unresolved, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease. The experience taught me the importance of trusting my instincts and taking caution seriously. It was an unsettling reminder that sometimes the unknown can harbor real threats. While the investigation into the incident did not lead to any immediate answers, I remained vigilant and cautious, but aware that sometimes the past can come back to haunt you in the most unexpected ways. Despite the fear and uncertainty, I found some solace in the fact that I had faced the situation head-on, and I learned to appreciate the safety and security of my everyday life even more. The eerie phone book and its ominous instructions had left their mark. But I emerged from the experience with a renewed sense of awareness and a deeper understanding of the shadows that sometimes lurk in the corners of our lives. Story 11. The night had begun. Like any other, I had settled into my routine, the soft hum of the television serving as a comforting background noise. The rain tapped gently against the window pane, a soothing lullaby that made the house feel snug and secure. Little did I know that this night would shatter my sense of safety and leave me grappling with a creeping terror. I was halfway through a movie when a sudden thunderous crash jolted me upright. My heart raced as I turned off the television and listened intently. The sound had come from the back of the house, where the storm was heaviest. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way cautiously through the darkened hallway, the rain's rhythm now feeling ominous rather than comforting. As I reached the back room, I discovered that one of the windows had been shattered. The glass lay scattered across the floor, glistening under the dim beam of my flashlight. I scanned the area outside but saw nothing, no sign of an intruder, no indication of what might have caused the break. A chill ran down my spine as I examined the interior. The rain was pouring in through the broken window, creating a pool of water mixed with the shards of glass. My gaze was drawn to the floor, where a series of muddy footprints led from the shattered window and down the hallway toward my bedroom. Each footprint was large and heavy, leaving a distinct impression in the mud. The tracks were fresh, suggesting that whoever had broken the window was still nearby. My pulse quickened and I felt a surge of anxiety. I followed the trail, my flashlight trembling slightly in my hand. When I reached my bedroom, the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly and was greeted by an unsettling sight. The room was as I had left it, but the muddy footprints continued across the carpet leading straight to the center of the room. I shone my flashlight around, desperately searching for any sign of an intruder. On the bed, almost theatrically placed, was a note. It was handwritten. The ink smudged slightly as if written in haste. The message was simple but chilling. I was just getting started. My breath caught in my throat. The note was clearly meant to instill fear. The implication was that the worst was yet to come. I picked up the note with trembling fingers and read it again, trying to make sense of it. My mind raced through every possible explanation, but none seemed to ease the rising dread. I knew I had to act quickly. I called the police and reported the break-in, though I couldn't provide any further DET details about the intruder. Since there was no one in sight, the dispatcher assured me that an officer would be dispatched to investigate. I tried to steady my nerves as I waited, my thoughts swirling with anxiety and fear. While I waited for the police to arrive, I tried to secure the house as best I could. I cleaned up the broken glass and attempted to board up the window to prevent further intrusion. The rain continued to fall outside, creating a droning backdrop that only added to my unease. When the police arrived, they examined the scene with professional efficiency. They took statements and dusted for fingerprints, but the investigation yielded little in terms of tangible evidence. The muddy footprints unfortunately had been disturbed during the cleanup, making it difficult to gather any conclusive clues. The officers assured me they would conduct a thorough investigation, but the sense of security I once had was irrevocably shattered. After they left, I found it impossible to relax. Every creak of the house and every gust of wind against the broken window seemed magnified, each one a reminder of the intrusion. The note remained on my bed, a haunting symbol of the unknown threat that had entered my home. The next few nights were marked by restless sleep and heightened vigilance. I kept the lights on and made sure all windows and doors were locked and bolted. I avoided going to bed too early, fearing that the darkness would bring another unexpected visitor. My sense of safety was replaced with a constant gnawing fear. Days turned into weeks, and while the police investigation continued, there were no further developments. The mystery of the broken window and the ominous note remained unsolved. I took extra precautions, including installing security cameras and reinforcing my home security. Yet the sense of unease lingered, a constant reminder of the night my sanctuary had been violated. Eventually, life began to settle back into a new normal. I adjusted to the heightened sense of vigilance and the lingering anxiety, but the experience had left a lasting mark. The shattered window and the threatening note were constant reminders of how quickly one's sense of security can be hardened. Despite the passage of time, I remained cautious. The sound of rain, once a comforting backdrop, now held a tinge of dread. Every creak of the house and every unexpected noise sent a shiver down my spine. The broken window had not only disrupted my home but also forever altered my perception of safety and trust. The mystery of that night remained unresolved, a dark shadow over what was once a place of comfort and peace. Story 12. The library had always been a sanctuary for me, a quiet refuge from the chaos of everyday life. I would often spend hours there, lost in the pages of books or working on my own writing projects. The grand old building with its towering shelves and labyrinthine aisles felt like a place where time itself stood still. One afternoon, as I was browsing through the step ask for a new novel to read, I noticed something odd. Behind one of the bookshelves, partially obscured by rows of old dusty volumes, was a door, an unmarked wooden door that I had never seen before. It was unusual for a library where every inch of space was typically accounted for, and the presence of this door was both intriguing and puzzling. My curiosity was piqued. I peered around to make sure no one was watching and then cautiously approached the door. It was slightly ajar, as if inviting me to explore further. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if it was a restricted area or if it was meant to be hidden for a reason. But the allure of the unknown was too strong, and I gently pushed the door open. The room beyond was dimly lit and filled with the musty smell of old paper and ink. It was an unexpected contrast to the clean, modern spaces of the rest of the library. As my eyes adjusted to the low light, I saw rows of filing cabinets lined against the walls. Each cabinet was labeled with a number, and as I moved closer I saw that the drawers were overflowing with files. I couldn't resist the urge to investigate. I pulled open one of the drawers and my heart skipped a beat as I saw the neatly organized folders, each one labeled with different names. I leafed through a few of them and the shock of what I found began to set in. The files contained detailed personal information, addresses, phone numbers and other private details of various library patrons. It was clear that the library had been keeping a secret, extensive record of its visitors. My anxiety surged as I continued to search through the files there. Among the many folders was one with my own name on it. I pulled it out with trembling hands, my heart pounding in my chest. The folder was filled with documents detailing not just my contact information but also my reading history, notes on the books I had borrowed and even personal observations that were disturbingly intrusive. I felt a wave of nausea as I realized the implications. This wasn't just a record-keeping system. It was an extensive dossier on library patrons. The library place I had always considered a safe haven had been secretly monitoring its visitors and collecting their private information. The thought of my own personal details being scrutinized and stored away in such a manner was deeply unsettling. I quickly closed the folder and put it back in the drawer, my mind racing. I knew I had to leave immediately. As I retraced my steps back to the unmarked door, I glanced around the room one last time, my sense of unease growing with every passing second. The library, which had once been a place of comfort and learning, now felt like a sinister, invasive space. I pushed the door open and stepped back into the main library area, trying to compose myself. The familiar surroundings felt foreign. Now, tainted by the knowledge of the hidden room, I left the library in a hurry, my mind reeling from the discovery. I didn't stop to check out any books or to linger. I simply wanted to escape from the place that had suddenly become so unsettling. In the following days, I found myself avoiding the library altogether. The thought of returning to that place filled me with a deep sense of dread. Every time I passed by, I would glance at the grand building with a mixture of fear and anger. The library, which had once been my refuge, was now a place where my privacy had been violated. I considered reporting the discovery, but the implications were too disturbing. Who would believe that a public library, a place dedicated to the free exchange of information, was secretly collecting personal data on its patrons? The idea seemed almost too outlandish, and I feared that my own involvement in the discovery might bring unwanted scrutiny upon me. I kept my distance from the library, opting for other spaces to read and work. I frequented different cafes and bookstores, places where I could be alone without feeling the oppressive weight of surveillance. The incident had left me with a lingering sense of paranoia, and I found myself questioning the privacy of every public space I visited. As the months passed, the memory of that hidden room began to fade, but the sense of violation lingered. The library, once a symbol of knowledge and tranquility, had become a stark reminder of how even the most benign places could harbor dark secrets. I learned to be cautious and to question the hidden aspects of the places I frequented. The unmarked door remained a ghostly presence in my memory, a chilling reminder of the time when my sanctuary was turned into a site of invasive scrutiny. The library was no longer a place of refuge, but a reminder of the fragile line between trust and violation. Story 13. It began subtly with the kind of detail that's easy to overlook, a slight gap in the blinds every time I came home. At first I chalked it up to my own carelessness. Maybe I had forgotten to close them properly, or perhaps the wind had nudged them open. But as the days passed, the pattern grew harder to ignore each time I went out. No matter how careful I was about closing the blinds, it would be slightly ajar when I returned. It was unsettling but not overtly alarming. I told myself it was just a minor inconvenience, a small quirk of living alone. Still, the constant feeling that I was being watched began to gnaw at my sense of security. To combat the creeping unease, I decided to keep the blinds shut tightly at all times. I made a point of checking them before leaving, ensuring that they were securely closed. Despite this precaution, the feeling of being observed remained persistent, an invisible weight on my shoulders. One night the sense of being watched escalated. I was lying in bed, the house silent, except for the occasional creak of the floorboards. The moonlight filtered through the small gaps in the blinds, casting long shifting shadows on the walls. I was about to drift off to sleep when I noticed something peculiar. The shadows on the wall seemed to be moving, flickering and shifting in a way that didn't quite match the gentle sway of the curtains. My heart pounded as I sat up, straining to make sense of what I was seeing. The shadows seemed to be more than just a result of the moonlight. They appeared to be dancing, moving with a deliberate purpose. I tried to call myself, attributing it to the interplay of light and shadow. Perhaps it was a trick of my tired eyes, a product of my overactive imagination, but then the shadows grew more pronounced and I noticed shapes emerging within them, figures that seemed to move with a slow, deliberate pace. My fear intensified. I grabbed a flashlight and crept out of bed, my footsteps almost soundless on the carpet. I moved cautiously toward the window, my mind racing with 1,000 possibilities. Could someone be outside watching me? Had someone broken in? When I reached the window, I pulled back the blinds and froze. The view outside was just as I had left it, dark and empty, with no sign of movement. The street lights cast a weak glow on the empty street, and the only sound was the distant hum of traffic. I shone the flashlight around the yard, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. I checked the blinds again, making sure they were secure. Loudly shut. Everything appeared in order, but the sense of unease persisted. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, and the unsettling shadows on the walls continued to haunt my thoughts. The following day, I decided to take extra precautions. I installed additional locks on the windows and double-checked all the doors. I even set up a small camera to monitor the front yard, hoping that it would provide some peace of mind. Despite my efforts, the feeling of being watched did not dissipate. That night I tried to reassure myself that I was safe, that the shadows and the feeling of being observed were just figments of my imagination. But as I settled into bed, I noticed that the blinds in my bedroom were slightly open again. I was certain that I had closed them completely before going to sleep. A shiver ran down my spine. I got up and closed the blinds, making sure they were tightly secured. The house felt eerily quiet and the darkness seemed to press in from all sides. I returned to bed, my mind racing with anxiety. The thought of someone being able to tamper with my blinds while I was asleep was deeply unsettling. Throughout the night I slept fitfully, constantly jolting awake and checking the blinds each time they remained securely closed. Yet the feeling of being watched never left. Every creak and groan of the house seemed amplified, and I was plagued by the sensation that eyes were following me wherever I went in the days that followed. The feeling of unease intensified. I became hypervigilant, constantly checking the blinds and the locks. I started to question my own sanity, wondering if my paranoia was getting the better of me. The shadows on the walls and the feeling of being watched seemed like a nightmare that I couldn't wake from. One evening after a particularly exhausting day, I came home to find the blinds in the living room wide open. Panic surged through me. I rushed to the window, my heart pounding in my chest. The street outside was empty and there was no sign of any disturbance. I checked the locks on the window and the rest of the house, but everything seemed secure. I called a friend and explained the situation, asking if they could come over and spend the night. I needed someone to help me feel safe, to reassure me that I wasn't losing my mind. My friend agreed and arrived later that evening. Together we went through the house, checking every room and every window. As we sat in the living room discussing possible explanations for the strange occurrences, my friend noticed something unusual. There were faint smudges on the window where the blinds had been open. The marks were subtle but distant in as if someone had pressed their fingers against the glass. The discovery sent a fresh wave of fear through me. Despite the reassurance of having someone else in the house, the feeling of being watched did not go away. The shadows on the walls, the open blinds and the smudged window remained a haunting reminder of the fear that had taken over my life. I eventually took more drastic measures, installing motion-activated lights and cameras around the house. I tried to reclaim my sense of security, but the experience left me with a lasting unease. The feeling of being watched became an unwelcome companion, a shadow that lingered long after the blinds were closed and the lights were turned off. Story 14. The office was a labyrinth of cubicles and glass-walled conference rooms. Silent now under the soft glow of fluorescent lights, the hum of the air conditioning and the faint click of my keyboard were the only sounds that punctuated the stillness of the evening. It was well past midnight and I was alone, working late to meet a critical deadline. The building was usually quiet at this hour, but tonight the atmosphere felt unusually tense, as though something was lurking just beyond the edges of the light. As I focused intently on my screen, I began to notice something out of the corner of my eye. Shadows seemed to move across the walls, shifting and swirling in patterns that didn't correspond with any known source. I glanced around the office, but there was no one else in sight. The shadows persisted, darting and flitting as if they had a life of their own. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination or the result of fatigue playing tricks on me. I stood up and walked to the windows, peering out into the empty street. Below, the view offered no solace, only the darkened expanse of the cityscape, punctuated by the occasional passing car. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the eerie feeling that had settled over me. Returning to my desk, I tried to refocus on my work, but the shadows on the walls continued to catch my attention. They seemed to dance and flicker as though reacting to an unseen presence. The more I tried to ignore them, the more pronounced their movements became. It was as if they were deliberately trying to draw my attention. Driven by a mixture of curiosity and unease, I decided to check the security footage. Our office had cameras installed for security purposes, and I hoped that reviewing the footage might provide some explanation for the strange occurrences. I accessed the surveillance system from my computer and began to review the footage from the cameras that covered the area around my desk. The footage showed a typical office environment, empty and quiet. The shadows on the walls, however, were conspicuously absent. Instead, the footage revealed a figure appearing intermittently, fading in and out of view. The figure was elusive and indistinct, its shape shifting and flickering as though it were made of smoke or mist. There were no discernible features, just a vague shadowy presence that seemed to hover and move in a manner that defied logical explanation. I rewound the footage several times, my heart pounding as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure seemed to materialize from nowhere, moving with an eerie fluidity that contrasted sharply with the static and predictable patterns of the shadows I had observed earlier. The more I watched, the more unsettling the footage became. It was clear that there was something in the office with me, something that wasn't captured by the usual camera angles or lighting. The figure appeared and disappeared at random intervals, and no matter how closely I scrutinized the footage, I couldn't discern any pattern to its movements. It seemed to be both there and not there, as though it existed in a state of perpetual flux. The sight of the figure, combined with the persistent shadows, created an overwhelming sense of dread. I felt a growing sense of panic as I realized that whatever was affecting the shadows was also visible on the security footage. The office, once a place of routine and safety, now felt like a confined space haunted by an unseen entity. I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure was aware of my presence, watching me with an unsettling intent. Determined to understand what was happening, I decided to investigate further. I walked through the office, turning on every light and checking every corner, but found nothing out of the ordinary. The figure on the footage seemed to defy any logical explanation, and the more I tried to rationalize it, the more my fear grew. I went back to my desk, hoping to find some comfort in the familiarity of my work. As I sat down, the lights flickered momentarily and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The feeling of being watched intensified and the shadows on the walls seemed to RVE and twist with a life of their own. I could hear the faintest whisper as though someone was speaking just out of earshot. In a desperate bid to dispel the growing sense of terror, I tried to contact security. The office was located in a high-rise building with a security team that monitored the premises 24/7. I dialed their number, my hands trembling, as I explained the situation. The security guard on the other end of the line assured me that they would check the cameras and perform a sweep of the building. The minutes felt like hours as I waited for their arrival. The feeling of isolation was suffocating and the shadows seemed to close in around me. When the security team finally arrived, they conducted a thorough inspection of the office. They found nothing out of the ordinary and the security cameras showed only the usual empty corridors and rooms. The security team left and I was left alone once more. The sense of being watched never fully dissipated and the figure on the footage remained a haunting enigma. I decided to finish my work and leave the office as quickly as possible. The shadows on the walls and the figure in the footage lingered in my mind, a reminder of the inexplicable and unsettling presence that had intruded upon my solitude. I left the office building, my nerves still on edge. The city lights outside offered little comfort and the sense of dread that had accompanied me throughout the night remained AED. The figure on the security footage and the moving shadows were now part of a haunting memory that I couldn't easily shake. The office, once a place of routine, had become a shadowy realm of fear and uncertainty, and I couldn't help but wonder if the figure would ever leave or if it would continue to drift through the darkness watching and waiting. Story 15. The invitation arrived on a dreary Wednesday afternoon, slipping through the mail slot with a quiet rustle. It was an old-fashioned envelope handwritten in elegant looping script. There was no return address or name, just a simple note. Inside, you were cordially invited to an exclusive gathering. Details below the note contained an address for a location well outside the city, a remote rural area that I didn't recognize. The tone of the invitation was formal, yet the details were unnervingly specific. It included a schedule of my daily routine, my work hours, my gym visits, even the times I usually took my coffee breaks. The more I read, the more unsettling it became. The invitation was tailored to me in a way that suggested someone had been watching me closely. Curiosity got the better of me. Despite my unease, I decided to go, partly out of a desire to confront whatever was happening and partly because I needed to understand why someone knew so much about me. I set out for the address, my mind racing with a mix of anxiety. In anticipation, the journey took me through winding roads and dense forests. As I neared the location, the trees grew thicker and the road became more rugged. After what felt like hours of driving, I finally arrived at a secluded house surrounded by overgrown vegetation. The house was large and imposing, with an old weather-beaten facade that looked as though it hadn't been lived in for years. I parked my car and approached the front door, which was slightly ajar. The invitation had mentioned a specific time, and I arrived right on schedule. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior of the house was dimly lit, with only the faintest hint of light filtering through the dusty windows. The air was stale and musty, filled with the scent of neglect. I called out, but my voice echoed emptily through the rooms. There was no sign of a party or any other guests. As I wandered through the house, I felt an increasing sense of dread. The furniture was covered in white sheets and the walls were adorned with faded wallpaper. The place looked as though it had been abandoned for a long time, except for the occasional sign of recent activity, an overturned chair, a half-open drawer. Then I stumbled upon a room that made my blood run cold. The door was slightly open and as I pushed it open, I was confronted with a sight that froze me in place. The room was filled with photographs, thousands of them. They were scattered across the floor, taped to the walls and piled on the furniture. Each photograph was of me. Some were taken from afar, showing me walking down the street or sitting in a cafe. Others were more intimate, capturing moments from my home life, me at my desk, cooking in the kitchen or lounging on the couch. It was as if someone had been documenting my every move. I felt a surge of panic and revulsion. The photographs were arranged in a way that created a disturbing mosaic of my life. The walls were lined with snapshots from various times and places, all meticulously organized. There were no people in the photos, just me in different settings, oblivious to the camera's gaze. In the center of the room was a table with a single chair facing it. On the table lay a journal open to a page covered in handwriting. I approached cautiously and read the notes which detailed my daily routines in meticulous detail. It was a record of my life, including notes on my habits, preferences, and interactions with others. The journal revealed an unnerving obsession. There were entries about my favorite food, the books I read, and even my interactions with colleagues. The more I read, the clearer it became that someone had been closely monitoring me for an extended period. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the situation. Who could have done this and why? The lack of any clear answer only heightened my sense of vulnerability. I felt like a character in a twisted story, caught in a nightmare that I couldn't escape. I turned to leave, but as I made my way back through the house, I heard a faint sound behind me. It was a soft, almost imperceptible rustling. I stopped and listened, my heart pounding. The sound seemed to come from upstairs. The house was silent once more, but the noise had been enough to set my nerves on edge. Against my better judgment, I climbed the creaky staircase and made my way to the second floor. The upper hallway was lined with closed doors, and I hesitated at each one, wondering what might be on the other side. Finally, I reached a door at the end of the hall and slowly pushed it open. Inside was a small dusty room. In the center was a wooden chest, old and ornate, with intricate carvings. It was slightly open and I could see that it contained more photographs, but these were different. They were darker, showing scenes of distress and fear, images that seemed to capture moments of intense emotion. As I approached the chest, I noticed a small handwritten note resting on top. It read, "The truth is closer than you think." The words were chilling, leaving me with more questions than answers. What truth was I supposed to uncover, and why had I been chosen for this bizarre and terrifying music ordeal? My sense of urgency grew and I decided it was time to leave. I retraced my steps back to the front door, my mind racing with fear and confusion. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I was alone in the house. When I finally stepped outside, I took a deep breath of fresh air, relieved to be away from the suffocating atmosphere of the house. I drove back to the city with a mix of terror and determination, vowing to find out who had orchestrated this disturbing event and why. The invitation and the photographs left me with an unsettling sense of vulnerability. I was left with a haunting reminder of how little I truly knew about the world around me and the secrets that might be lurking in the shadows. Story 16. The first letter arrived in the mailbox on a quiet Tuesday afternoon. It was an unremarkable envelope, plain and white, with no return address. I assumed it was a piece of fan mail, a common occurrence in my line of work as a local author with a modest following. I received letters from readers occasionally. What was unusual about this particular letter was its tone and the level of detail it contained. The letter was filled with enthusiastic praise for my latest book, but what struck me was how the writer seemed to know so much about my personal life. They mentioned details that were both intimate and specific: my favorite coffee shop, the name of my cat, and even my recent vacation plans. At first I dismissed it as an overzealous fan who had done some research, but a sense of unease began to settle in. Over the next few weeks, more letters arrived. Each one was more detailed than the last. The sender seemed to have an almost unsettling level of familiarity with me. The letters praised my work, but they also included observations about my daily routines, comments about my interactions with friends, and even notes about my neighbors, the increasingly personal person. The nature of these letters made me uncomfortable, but there was no obvious threat, so I hesitated to involve the authorities. Then came the letter that made my blood run cold. It arrived on a cold, rainy evening, the envelope slightly damp from the weather. I took it inside, feeling a sense of foreboding. As I opened it, inside I found a detailed map of my neighborhood. The map was meticulously drawn, with my house marked clearly. There were handwritten notes and arrows indicating specific locations around my home. My heart pounded as I examined the map, the reality of the situation beginning to sink in. The letter itself was brief, but it contained a chilling message. "I'll be seeing you soon. The sense of dread that overcame me was almost overwhelming. I felt a surge of panic and decided to take immediate action. I contacted the police and explained the situation, providing them with the letters in the map. The officers were professional and took the matter seriously, but they also noted that without more concrete evidence of a threat or an identifiable suspect, their options were limited. The police increased patrols in my area and advised me to be extra cautious. I took their advice to heart and implemented additional security measures at my home. I installed motion-activated lights around the perimeter, reinforced the locks on all doors and windows, and even invested in the security camera system. Despite these precautions, the feeling of being watched persisted and my anxiety grew. The following weeks were a blur of tension and unease. The letters stopped coming, but the sense of being followed or observed remained. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder and feeling a heightened sense of paranoia. The once comforting routines of my daily life now seemed fraught with potential danger. One evening, as I was working late in my study, I heard a faint noise outside, a soft scratching sound against the window. My heart raced as I turned off the lights and peered out into the darkness. The night was still and the shadows cast by the streetlights danced eerily across the ground. I saw nothing unusual, but the sound had been unmistakable. The following day, I reviewed the footage from my security cameras. To my relief, there was no sign of anyone tampering with the house or approaching the windows. The footage showed only the occasional stray animal or passing car. Even so, the sense of fear continued to haunt me. Days turned into weeks and the immediate threats seemed to recede, but the psychological impact of the EXP experience lingered. I remained vigilant, keeping the security measures in place and being cautious about my routines. The sense of invasion and violation had left a lasting mark and I found it difficult to relax fully. Eventually, I decided to take a break from my usual routines and went on a short vacation to clear my mind. The trip provided a temporary respite from the constant anxiety, but I couldn't escape the lingering fear that the obsessive fan might still be out there. I avoided sharing any details about my whereabouts with anyone and took extra precautions to ensure my safety during the trip. Returning home, I hoped that the experience would become a distant memory. The sense of relief was palpable as I settled back into my normal life, but I remained wary. The letters had ceased and there had been no further incidents, but the fear that had taken hold of me was not easily forgotten. I continued to live with the knowledge that someone had once gone to great lengths to make their presence known, and the sense of vulnerability that came with it stayed with me. The experience had taught me to be more cautious and aware of my surroundings, and to value the importance of personal security. Although the immediate threat had dissipated, the experience had a lasting impact on me. It served as a stark reminder, Rima, of how deeply unsettling it can be when someone invades your privacy and makes you question your safety. The obsessive fan had left an indelible mark on my life, but I resolved to move forward with a heightened sense of awareness and an appreciation for the importance of maintaining personal boundaries. Story 17. It was a crisp autumn morning when the delivery arrived. The sun was just beginning to cast a warm golden glow over the neighborhood and I was in the middle of my usual routine, making coffee and preparing for the day ahead. The knock on the door came as a surprise. We rarely received packages that weren't ordered or expected. I opened the door to find a small unmarked box on the doorstep. There was no return address, just a simple label with my name and address written in neat, unremarkable handwriting. The package was light, barely heavier than a feather and wrapped in plain brown paper. I picked it up and brought it inside. Curiosity piqued as I removed the wrapping. I found a plain white envelope. Inside it contained a single unmarked DVD. Alongside it was a note scrolled in a shaky handwritten script that sent a chill down my spine. It read, "You've been a good subject." My heart began to race. I had no idea what to expect, but the words on the note were unsettling. Who could have sent this? Why was I being referred to as a subject? I felt a gnawing sense of dread but decided to find out what was on the DVD. I located an old DVD player that had been gathering dust in the basement and hooked it up to the living room television. The screen flickered to life and the video began to play. My stomach churned as I watched the opening scene. The footage was disturbingly ordinary. At first it showed my bedroom, with the soft light of the night lamp casting shadows across the walls. The camera panned slowly, capturing various angles of the room. I recognized the bed, the furniture, and the small nightstand where I kept my reading glasses. The video continued, focusing on me lying in bed asleep. The footage was clear, almost as if the camera had been placed in the room just the night before. I could see myself turning slightly, shifting under the covers. The video wasn't explicit or threatening, but the mere fact that it existed, showing me in a state of vulnerability, was deeply disturbing. My mind raced with questions. How long had this been going on? How did someone gain access to my home without me noticing? I felt a wave of paranoia wash over me. I immediately started to think of every possible explanation every time someone had been in my home or when I might have been careless with security. Determined to find out how this could have happened, I began a thorough search of my house. I checked every room, every closet, and every drawer for any sign of hidden cameras or recording devices. I examined the walls, the ceiling, and even the floorboards, looking for anything that might indicate surveillance. I pulled apart light fixtures, inspected electrical outlets, and even checked behind the furniture. The more I searched, the more my anxiety grew. Every shadow seemed to conceal a hidden camera. Every creak of the floorboards felt like a sign of someone watching me. Despite my thorough inspection, I found nothing. No hidden cameras, no recording devices, no traces of any kind of surveillance equipment. The house, while ordinary in appearance, now seemed to harbor a sense of malevolence. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even though there was no concrete evidence of it. The dread settled in my chest, a constant reminder of the unsettling package I had received. I tried to reach out to the authorities, but when I explained the situation, they were skeptical. They advised me to stay vigilant, and to report any suspicious activity, but their response lacked the urgency I felt was necessary. They didn't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation or the fear that had taken hold of me. I took additional precautions, installed new security cameras, checked and reinforced all the locks, and made sure that every entry point into the house was secure. I was hyper-aware of every sound and movement, but the sense of unease persisted. It was as if the knowledge that someone had been watching me, that someone knew my routines and my vulnerabilities, had fundamentally altered my sense of safety. The days turned into weeks, and while the immediate panic subsided, the unease remained. I avoided being alone in the house as much as possible, always keeping a watchful eye out for anything unusual. My routine became a series of paranoid checks and cautious movements, and I found it difficult to relax or feel secure in my own home. The package had left an indelible mark on my psyche. Even though no further communications or suspicious packages arrived, the memory of the video and the note haunted me. I was left with the haunting question of who had sent the package and why. The sense of being watched, of being a subject in someone's twisted game, lingered like a dark cloud over my daily life. Every time I glanced at the old DVD player or saw the empty envelope, I was reminded of the fear and vulnerability I had felt. The package had been a chilling reminder of how easily our sense of security can be shattered and how the most unsettling threats often come from the shadows hidden just out of sight. Story 18. The day had started like any other, with the sun rising over the neighborhood and a crisp autumn breeze rustling the leaves. I was finishing up my morning routine, sipping coffee and reading the newspaper. When the knock on the door startled me, I wasn't expecting any visitors and the sound seemed out of place. In the quiet of the early morning, I sat down my coffee cup and walked to the door, peeking through the peephole. Outside stood a stranger, a man in his mid-40s, with unkempt hair and an anxious demeanor. He wore a worn-out jacket and looked disheveled as though he had been traveling for a while. My first instinct was to be cautious, but the earnest look in his eyes and the distress on his face made me hesitate. I opened the door slightly enough to speak with him, but not enough to invite him in immediately. "Can I help you?" The man's voice was strained and he spoke quickly. "I'm terrible, sorry to bother you. I'm lost and my phone died. I've been wandering around for hours trying to find my way. Can you help me? I'm really desperate." His plea tugged at my empathy and I reluctantly opened the door wider. "Sure, come in, let me get you some water and see if I can help you with directions." As he stepped inside, I noticed a strange chill in the air, almost as if the warmth of my home was suddenly tempered by presence. I led into the living room and offered him a seat on the couch while I fetched a glass of water from the kitchen. The man accepted the water with a grateful nod and took a long sip, his hands shaking slightly. "Thank you, I didn't mean to intrude. I've been wandering for so long and I didn't know where to turn." I sat down across from him, trying to gauge the situation. "No problem. Where were you headed?" "Maybe I can help you find your way." The man seemed to relax a bit, but then his demeanor shifted subtly. He leaned forward, his gaze intense. "You know, it's strange. I've seen you around the neighborhood, but I don't know much about you." I felt a flicker of unease at his sudden shift in tone. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I've seen you around before. Are you new to the area?" He nodded, though his expression remained inscrutable. "Yes, I just moved here a few weeks ago. I'm still trying to get familiar with the neighborhood." "But you, how long have you lived here?" I found his questions increasingly intrusive. "I've been here for a while now, but let's focus on getting you back on track. Can you describe where you were headed?" The man seemed to brush off my attempt to redirect the conversation. "It's just, there are so many things that happen around here. People come and go, and sometimes it's hard to know who you can trust." I felt a twinge of discomfort at his cryptic words. "I'm not sure what you mean. Are you saying something unusual has happened?" He glanced around the room, his eyes lingering on various objects, as though assessing them just the usual things. "Sometimes people are not what they see, and sometimes they know more than they let on." I tried to remain polite but firm. "I really need to see if I can help you with directions. Can I see your ID, just to confirm where you're from?" The man's demeanor changed abruptly. His face hardened and he stood up quickly, almost knocking over the glass of water. "I think I've taken up enough of your time. I'll figure it out myself." Before I could respond, he turned and headed towards the door. I hurried after him, feeling a rush of anxiety. "Wait, are you sure you don't need any help?" The man didn't answer. He reached the door and opened it, stepping outside into the cool air. I followed him to the threshold, but he was already halfway down the driveway. Just as he turned to leave, I noticed something in his hand. He was clutching a small note as he disappeared around the corner. I returned to the living room, still trying to process the strange encounter. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to retrieve the note he had left behind. It was lying on the floor, just inside the door where he had dropped it. I picked it up with trembling fingers and unfolded it. The note was written in neat, deliberate handwriting and read, "I know where live." A chill ran down my spine as I read the words. The note was both a threat and a confirmation of my fears. I scanned the room, suddenly aware of every creak and groan of the house. The sense of intrusion was overwhelming, and I felt as though the stranger's presence had left a palpable mark on my home. I considered calling the police, but was unsure if there was enough to report the man hadn't actually threatened me directly or done anything overtly illegal. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered, and the note left me with a gnawing sense of vulnerability. The rest of the day was a blur of nervous energy. I double-checked all the locks on the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. I kept the lights on and avoided being alone in the house, the fear of another visit weighing heavily on me as night fell. The shadows in the house seemed darker and every sound seemed amplified. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, that the stranger's ominous words had turned my home into a place of unease. I went to bed exhausted but unable to sleep. The note was a constant reminder of the stranger's visit, and the anxiety it brought with it kept me on edge. The sense of invasion was profound and, though I tried to rationalize the situation, the fear persisted. In the days that followed, I continued to live with the unsettling presence of the unknown. I remained vigilant and, though the stranger did not return, the note served as a stark reminder of the fragility of security in the unsettling reality that sometimes people come into our lives in ways we cannot predict or understand. Story 19. The storm had rolled in swiftly, with dark clouds gathering ominously and a fierce wind rattling the windows. I had been alone at home, enjoying a quiet evening after a long week at work. The house was dimly lit by a few flickering candles. As the storm intensified, the wind howled outside and rain pounded against the windows, creating a rhythmic drumming that felt almost hypnotic. Without warning, the lights went out, plunging the house into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to navigate through the blackened rooms. The storm was causing a power outage, something that wasn't uncommon in this area. I had prepared for such events with candles and a portable battery, but the sudden absence of light made everything feel unsettling. I went about lighting candles and securing flashlights, trying to maintain a sense of normal. As I moved through the house, I heard a strange sound of faint, rhythmic thumping coming from the basement. My heart skipped a beat. The basement was usually quiet and the sound seemed out of place, especially with the storm raging outside. I hesitated for a moment, trying to convince myself that the sound was just the house settling, or perhaps the storm causing unusual noises. But the thumping continued, growing, louder and more persistent. It sounded like footsteps, or maybe someone moving around. My pulse quickened as I considered the possibility of an intruder in the pitch-black darkness. The basement door stood ominously at the end of the hallway. I took a deep breath and approached it cautiously. The door was old and heavy, and I could feel the cool draft from the basement seeping through the small gap. I held my breath and reached for the door knob, but before I could open it, the power flickered back on and the lights gradually returned. The sudden illumination was almost disorienting. After the darkness, I glanced towards the basement door and saw that it was now wide open. The sight sent a chill down my spine. I had been sure I had closed it earlier, but now it stood ajar, inviting me to investigate. I stepped cautiously towards the basement, my flashlight casting long shadows along the walls. The footsteps had stopped and the basement was eerily quiet. My mind raced with possibilities, each one more disturbing than the last. I tried to dismiss the fear, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I flicked on the basement light. The room was cluttered with old furniture and boxes, nothing out of the ordinary. I scanned the area looking for any sign of an intruder, but there was no one in sight. My initial relief was short-lived as I noticed something unusual on the wall. Written in bright red lipstick was a chilling message. "Thanks for letting me in." The message was scrolled haphazardly, with the lipstick smeared slightly, as if applied in a hurry. The sight of it made my blood run cold. The basement, which had always been a place of storage and forgotten belongings, now felt like a sinister space. I felt a wave of panic and confusion. Who had written the message? How had they gained access to the basement? The idea that someone had been in my home and possibly in the basement while I was upstairs was deeply unsettling. I looked around the basement more thoroughly but found no other signs of a break-in or any evidence of someone having recently been there. I rushed back upstairs and called the police, reporting the message. In the strange circumstances, the dispatcher listened patiently as I described the situation. When the officers arrived, they conducted their own search of the basement and the rest of the house. They found nothing unusual, and the only evidence of the incident was the message on the wall. The officers were courteous but skeptical. They suggested that it might have been a prank or someone trying to scare me, though they couldn't completely rule out the possibility of a more serious intrusion. They advised me to take precautions, such as securing all entrances and installing a security system. If I didn't already have one, I took their advice to heart, installing additional locks and a security camera system. The following week, the sense of violation and fear lingered, though. The message on the wall had left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. In my own home, every sound, every creak of the house became a potential threat. I avoided going into the basement unless absolutely necessary, and even then I would check and recheck the door, making sure it was securely closed. The experience had a profound impact on my sense of safety. The storm and the subsequent blackout had brought a deep-seated fear to the surface, a fear of the unknown and of the unseen. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, my mind racing with thoughts of who might have been in my home and what their intentions had been. Months passed, and while the immediate fear began to fade, the memory of that night remained vivid. I continued to live in the house, but it was no longer the sanctuary it had once been. The baby basement, with its ominous message, had become a constant reminder of the intrusion, a dark spot in the otherwise familiar comfort of my home. The incident left me with a heightened sense of vigilance and a weariness of the unexpected. The power outage had been more than just an inconvenience. It had been a catalyst for a deeply unsettling experience. The message on the wall, with its simple yet chilling words, had forever altered my perception of safety and security. In my own home, story 20. The morning had started like any other. I woke up early, as usual, and prepared for another long day at work. The sun was barely rising, casting a soft golden hue over the neighborhood. I brewed my coffee, checked my emails, and got dressed, mentally preparing for the challenges of the day. As I finally made my way to the garage, I was greeted by an unsettling sight. A large muddy handprint smeared across my car's windshield. My heart skipped a beat. The handprint was unmistakable, huge with long fingers, and it seemed to be freshly made. The muddy residue was still damp, glistening faintly in the morning light. I stood there for a moment, frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The positioning of the handprint was especially disturbing. It was as if someone had pressed their hand against the glass. Their fingers spate outwards, as if trying to peer inside. The sight was both bizarre and terrifying. I couldn't understand how it had happened. My car was parked in my driveway, which was well lit and overlooked by several houses. I had not noticed anything unusual the night before, and the thought that someone could have been so close to my car so early in the morning was deeply unsettling. I quickly checked the rest of the car. There were no signs of forced entry or tampering. The handprint was the only clue, and it didn't seem to be accompanied by any other disturbing evidence. I wiped the windshield clean, trying to erase the eerie reminder of someone's presence, and went back inside to call the police. When the officers arrived, they examined the handprint and took some photos, but their investigation didn't lead to any immediate answers. They advised me to be cautious and to keep an eye out for any unusual activity. Their reassurance did little to ease my anxiety. The feeling of being watched lingered, a gnawing discomfort that I couldn't shake off. As the day went on, I found myself distracted, unable to focus on my work. Every time I looked out the window, I half expected to see someone lurking nearby. The mundane details of my day seemed somehow menacing, and the handprint loomed large in my mind. I was hyper-aware of my surroundings, scanning the area for any signs of movement. When I returned home that evening, I took extra precautions. I checked all the locks on the doors and windows, ensuring that everything was secure. I even decided to install a security camera outside the front of my house, hoping it would provide some peace of mind. The camera was positioned to cover the driveway in the area around my car, providing a sense of protection that I desperately needed over the next few days. I remained vigilant. I kept the security camera on, reviewed the footage regularly, and stayed alert to any changes in my routine. Despite my precautions, the sense of unease never fully dissipated. I couldn't stop thinking about the handprint and the possible implications of someone being so close to my car and to me. One evening, as I was reviewing the security footage, I noticed something peculiar. Around the time of the handprint incident, there was a brief but clear video of someone approaching my car. The figure was shrouded in darkness, their features obscured by a hooded jacket. They moved cautiously, almost deliberately, and for a moment they stood very close to the windshield where, before the handprint had appeared, the footage was grainy and lacked detail, but it was enough to confirm that someone had indeed been close to my car. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. The presence of the figure, coupled with the unsettling handprint, suggested that this was not just a random act of vandalism, but something more deliberate. The next step was to show the footage to the police. They were concerned and agreed that the incident warranted further investigation. They promised to look into it and advised me to remain cautious and to report any new developments immediately. In the meantime, I found myself constantly on edge, haunted by the thought that someone might be watching me or planning something. Weeks passed without any new incidents, and the police investigation did not yield significant results. I continued to live with a heightened sense of awareness, and the feeling of vulnerability became a part of my daily life. Despite the lack of answers, I tried to go about my routine, hoping that the sense of being watched would eventually fade. Gradually, the intensity of my fear began to diminish. Though I remained cautious, I became accustomed to checking my surroundings and ensuring that my home was secure. The security camera footage was reviewed less frequently, and the eerie memory of the handprint became a part of my past experiences, a reminder of the unexpected intrusions that can disrupt our sense of safety. Though the handprint incident remained unresolved, it had a profound effect on me. It reinforced the importance of vigilance and the need to trust one's instincts when something feels off. The experience taught me that safety often requires not only physical measures but also mental resilience, the ability to cope with uncertainty and maintain a sense of security. Despite the unknown, the handprint, though it eventually faded from view, left an indelible mark on my consciousness, a reminder of the delicate balance between trust and vigilance in our everyday lives. Story 21. It was on a rainy Saturday afternoon that I decided to visit the local second-hand bookstore, a quaint little shop tucked away on a side street. The store was filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and the promise of hidden treasures among the cluttered shelves. I enjoyed browsing through the stacks, looking for something intriguing to read. After an hour of sifting through dusty volumes, I found an old leather-bound book that caught my eye. It was an antiquarian edition of classic literature, its cover worn but beautifully embossed. I thought it would make a lovely addition to my collection, so I carried it to the counter and paid the small amount requested back at home. I eagerly opened the book to admire its pages. As I leafed through it, a small folded piece of paper slipped out and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up, curious about what it might be. The paper was old and yellowed, and the handwriting on it was neat but spidery. As if written with great care, my curiosity quickly turned to alarm as I read the contents of the letter. It outlined a detailed plan for kidnapping someone, including specific instructions and references to the final preparation. My name and address were written clearly at the bottom of the page. The letter ended with a chilling remark: "The plan is set. The time is near." My heart raced as I reread the letter, trying to make sense of what I had just discovered. The sensation of dread was overwhelming. I knew I had to act quickly. I immediately contacted the police, explaining the situation and providing them with the letter as evidence. When the officers arrived, they were polite but skeptical. They took the letter and promised to look into it, but their initial assessments seemed to downplay the urgency of the situation. They explained that finding a specific threat in a second-hand book didn't necessarily mean there was immediate danger. Without more concrete evidence, it was difficult to substantiate any real threat. I felt a deep sense of frustration and fear as I watched them leave. The letter had mentioned my address. How could this not be taken seriously? I felt a gnawing anxiety as I considered the possibility that someone out there knew where I lived and had a plan for me. The days that followed were marked by an ever-present anxiety. I took extra precautions to secure my home, double-checking the locks and installing additional security measures. I kept the lights on at night and avoided going out after dark, all while trying to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Despite my vigilance, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every unfamiliar sound or passing vehicle heightened my paranoia. I was constantly on edge, trying to stay alert to any signs of trouble. My friends and family could see the toll it was taking on me, but I struggled to convey the depth of my fear without seeming overly dramatic. As time passed, the police seemed to lose interest in my case. I followed up multiple times, but their updates were always vague and unhelpful. They had conducted a search in the area and interviewed a few people, but nothing concrete had come up. The letter, though unsettling, didn't provide enough information for them to act upon. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I began my own investigation, trying to trace the origins of the book and the letter. I visited the second-hand store again, hoping to speak with the owner or find some clue about where the book had come from. The storekeeper was a kind elderly woman who remembered the book but couldn't provide any information about its previous owner. She mentioned that the story received books from various sources, making it difficult to track their origins. I contacted local libraries and rare book dealers, hoping someone might have information about the book or the letter. Each inquiry seemed to lead to a dead end, and I grew increasingly frustrated. It felt as though I was navigating a labyrinth with no clear path to the truth. The more I investigated, the more I felt that the threat was receding into the background. Though my fear never fully dissipated, the letter had been a chilling reminder that danger could lurk behind seemingly ordinary objects, and the lack of progress in the investigation only deepened my sense of vulnerability. Months went by and life gradually returned to a semblance of normality. The police had closed the case and, though the sense of threat had diminished, the memory of the letter remained etched in my mind. I continued to be cautious, though I no longer lived in a state of constant fear. The book, once a source of dread, became a symbol of an unsettling chapter in my life. I kept it locked away in a drawer, a reminder of the strange intersection between the mundane and the menacing. The letter, though its immediate threat had seemingly passed, served as a haunting testament to the fact that sometimes the greatest dangers are hidden in plain sight. Though the fear had lessened over time, the experience had left me more aware of the fragility of security and the hidden threats that could lie beneath the surface of everyday life. I learned to appreciate the ordinary moments and to approach each day with a newfound vigilance, knowing that even the most innocuous objects could hold the seeds of unsettling surprises. Story 22. The move into my new apartment was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to begin anew in a vibrant part of town. The apartment itself was charming, with its high ceilings, hardwood floors, and large windows that let in plenty of natural light. I was excited about the prospect of making it my own. The landlord had assured me that everything was in order and, to my surprise, the utilities were already set up. I was told this was a convenience offered to new tenants and I didn't think much of it at the time. The first few days were filled with the usual unpacking and organizing. Boxes were stacked in the corner. As I worked to settle into my new space, everything seemed normal until the first night. That's when the unsettling noises began. It started softly, faint rustling sounds in the occasional creak of the floorboards. At first I attributed it to the settling of the building or perhaps the sound of the pipes, but as the nights wore on, the noises grew louder and more pronounced. It was as if someone was moving around in the apartment during the dead of night, their footsteps echoing through the quiet rooms. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but the sounds were persistent. The apartment, which had once seemed so welcoming, now felt eerie and unnerving. I started leaving lights on at night and sleeping with my bedroom door slightly ajar. Hoping to dispel the growing sense of dread one evening after another, particularly restless night, I came home to find a new addition to my answering machine. I had been receiving strange, garbled messages since moving in. Nothing coherent, just distorted voices and odd snippets of sound. This time, however, was different. The message was clear and the voice was distinctly human. The message began with a hesitant, almost whispered tone. "Hello, can you hear me? I'm the previous occupant. I need you to know something." The voice crackled and then continued, "You need to be careful. I'm still here. I never left." The message left me breathless. My mind raced with questions. Who was this person and why were they leaving messages on my answering machine? How had they managed to access my voicemail? The very idea that someone was claiming to be the previous occupant and was somehow still in the apartment was both chilling and baffling. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a prank, or perhaps the answering machine had somehow picked up messages from the previous tenant's line, but the sense of unease persisted. I decided to contact the landlord, hoping for an explanation. The landlord, Mr. Roberts, was a portly man with a graying mustache and a perpetually worried expression. When I told him about the messages and the noises, he seemed genuinely concerned. "I'm sorry to hear that," he said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "We had some issues with a previous tenant, but I assure you everything was sorted out before you moved in. I'll look into it." Despite his assurances, the disturbances continued. Every night, the sounds of movement grew more pronounced and the messages on the answering machine became increasingly alarming. "I see you." One message said, "You're not alone, I'm watching." Another was filled with distorted, guttural noises that made my skin crawl. One night after another unsettling message, I decided to investigate. I crept through the apartment trying to find the source of the noises. I checked every room, every closet, and even the attic. Everything seemed in order, but the feeling of being watched was inescapable. The final straw came one evening when I discovered something chilling. I was cleaning out the storage closet in the hallway when I found an old dusty box pushed to the back. Inside were old documents, photographs, and personal items belonging to the previous tenant. The documents detailed their life, bills, letters, and even medical records. It was as if someone had left a piece of their life behind. Among the items, I found a diary. I opened it, my hands shaking. The entries were disjointed and filled with parano. They're watching me. One entry read, "I can't escape." The last entry was a jumble of words and scribbles that seemed to devolve into madness. "They're coming for me." It ended. The discover why of the diary, combined with the messages and the noises, left me feeling utterly unsettled. The apartment, which had once seemed like a promising new beginning, had become a source of constant fear and anxiety. I decided to confront Mr. Roberts again, hoping for some resolution. When I showed him the diary and explained the situation in detail, he was visibly shaken. "I had no idea," he said, his voice faltering. "I'll have to investigate further. I'm truly sorry." In the meantime, I could no longer bear to stay in the apartment. The fear and anxiety had become overwhelming and I felt unsafe. I decided to move out, even though it meant going through the hassle of finding a new place and dealing with the music inconvenience. As I packed up my belongings, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving behind something dark and unsettling. The apartment, once a symbol of a fresh start, had become a reminder of how quickly security could be shattered. I left the keys with Mr. Roberts and moved to a new place, far from the haunted confines of the old apartment. To this day, the experience lingers in my memory. The strange noises, the disturbing messages, and the diary of the previous tenant all serve as a haunting reminder of the apartment that was never truly mine. It was a place where the past clung to every corner and where the line between reality and paranoia blurred into something deeply unsettling. Story 23. It was a typical evening. I had settled into my living room, the soft glow of the television casting a warm light across the room. I was flipping through channels trying to find something interesting to watch. When the broadcast suddenly cut out, the screen went black for a moment and I assumed it was just a brief technical glitch. But then, to my horror, the feed changed to a live broadcast of my own living room. My heart skipped a beat. There! I was on the screen, sitting on my couch, in the very room where I was now sitting. The feed was crystal clear, capturing every detail, the worn cushions on the couch, the books stacked on the coffee table, and even the framed photographs on the wall. I was completely unaware of the intrusion engrossed in the television program I had been watching moments before. The feed was unsettlingly precise. The camera angle was exactly as it would be if someone had placed a camera in the corner of the room. I could see myself on the screen appearing relaxed and absorbed in whatever was showing on TV. The moment seemed to stretch on forever, my mind racing with confusion and fear. I jumped up from the couch and turned around, expecting to find a hidden camera or some sort of recording device. The room, however, was empty. I searched frantically, moving the furniture and checking every nook and cranny, but found nothing out of the ordinary. There were no signs of a camera or any equipment that could have been used to capture the feed. I returned to the TV, hoping that it was some sort of bizarre prank or a mix-up from a channel glitch. I tried changing the channel, but every station was either showing static or had a black screen. I turned the TV off and on again, but the disturbing live feed was gone. Instead, the TV was now working normally, displaying channels and programs as expected. Despite the return to normally, the sense of dread lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The live feed of my living room had felt too invasive, too real. I wondered how it was possible for someone to tap into my television feed and broadcast live footage of my home. I tried to rationalize the experience. Maybe it was a technical glitch or a prank involving some kind of hacked broadcast signal. I hoped that it was a fluke and that there was no real threat. Yet the incident left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. The idea that someone could see into my home without my knowledge was deeply disturbing. As the days passed, the unsettling experience continued to haunt me. I found myself constantly checking the TV to ensure that there were no more unexpected broadcasts. I also began to scrutinize my living space more closely, inspecting corners and crevices for any signs of hidden cameras or recording devices. I even had a professional come to inspect the TV in my home for security breaches, but nothing unusual was found. Despite these measures, I still felt uneasy. The live feed had left an indelible mark on my sense of security. I began to notice small things that seemed out of place, a book that was slightly ajar, a picture frame that seemed to have shifted, minor details that set my nerves on edge. One evening I was watching TV with the lights dimmed, trying to relax and shake off the lingering fear. Just as I was about to settle into the program, I noticed something strange. The screen momentarily flickered, and for a brief moment I saw a shadowy figure in the reflection of the screen. It was only for an instant, and when I blinked it was gone. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The next few weeks were filled with heightened vigilance and anxiety. I began to install additional security measures around my home. I had motion sensor lights installed outside, and I even bought a security camera system to monitor the perimeter of my house. Despite these precautions, the feeling of being watched never fully disappeared. The sense of unease grew, even though there were no further incidents or signs of intrusion. I found myself checking the TV before turning it on, and I would often scan the room for any suspicious activity. The live feed incident had shattered my sense of normalcy, leaving me on edge and hyper-aware of my surroundings. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I decided to review the footage from the security cameras. I was hoping to find something, anything that could explain the incident. As I watched the recordings, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. There were no suspicious figures or unusual activity. The footage was just as it should have been, normal and uneventful. But then, as I was about to turn off the monitor, I noticed a small unexplained detail in the corner of one of the security camera feeds. There was a fleeting glimpse of something moving, a shadow or a shape that appeared and vanished almost too quickly to identify. It was nothing conclusive, but it was enough to send a new wave of unease through me. The unsettling memory of the live feed persisted, and the paranoia it had instilled never fully faded. Even though I took every precaution to secure my home, the feeling of being watched remained a constant companion. The incident had turned my once safe living space into a place of constant vigilance and anxiety, a reminder that even in the comfort of my own home, I was never truly alone. Story 24, the renovation of my old house, had been a labor of love, one that I had eagerly undertaken with dreams of restoring its former charm. The house was built in the early 1900s and had seen its share of families come and go. It was filled with intricate woodwork, high ceilings, and rooms that whispered secrets from bygone eras. Every corner held a piece of history, and as I peeled back the layers of time, I hoped to uncover and preserve its beauty. One afternoon, as I was working on the living room floor, I noticed something peculiar. The floorboards in one corner seemed slightly uneven. Curiosity got the better of me, and I began to pry them up. The boards came loose with a groan, revealing a small trap door hidden beneath. It was old and dusty, its iron hinges encrusted with years of neglect. I had never seen this trapdoor before and wondered if it might lead to some old storage space, bass, or perhaps an old root cellar. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, I pried the trapdoor open. The darkness beneath was thick and impenetrable. I retrieved a flashlight from my toolbox and shone it down into the space. The beam revealed a narrow, cramped area barely large enough for a person to crawl into. The air that escaped from the opening was musty and stale. Hinting at long-forgotten secrets, I carefully climbed down the ladder into the space, my flashlight cutting through the gloom. The area was a small, low-ceilinged room with stone walls. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the space was filled with old cobweb-covered boxes and discarded items. As I began to sift through the clutter, I came across several old photographs. They were yellowed and brittle, depicting various rooms of the house. But what was most disturbing was the fact that the photographs showed people I did not recognize. The images captured moments of daily life, yet the occupants seemed to be watching the camera with an unsettling intensity. One photo in particular caught my eye. It showed a group of people in what appeared to be the living room, but there was something off about their expressions. They seemed eerily aware of the camera, their gazes almost accusatory, as though they knew something sinister was happening. The photo was annotated on the back with a date and the words, "The watchers are always watching." My heart pounded as I continued to explore the space. Beneath a pile of dusty old blankets, I found a small leather-bound diary. The cover was worn and cracked, but the spine was still intact. With trembling hands, I opened it and began to read. The diary was filled with detailed entries written in an ornate script that was both meticulous and disturbing. The writer described their fascination with the house and its occupants, documenting their observations with unnerving precision. The entries detailed the daily routines of various residents, noting their habits, conversations, and even their personal secrets. There was a chilling sense of possessiveness in the writing, as if the author viewed the occupants as subjects to be studied rather than people to be respected. One entry stood out in particular. Today I watched from my hiding place as they went about their lives. They are oblivious to my presence, which is as it should be. It is imperative that they remain unaware. The trapo provides an excellent vantage point, and I can observe without being seen. My plans to keep an eye on them are progressing well. Soon I will know every detail of their lives. The diary continued in this vein, with the writer's obsession grow more pronounced. There were references to hidden compartments and secret observation points within the house, suggesting that the author had gone to great lengths to remain concealed. The final entry was particularly chilling. I am ready to reveal myself. The time has come to make my presence known. The trapo is merely a beginning. Soon they will understand the extent of my vigilance. As I finished reading the diary, a shiver ran down my spine. The hidden space felt colder, the air thick, with an unsettling presence. I glanced around the cramped room, feeling as though unseen eyes were still watching me from the shadows. The discovery of the diary and photographs made it clear that the previous occupant had been deeply disturbed. Driven by a fixation on the people who lived in the house, I climbed back up the ladder and carefully closed the trap door, my mind racing with questions and fears. The house, which had once felt like a sanctuary, now seemed tainted by the malevolent presence of its past. The idea that someone had been secretly observing and documenting the lives of others from beneath the very floorboards I walked on was deeply disturbing. In the days that followed, I tried to put the experience behind me and focus on the renovation, but the sense of being watched lingered, a nagging reminder of the dark history that lay hidden beneath the house. I felt a new urgency to finish the renovation, hoping that by doing so I might let rest the lingering shadows of the past. The trapo was sealed and concealed, its contents left undisturbed. I moved forward with the renovation, determined to reclaim the house from its unsettling history. Yet even as the walls were repainted and the rooms restored, the echoes of the hidden trapo remained a haunting presence in my mind. The house was eventually completed and sold, but the memory of the trapo and the disturbing diary stayed with me. The idea that someone had once hidden in the shadows watching and recording the lives of others left an indelible mark on my soul. The house, now a symbol of both past and present, carried with it a secret that would forever remind me of the unseen eyes that once peered out from the darkness. Story 25. It was a late afternoon when I first discovered the sketchbook I had been cleaning under the bed, a task that always seemed to be pushed to the back of my to-do list. As I reached for a forgotten dust bunny, my hand brushed against a hard flat object wedged between the bed frame and the floor. I pulled it out and found it was a leather-bound sketchbook, its cover worn and creased. Curiosity piqued. I opened it and was immediately struck by the intricacy of the sketches. Inside, the pages were filled with detailed drawings, each one portraying moments from my life and my family's life. They were so meticulously drawn that each picture captured not just physical likenesses but the essence of the moments themselves. There were sketches of me at my desk working late into the night, my wife in the garden tending to the flowers, and our children playing in the park. Each scene was depicted with unsettling precision. The more I flipped through the pages, the more disturbed I became. The drawings weren't just of public moments or generic activities. They were intimate and personal. One sketch showed me making coffee in the kitchen, exactly as I did every morning. Another depicted my wife and I sitting on the couch, our children playing at our feet. There were also disturbing scenes, my daughter's bedroom at night, the exact way it looked when she was asleep, and an unsettlingly accurate depiction of my son's school playground. The pages were filled with notes scribbled in the margins, details about our routines, preferences, and even private conversations. The level of detail was disconcerting, as if someone had been observing us closely and documenting every nuance of our lives. There was no indication of who had created these sketches or why they had been left under my bed, but the invasion of privacy was deeply unsettling. I sat down on the edge of the bed trying to make sense of what I had found. My first instinct was to dismiss it as a prank or a mistake, but the intensity of the drawing suggested otherwise. I looked through the sketchbook again, this time more carefully, searching for any clues about its origin. There were no signatures, dates, or distinguishing marks, just the unsettlingly accurate sketches and notes. The more I examined the sketchbook, the more my anxiety grew. The thought that someone had been watching us documenting our every move was horrifying. I tried to remember if anyone had been in the house recently, friends, family, or service personnel, but no one stood out as a potential culprit. The sketches seemed too precise to be a random act of vandalism or a misunderstanding. Feeling a mix of fear and determination, I decided to show the sketchbook to my wife. I was hesitant, not wanting to alarm her without a clear explanation, but the severity of the situation demanded transparency. That evening I brought the sketchbook to her, sitting her down and explaining what I had found. Her reaction was one of shock and concern. She flipped through the pages, her expression growing more distressed. With each sketch we discussed the possibility of someone having access to our home was spying on us. We had no idea who could have done this or why, but the realization that we were being observed made us both uneasy. We decided to take immediate action. We contacted the police and provided them with the sketchbook. The officers took it seriously, but they were initially unsure how to proceed. They took notes and promised to investigate, but they also warned us that such cases could be difficult to solve without concrete evidence. In the meantime, we took steps to increase our security. We checked the locks on all the doors and windows, installed new security cameras around the house, and even made a habit of discussing our daily routines less openly. Despite our precautions, the feeling of being watched never fully went away. Every creak of the floorboards or rustle of leaves outside made us jump, and the house that once felt like a sanctuary now felt like a prison. The investigation dragged on with no immediate leads or suspects. The police occasionally checked in with us, but the case seemed to be at a standstill. We began to question if the sketchbook had been a one-time event or if the observer had stopped watching us. The uncertainty growed at us, and our sense of normality was shattered as weeks turned into months. We did our best to move on with our lives, though the anxiety lingered. The sketchbook was stored away in a locked drawer, a constant reminder of the invasion of our privacy. Despite the police's lack of progress, we hoped that the increased security and vigilance would deter any further attempts at intrusion. We never found out who had created the sketchbook or why. The mystery remained unresolved, leaving us with more questions than answers. The experience taught us about the fragility of privacy and the unsettling reality that our lives could be scrutinized in ways we could never have imagined. The disturbing sketches under the bed became a haunting chapter in our lives, though we did our best to regain a sense of normality. The experience left an indelible mark. The sketches were a chilling reminder of how easily our sense of security can be shattered and how the unknown can lurk in the most unexpected places. Story 26. The alarm jolted me awake in the middle of the night, its shrill sound piercing through the darkness of my room. My growing mind struggled to make sense of the disruption. As I fumbled for my phone, which had been vibrating insistently on my bedside table, the display was illuminated, showing a notification that read, "I'm in your house." Panic surged through me as I scrambled out of bed, my heart pounding loudly in my chest. I glanced around my dark bedroom, trying to piece together what the message could mean. It was impossible to tell if the message was a prank or something more sinister. I told myself it must be a mistake or a glitch, but the unsettling feeling of dread was hard to shake. I grabbed a flashlight from my bedside drawer and began a methodical search of the house. Every room needed to be checked, every shadow and sound scrutinized. I started with the bedroom door, cautiously opening it and peering into the dimly lit hallway. The house was eerily quiet, the only sounds being the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the distant rustling of leaves outside. I made my way through the hallway, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. Each creak of the floorboard seemed amplified. Each corner seemed to harbor hidden threats. I checked the living room, scanning every inch with a beam of light. The furniture was undisturbed and there were no signs of an intruder. The same was true for the kitchen, and the dining room. As I moved through the house, the feeling of being watched grew more intense. It was as if the very walls of the house were closing in on me, amplifying my fears and anxieties. Despite finding nothing out of place, I couldn't shake the sense that someone or something was lurking just out of sight. I continued my search, checking closets and under beds, peering into every shadow. I even went so far as to look outside through the windows, hoping to catch a glimpse of any movement or presence. The house remained silent, and I found no signs of anyone having been there. The only evidence of disturbance was the cold sweat on my brow and the rapid beating of my heart. The minutes felt like hours as I conducted my search, but by the end I was left with a deep sense of unease. There were no broken locks, no displaced objects, and no signs of forced entry. The alarm notification had been a single disconcerting message, and nothing about it had changed. In the hours that followed, I returned to my bedroom feeling the weight of the unsettling situation pressing down on me. The notification had vanished from my phone, replaced by a normal alarm screen as if it had never happened. I tried to convince myself that it was a mistake, perhaps a glitch in the app or a misdirected message. I reset the alarm and changed the settings, hoping that would resolve whatever strange occurrence had disturbed my night. Despite my efforts to move on, the feeling of being watched lingered. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, trying to ignore the gnawing anxiety that had taken hold. Every little sound seemed amplified. Every shadow seemed more menacing. Sleep came fitfully, plagued by restless dreams and a constant sense of vulnerability. The next morning I reviewed the alarm app on my phone, hoping to find an explanation. There were no recent updates or notifications that might explain the disturbing message. The app's log showed no errors or suspicious activity. It was as if the notification had appeared out of nowhere and vanished. Just as mysteriously, I considered calling the phone manufacturer or the alarm service provider, but the idea of discussing such a bizarre and unsettling incident felt uncomfortable. I worried that they might dismiss my concerns or question my sanity. Instead, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I installed additional security measures around the house, including a new alarm system with more advanced sensors and a series of motion-activated cameras. I also made sure that all windows and doors were reinforced and checked regularly. Despite the increased security, the sense of unease remained. Days turned into weeks and the strange alarm notification became a distant memory, but the impact it had on me was lasting. I found myself more anxious and cautious, constantly on edge and scrutinizing every noise or movement in the house. The feeling of being watched persisted even when I was alone and the house was quiet. I reached out to friends and family, sharing my experience and seeking advice. Some offered reassurances, while others suggested that my anxiety might be playing tricks on me. The mixed reactions only added to my confusion and frustration. I wanted to believe that the notification had been a harmless glitch, but the lingering sense of dread made it difficult to find comfort. Over time I learned to adapt to my new reality. The additional security measures provided some peace of mind, and the routine of checking the locks and cameras became part of my daily life. The unsettling feeling of being watched remained a part of my existence, but I tried to manage it as best as I could. The experience had taught me the importance of vigilance and the need to trust my instincts. Even though the source of the alarming, not notification remained a mystery, the steps I took to safeguard my home helped restore a semblance of control. The anxiety that had once consumed me gradually subsided, replaced by a cautious sense of security. In the end, the unsettling alert was a stark reminder of how vulnerable we can feel in our own homes. It highlighted the fragility of our sense of safety and the psychological impact of even the smallest disturbances. The experience left an indelible mark on my life, but it also taught me the value of resilience and the importance of taking proactive measures to protect oneself. Story 27. It was a drizzly Tuesday afternoon when I decided to clean out the old attic. The house I had recently inherited from an aunt was filled with a labyrinth of rooms, each brimming with relics from bygone eyes. The attic, in particular, was a dusty treasure trove of forgotten memories, with boxes of yellowed photographs, old furniture, and various knickknacks piled haphazardly. I was sifting through a stack of old trunks when I stumbled upon a small nondescript box tucked away in the corner. The box was coated in layers of dust and its edges were frayed. I hesitated for a moment, but my curiosity got the better of me. I opened it to find a collection of old cassette tapes, each one neatly labeled with a piece of masking tape. The labels were faded, but one tape caught my attention. It was labeled with my name. A shiver ran down my spine as I picked up the tape. It seemed out of place among the other tapes which were labeled with names and dates from decades ago. The tape was old, its casing scratched and worn. I couldn't recall ever owning a cassette player, but something about the tape's presence made me want to listen to it. I found an old cassette player in one of the trunks and, after some trial and error, managed to get it working. The machine sputtered to life and I carefully inserted the tape as I pressed play. The player emitted a series of mechanical whir before the tape began to roll. At first there was silence, punctuated only by the occasional hiss of static. Then a familiar sound filled the room, the sound of my own voice. I was taken aback. The recording was of me talking, the voice unmistakably mine. I was narrating mundane details, commenting on various aspects of my home, the tone casual and conversational. I listened, puzzled as the tape continued. The recording was remarkably detailed, capturing the sounds of my daily life. There were snippets of me moving around the house, the creaking of floorboards and the rustling of papers. It felt like an eerie audio diary, one that had been secretly documenting my every move. But then the voice on the tape changed. A sinister, unfamiliar voice began to interject, distorting the calm narrative with chilling comments. "You didn't see me, but I was there," the voice hissed. "I know where you hide." The voice was unnervingly calm, each word dripping with malevolence. My heart raced as I listened. The intrusions were sporadic but persistent, each one more disturbing than the last. The voice seemed to know intimate details about my daily routines, making unsettling observations about my habits and preferences. It was as though someone had been watching me, following me, and recording my every move. I stopped the tape, my mind reeling. I felt an overwhelming urge to investigate to find out how this had happened. I grabbed a flashlight and scoured the house for any signs of surveillance equipment or hidden cameras. Every nook and cranny was examined, but I found nothing. There were no hidden devices, no signs of tampering, nothing to explain how the tape had been made. I even checked the attic again, hoping to find any clues. I examined the old boxes and trunks more closely, but they all appeared to be ordinary items from the past. The only thing out of place was the tape itself, which seemed to have no logical explanation. The more I searched, the more my anxiety grew. The sense of being watched, of having my privacy invaded, was overwhelming. I felt a constant unnerving presence in the house, a feeling that someone or something was always just out of sight. I decided to take further action. I contacted the police explaining the situation and providing them with the tape. The officers who came to investigate were skeptical, dismissing it as a prank or an old recording that had somehow found its way to me. They conducted a brief search of the property, but they found no evidence of any wrongdoing or unauthorized surveillance. Their lack of tangible results only deepened my unease. I returned home feeling no closer to understanding the mystery of the tape. The feeling of being watched lingered, casting a shadow over every corner of the house. I became hyper-vigilant, constantly checking the locks and peering through the windows to ensure no one was lurking outside. The days turned into weeks, and while the immediate fear began to subside, the unsettling memory of the tape remained. The sinister voice and the intimate knowledge of my daily life were haunting. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something knew too much about me. I tried to move on to live my life as normally as possible, but the experience had left a lasting impact. Every time I heard a creak in the house or saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye, I was reminded of the tape and the chilling voice that had invaded my privacy. The tape, now tucked away in a drawer, served as a constant reminder of the vulnerability and fear that had taken hold of my life. Though I never received any further communications or disturbing packages, the sense of dread remained. The house, once a place of comfort, had become a constant reminder of the unknown threat that had revealed itself through an old cassette tape. The memory of that sinister voice, of the recordings that had captured my every move, continued to haunt me, leaving me with a profound sense of unease and a lingering question of who or what had been watching me all along. Story 28. It was a chilly autumn afternoon when I first noticed the graffiti on the wall of the old warehouse building near my home. I was walking back from the grocery store, the cool breeze rustling the leaves and the faint smell of damp earth filling the air. As I passed by the building, something unusual caught my eye. The wall, which had previously been a drab grey, was now covered in vibrant yet disturbing graffiti. The images were chaotic, a jumble of colors and shapes that initially seemed random, but as I drew closer, I realized that the spray-painted messages were anything but random. They were unsettling, and the more I read, the more my unease grew. The messages were directed at me and my family. Phrases like "you can't hide," "we're watching you," and "your secrets are out" were scrawled in bold, menacing letters. Interspersed among the words were crude drawings of faces with exaggerated, sinister grins. The graffiti seemed to taunt, to mock, and the longer I looked, the more I felt a chill running down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. As I made my way home, my mind raced with questions. Who could have done this? Why would they target my family? My anxiety grew with every step, and I knew I had to do something about it. The next morning, I decided to confront the property owner. The warehouse had been abandoned for years, but I had seen a for sale sign posted outside. I hoped that someone might be able to shed light on how the graffiti had appeared and, more importantly, how it had been so precisely directed at me and my loved ones. I arrived at the warehouse and knocked on the door of the small office building next to it. An elderly man answered. His face, lined with years of experience and a hint of confusion, I introduced myself and explained the situation, describing the disturbing messages and showing him photos I had taken. The man listened intently, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern. "I had no idea about any graffiti," he said, scratching his head. "We've been trying to sell this place for months, but no one has mentioned anything about vandalism." He seemed genuinely surprised, and I could tell he wasn't lying. "Do you have any idea who might have access to the building?" I asked. Feeling increasingly anxious, he shook his head. "Not really. We've had a few people come by to look at the place, but no one's been inside recently. The property's been empty for quite a while." I thanked him and left feeling more unsettled than before. The fact that no one had seen anything unusual. Only deep in the mystery, the graffiti, which had been so clear and detailed, seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. That night, I decided to take a drive to the warehouse to see if the graffiti was still there. As I approached the building, my heart pounded in my chest. The wall came into view and, to my astonishment, the graffiti was gone. The wall was back to its original drab grey state. As if the disturbing messages had never existed, I pulled over and got out of the car, my mind racing with disbelief. I walked up to the wall, running my hand over its surface to confirm that it was indeed clean. There were no traces of paint, no remnants of the messages that had been there just hours before. It was as though the graffiti had vanished into thin air. Feeling a mix of confusion and apprehension, I drove home trying to make sense of what I had seen. My thoughts were a whirlwind of possibilities. Had it been a prank? Had someone been watching and removed the graffiti before anyone else could see it? The next day, I decided to consult with the local police. I reported the incident and showed them the photos I had taken of the graffiti. They took note of my concerns but seemed skeptical. "It sounds like a bizarre situation," the officer said, "but if it happens again, or if you notice anything else unusual, don't hesitate to let us know." I appreciated their response, but their lack of action left me feeling more on edge. The graffiti had disappeared as mysteriously as it had appeared, leaving no trace or leads for further investigation. As the days passed, I tried to return to normally, but the sense of unease lingered. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly checking for any signs of surveillance or further messages. I took extra precautions, making sure all windows and doors were locked and being cautious about my family's safety. The graffiti never reappeared, but the feeling of being watched persisted. I found myself glancing over my shoulder and feeling a heightened sense of paranoia. The disappearance of the graffiti only added to the EIE atmosphere, leaving me with more questions than answers. Months later, I still think about the incident. From time to time, the graffiti and its sudden vanishing act remain a haunting reminder of how quickly things can change and how unsettling it can be to feel like you're being targeted without knowing why. The mystery of the graffiti, in the sense of being watched, continued to linger. A chilling reminder that sometimes the unknown can be far more unsettling than any explanation. Story 29. It had been a routine day with nothing out of the ordinary, until I arrived home to find a letter waiting for me. It was unmarked, with no return address, and the handwriting was meticulous, almost artistic. Beyond envelope was plain white, but the contents were anything but ordinary. Inside I found a single sheet of paper covered in an array of numbers and symbols. At first I thought it might be a prank or some sort of advertisement, but the coded message piqued my curiosity. The sequence of numbers was complex, accompanied by a variety of symbols that seemed almost cryptic. My initial impulse was to ignore it, but something about the meticulous nature of the code made me want to decipher it. I spent hours poring over the letter, trying to make sense of the patterns. I used online tools and cryptography books, attempting various decoding techniques. The more I worked on it, the more determined I became. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I managed to crack the code. The message was chilling in its clarity, beneath the old oak desk in the study. "There you will find what you seek." My heart raced as I read the decoded instructions. The old oak desk referred to a piece of furniture in my study, a sturdy antique desk that had been in the family for generations. I couldn't remember anything unusual about it, but the letter's ominous tone made me uneasy. I decided to follow the instructions, albeit with growing trepidation. I approached the study, the room where I spent most of my time working and reading. The oak desk stood in the center of the room, its polished surface gleaming under the soft glow of the desk lamp. I hesitated for a moment, staring at the desk as if expecting something sinister to happen. I carefully moved the items on the desk, books, stationery and old photographs, placing them aside to examine the desk more closely. My hand shook slightly as I inspected the legs and underside of the desk. Nothing seemed out of place until I noticed a small inconspicuous latch on the underside of the desk, hidden beneath a fold of wood. With a deep breath I pulled the latch. The section of the desk swung open, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside I found a small dusty box. My anxiety mounted as I opened my flashlight, illuminating the contents. The box held several unsettling items: old photographs of people I didn't recognize, a small journal with pages filled with cryptic notes and strange symbols, and a bundle of letters tied with a red ribbon. The photographs were disturbing, depicting various scenes of individuals in unsettling and compromising situations. Some were of people bound and restrained, while others showed individuals in fear, or distress. The images were old and faded, but their content was disturbing enough to make my stomach churn. I turned my attention to the journal. Flipping through its pages, I found more cryptic symbols and messages. Some of the writing appeared to be personal notes detailing the movements and habits of various individuals, including what seemed to be detailed observations about my own life. The journal's entries were disjointed and eerie, creating a sense of paranoia and dread. The bundle of letters was the final item in the box. I untied the ribbon and opened the first letter. The handwriting was similar to that on the envelope, meticulous and unnervingly calm. The letter contained a message that sent shivers down my spine. "Thank you for finding this. It's important that you know what's been happening. You're not alone, and this is only the beginning. Keep your eyes open." I stared at the letter, my mind racing. The message seemed to imply that this discovery was part of something much larger and more sinister. My initial curiosity had transformed into a profound sense of fear and unease. I felt a surge of paranoia, questioning who had placed these items in the desk and why. I carefully replaced everything in the apartment and closed it, securing the latch. My heart was pounding, and I felt a sense of dread as I looked around the study. The room, which had once been a place of comfort and refuge, now felt tainted by the discovery. The items in the box suggested that someone had been observing me or, at the very least, had an unsettling interest in my life. I decided to contact the authorities. I explained the situation, providing them with the details of the coded letter and the disturbing items I had found. The police arrived and conducted an investigation, taking the items from the hidden compartment for further examination. They assured me they would look into it, but their lack of immediate answers did little to ease my anxiety. In the days following the discovery, I found it difficult to return to my normal routine. The study, once a sanctuary of productivity and relaxation, had become a source of fear and suspicion. I was constantly on edge, scrutinizing every detail of my surroundings and questioning every unexpected noise. The experience had left me feeling deeply unsettled. The coded message in the hidden compartment had opened a door to something unknown and frightening. The sense of being watched or monitored had become an almost constant presence in my life. Even the thought of someone having access to such intimate details about me made me feel vulnerable and exposed. As time passed, I tried to regain a sense of normalcy, but the memory of that day remained vivid. The journal and letters were never returned, and the investigation didn't yield any concrete answers. I lived with the lingering fear that someone or something was still out there waiting. The discovery had changed my perception of safety and trust, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease that no amount of time could fully erase. Story 30. It was a quiet night, the kind where everything seems to fall into a deep, velvety silence. I was curled up on the couch, engrossed in a book, when I heard a series of soft but deliberate knocks on my front door. The sound was out of place, interrupting the calm of the late evening. I glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. I set my book aside. My curiosity piqued and a hint of unease creeping into my thoughts. I approached the door, my steps muffled by the carpeted floor. As I reached for the doorknob, I noticed that the house was eerily quiet. The soft hum of the refrigerator was the only sound that punctuated the stillness. I opened the door slowly, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was no one in sight. My heart raced slightly as I peered into the darkness outside. The porch light cast long shadows across the yard, but there was no movement, no sign of anyone. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that had settled over me. I was about to close the door when something caught my eye, a small piece of paper lying on the welcome mat. I picked up the note, my fingers trembling slightly as I unfolded it. The message was short but chilling. "I know you're alone." The handwriting was neat and deliberate, written in a dark ink that contrasted sharply with the white paper. My blood ran cold as I read the words. The note felt like a direct intrusion into my privacy, an unsettling confirmation that someone had been watching me. I looked around again, this time more intensely, but the night remained still and quiet. I quickly closed the door, locking it securely before checking all the windows to ensure they were also locked. The sense of being watched, of not being alone, gnawed at me. I moved through the house with the heightened sense of paranoia, making sure that every lock was engaged and every potential entry point was secure. Unable to shake off the fear, I spent the rest of the night in a state of heightened alertness. I checked the locks, repeatedly paced around the house and peered out the windows into the darkened yard. The message on the note seemed to echo in my mind, amplifying my anxiety. I knew that I would not be able to sleep until I understood who had left the note and why. The next day I reported the incident to the police. They listened attentively, took the note for evidence and assured me they would investigate. However, they warned me that without further leads or evidence, it might be challenging to identify the person responsible. They advised me to remain cautious and to contact them immediately if I noticed anything unusual. The reassurance from the police did little to ease my anxiety. I went about my day with a constant sense of unease. My normal routine was now clouded by the lingering threat of the unknown. I found myself jumping at every little sound and avoiding any activity that might make me more vulnerable, such as leaving the house for extended periods. In the days that followed, the feeling of being watched did not dissipate. I continued to check the locks and windows obsessively. I even began to question my own safety in places where I had previously felt secure. Every shadow, every rustling noise outside, every knock on the door sent my nerves into overdrive. As the days turned into weeks, the fear that had gripped me did not abate. The note seemed to have been a cruel reminder of my vulnerability. I tried to rationalize my fears, reminding myself that the police were investigating and that it was likely a prank or a misguided attempt at intimidation. Still, the psychological impact was profound. I felt as though my sense of security had been irrevocably shattered. One evening, as I was sitting in the living room trying to relax, I noticed a strange figure moving outside my window. My heart pounded as I appeared through the curtains, but the figure quickly disappeared into the shadows. I grabbed my phone and called the police, but by the time they arrived there was no sign of anyone. They conducted a search of the area, but again no leads were found. The repeated incidents only heightened my paranoia. I began to take additional precautions, installing extra locks in a security system with motion detectors. I even started to make small changes to my routine to avoid establishing a predictable pattern, hoping to outwit whoever was trying to intimidate me. Despite these measures, the psychological toll of the experience continued to weigh heavily on me. The fear of the unknown had become a constant companion affecting every aspect of my life. I struggled to maintain a sense of normalcy, but the knowledge that someone had breached my personal space and left a menacing message lingered, a reminder of how fragile our sense of security can be. Over time, the frequency of the incidents diminished. The police were unable to identify the perpetrator and no further notes or disturbances occurred. Nevertheless, the impact of that single chilling note had left an indelible mark on my psyche. I had learned to be more cautious and vigilant, aware of the potential for hidden threats, but the feeling of vulnerability remained a part of me. The experience had taught me a harsh lesson about the delicate balance between safety and fear. The once familiar comfort of my home had been transformed into a place of vigilance and unease, and while I eventually regained a semblance of normalcy, the echoes of that late-night visitor and the haunting message continued to shape my perception of security and trust. Story 31. It was an ordinary Tuesday when I visited the library. My usual routine of escaping into the world of books. The library was a sanctuary for me, a place where I could lose myself among shelves of literature and find solace from the demands of everyday life. I had picked out a stack of books, including a tattered old novel, that had caught my eye. That evening I settled into my favorite armchair with a cup of tea, eager to dive into the novel. As I flipped through the pages, something unusual fell out, a small folded note. My heart skipped a beat as I picked it up, wondering if it was a forgotten bookmark or personal message unfolding it. I was confronted with neat handwriting that detailed observations of my daily life. The note read, "I've been watching you for a while now. I know your routines, your habits, your likes and dislikes. I've seen you at work, at home, and in between. I'm closer than you think. Watch your back." A shiver ran down my spine as I read the note. It was unnervingly specific. The details were precise, references to my work schedule, the times I walked, my dog, and even my favorite coffee shop. It was as if someone had been following me, keeping a meticulous record of my every move. The final line, "I'm closer than you think," was a chilling reminder that the threat was not only real but imminent. My first instinct was to return the book to the library and report the note. I quickly gathered my things and drove back to the library, my mind racing with anxiety. When I arrived, I approached the front desk and explained the situation. Presenting the note and the book, the librarian, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, listened carefully. She took the book and checked against their inventory records. To my shock and growing distress, she informed me that the book was not listed as part of their collection. In fact, it appeared to be missing from their inventory altogether. "This is strange," she said, frowning as she checked the system. "It's as if the book was never part of our collection." I felt a surge of panic. How could this be? I had borrowed the book from the library just days ago. The librarian offered to help me with a report, but the news was unsettling. Without any official record of the book's existence in their inventory, there was little the library could do to trace it or investigate further. Returning home, I found it difficult to concentrate. The note had unsettled me deeply. I began to scrutinize my daily routines, trying to pinpoint any deviations or anomalies. I checked my locks and security system, double-checked the windows, and even asked a few friends to accompany me on my walks to ensure I wasn't alone. The following days were marked by a heightened sense of paranoia. I avoided my usual routines, varying my schedule as much as possible. I reported the note to the police, but their response was tied. They took the note and promised to investigate, but with no clear suspect or evidence beyond the note itself. Their investigation seemed to stall. I tried to continue with my life as best as I could, though the underlying fear never fully left me. I kept the note locked away in a safe place, a grim reminder of the unease that had taken root in my life. Every time the door creaked or a noise startled me, I would jump, wondering if someone was lurking just outside my view. Weeks passed and the police report led to no significant breakthroughs. The note had become a peculiar mystery with no resolution. I continued to be cautious, taking every precaution I could think of to ensure my safety. I varied my routines and kept my security system active, but the fear of being watched remained a constant shadow. One evening, as I sat in my living room with the lights dimmed, I received an unexpected phone call. It was a voice I didn't recognize, and the caller didn't identify themselves. The voice was calm but carried an unsettling edge. "I see you're taking cautions." The caller said it's good to stay vigilant, but remember hiding won't help. "I'm always watching." The call ended abruptly, leaving me shaken. The voice had been cold and devoid of emotion, further fueling my anxiety. I contacted the police once again, but the call provided no additional clues or leads. Despite the increasing fear and anxiety, I continued to move forward with my life, though the experience had left an indelible mark on my psyche. The note, once a tangible threat, had transformed into a symbol of an unsettling reality, that someone out there had the ability to watch and track my every move without my knowledge. Eventually, the initial terror subsided into a background hum of vigilance. I learned to live with the underlying unease, adopting new routines and maintaining a heightened sense of awareness. The note remained a reminder of how fragile our sense of security can be, a lingering presence that taught me to be more cautious and perceptive of my surroundings. Though the mystery of the note and its origins was never fully resolved, the experience had given me a deeper understanding of how fear can shape our lives. The library, once a sanctuary, had become a place of unsettling memories, and the note was a stark reminder that sometimes the most unsettling threats come not from the unknown but from the familiarity of our everyday lives. Story 32. The attic had always been a place of disarray and forgotten items. After moving into the old Victorian house, I had spent little time there, preferring to focus on the more immediate tasks of settling in. But one rainy Saturday afternoon, with the persistent hum of the storm outside, I decided it was finally time to tackle the mess in the attic. The task felt like an unavoidable rite of passage, a way to fully claim the house as my own. The attic was filled with dusty boxes, cobweb-covered furniture, and various odds and ends left behind by previous occupants. As I rummaged through the clutter, I noticed a tall ornate bookcase that had been partially obscured by a pile of old newspapers. The bookcase was old-fashioned, with intricate carvings and a musty smell of antiquity. Something about it struck me as peculiar. I couldn't recall ever seeing it when I first moved in, and it seemed out of place. Amidst the jumble of forgotten items, curiosity getting the best of me, I decided to inspect the bookcase more closely. As I pushed aside the newspapers, I noticed that the back of the bookcase was not flush with the wall as it should be. Instead, there was a slight gap, a gap that was just wide enough for someone to slip through if they had the right leverage. My heart pounded with a mix of excitement and trepidation. What could be hidden behind it? I carefully pulled the bookcase away from the wall. It was heavy and cumbersome, but I managed to maneuver it without too much trouble. To my astonishment, behind the bookcase was a narrow, dark passage. I could barely make out the entrance, which was concealed by a wooden panel that had been camouflaged with the same wallpaper as the rest of the attic. Taking a deep breath, I pushed against the panel. It creaked open, slowly revealing a dimly lit space beyond. I grabbed a flashlight from the attic and stepped into the passage. The air was cool and musty, filled with the scent of age and neglect. As I made my way through the narrow corridor, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was trespassing on a secret that had long been hidden away. The passage led to a small hidden room. As I shone my flashlight around, I was taken aback by the contents of the room. There was a strange collection of memorabilia and photographs, all meticulously arranged. The walls were lined with old photographs of people I didn't recognize, faded black and white images of families, couples, and individuals all staring out from the frames with vacant expressions. The room was also filled with other oddities, old letters, scrapbooks, and personal effects that seemed to belong to different people. Some items were more unsettling than others. A collection of worn-out diaries with entries that described the mundane details of daily life, interspersed with strange, paranoid ramblings about being watched and followed. One diary entry read, "I can feel eyes on me even when I'm alone. The house is not what it seems." Among the photographs were more recent images taken in the very house I now lived in. There were pictures of various rooms, including some that showed angles and details that were unsettlingly specific. It was as if someone had been documenting the house and its occupants in a way that went beyond mere curiosity. The centerpiece of the room was an old desk cluttered with even more photographs and notes. One particular photograph caught my eye. It was a picture of my own front door, taken from an angle that suggested it had been taken through a window or a crack in the door. Alongside it were notes describing my daily routines and activities, where I went, what time I came home, and even details about my interactions with neighbors. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I realized the full extent of what I had stumbled upon. It was as if someone had been silently observing the house and its occupants for years, documenting their lives in meticulous detail. The idea of being watched, of having my every move recorded and scrutinized, was deeply disturbing. I tried to make sense of the situation. The house had been passed down through several owners over the years, and it was clear that the previous occupants had left behind more than just physical possessions. There was a sense of obsession in the way the room was organized, a fixation on the house and its residents that bordered on the pathological. I felt a profound sense of invasion, as if I had uncovered something that was never meant to be seen. The thought of someone watching and documenting every detail of my life was unsettling. It was as if the house itself had become a participant in a dark and hidden narrative that I was now a part of. I carefully replaced the items enclosed, the hidden panel, ensuring that everything was as I had found it. The bookcase was moved back into place, concealing the passage once again. I stood in the attic for a few moments, feeling a mixture of dread and bewilderment. The discovery left me with a heightened sense of weariness about my own home. I found myself becoming hyper-aware of my surroundings, questioning every creak and shadow. The attic, which had once been just another part of the house, had become a symbol of the hidden and unsettling aspects of my new home. I decided to keep the discovery to myself, unsure of how to process it or what action to take. The hidden room remained a secret, a chilling reminder of the house's past and the unsettling knowledge that someone had been watching from the shadows. The sense of privacy and security I had taken for granted was now forever altered, leaving me with a lingering feeling of unease as I navigated the daily life in the house. Story 33. The discovery happened by chance, one of those serendipitous moments that often seem like a cruel twist of fate. I had been going through some old storage boxes in the attic, sorting through things I hadn't looked at in years. Amidst the clutter of forgotten knickknacks and dusty photographs, I came across a small unmarked box tucked away in a corner. Curiosity got the better of me and I opened it to find what looked like a camera, one of those discreet, small devices that could easily be overlooked. My heart skipped a beat. The camera was not something I recognized and I couldn't recall ever having it in my home. I had hesitated for a moment, but my curiosity drove me to take the camera downstairs to review the footage. I connected it to my computer and as the files loaded, I felt a growing sense of dread. The footage began with an image of my living room and I saw myself moving about doing ordinary things the camera had been recording for a while, and as I scrolled through the footage, my heart pounded harder. There were hours of video capturing every detail of my daily routine, watching TV, cooking meals, even just lounging on the couch. It was deeply unsettling to see my life so vividly captured from an outsider's perspective. But as I continued to watch, the footage took a more alarming turn. I saw someone entering my home. The person was wearing a dark hoodie and a mask, making their features impossible to identify. They moved with purpose, placing the camera in a corner of the room where it was hidden from view. The footage showed them carefully adjusting the camera's position, ensuring it had a clear angle of the living area. My stomach churned as I realized the full extent of the invasion. The intruders seemed to take their time as if they were preparing for something more than just a simple surveillance. They moved with an unsettling calmness and once the camera was set up, they left the house. As they exited, they left behind a note which was captured on the camera. The note was hastily scrolled and read, "I'm just getting started." The impact of the discovery was immediate and profound. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a place of violation and fear. The note made it clear that the intrusion was not a one-time event, but the beginning of something more sinister. I felt a surge of panic and anger, a mixture of emotions that left me feeling vulnerable and exposed. Without wasting any time, I sprang into action. I changed all the locks on my doors and windows, ensuring that my home was secure. I called a locksmith and had him install high-grade deadbolts and reinforce the entry points to make them more difficult to breach. I also decided to invest in a comprehensive security system, including motion detectors and surveillance cameras, to monitor every inch of my property. Despite these precautions, the sense of unease lingered. I continued to review the footage from the hidden camera, hoping to glean any additional clues about the intruder's intentions. The footage showed no further activity from the intruder, but the knowledge that someone had been in my home watching me left an indelible mark on my psyche. The incident also prompted me to reach out to the authorities. I filed a report with the police, providing them with the footage and the note. The officers were sympathetic and took the matter seriously, but they admitted that without more evidence, it was challenging to identify the perpetrator. They assured me they would keep an eye on any suspicious activity in the area and advised me to remain vigilant. The increased security measures provided some reassurance, but the fear of another intrusion never completely faded. I began to notice the subtle changes in my behavior, how I would double-check locks, avoid looking out the windows, and constantly scan my surroundings for any sign of someone watching me. The anxiety that had taken over my life was both mentally and emotionally exhausting. In the weeks that followed, I made a concerted effort to regain a sense of normalcy. I tried to focus on my daily routine, returning to work and social activities, though the shadow of the intrusion loomed over me. I avoided staying home alone for extended periods and made sure to always keep the blinds drawn. I also took steps to ensure that my home was not only secure but also a place where I felt comfortable. I rearranged furniture and redecorated to create a more inviting and less intimidating environment. I hoped that by changing my surroundings, I could also change my state of mind. The presence of the hidden camera and the ominous note had left a lasting impact on my perception of safety. Even as the immediate danger seemed to recede, the psychological scars remained. The feeling of being watched had become a constant, unwelcome companion, and I remained ever vigilant. Ultimately, the incident served as a harsh reminder of how vulnerable we can be in our own spaces and how easily our sense of security can be shattered. Despite the steps I took to protect myself in my home, the experience had fundamentally altered my sense of safety and trust. The hidden camera and the note were no longer just remnants of a disturbing event. They had become symbols of a reality where privacy and security were fragile and easily breached. Story 34, the morning after a heavy snowfall, brought with it a pristine silence, the kind of quiet that only deep snow can create. I had woken up early, eager to see the snow-covered world outside. The previous evening's storm had blanketed the neighborhood in a thick layer of snow, turning everything into a winter wonderland. I brewed a pot of coffee and peered out the window, ADM ad ironing the way the snow glistened in the early morning light. As I stepped outside to shovel the driveway, I noticed something unusual. There were footprints in the snow leading up to my front door. They were clear and distinct, a series of prints cutting through the otherwise untouched surface of the snow. The sight of them was unsettling. It was rare for anyone to come by you unannounced, especially in the early hours after a storm. I approached the footprints cautiously, noting their irregular pattern. They were the prints of someone wearing large, heavy boots, but they seemed to start abruptly and end suddenly. The snow around them was undisturbed, giving the eerie impression that the person had vanished into thin air. The footsteps led right up to my front porch and stopped abruptly at the edge of the doormat where the snow continued as if the person had simply disappeared. My heart raced as I scanned the area for any sign of disturbance. There were no signs of a struggle, no objects out of place, and no indication of how the person might have left. The front door was locked, and I checked to make sure the windows were secure. The footprints remained a stark, unsettling mystery. I tried to convince myself that it was just a prank or a simple misunderstanding. Perhaps someone had walked up to the house, realized they had the wrong address and turned back. But as I examined the footprints more closely, a sense of unease grew stronger. There was something disconcerting about the way they ended so abruptly. It was as if the person had simply ceased to exist at that point. Throughout the day, I remained on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the house, every distant sound seemed amplified. The footprints outside became an ominous reminder of the unknown. I kept checking the security footage from the cameras I had installed around the property, but nothing unusual was captured. The cameras showed only the snow falling gently, with no sign of anyone approaching the house. As night fell, the angst transformed into a full-blown paranoia. I locked all the doors and windows, double-checking each one to ensure they were secure. I left the lights on, hoping to deter any potential intruders. Despite my precautions, I felt a constant sense of dread, as though something or someone was lurking just out of sight. The following days were a blur of heightened alertness. I avoided going out alone and kept a vigilant eye on the area around my house. The footprints and the snow had left a deep impression on my mind, and I couldn't help but wonder who had come to my door and why they had vanished so inexplicably. I decided to reach out to my neighbors to see if anyone else had noticed anything unusual. Most of them were friendly and willing to help, but none had seen anything out of the ordinary. Some offered reassurances suggesting that the footprints might have been caused by a passing neighbor or a delivery person who had turned back. Despite these reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. I continued to monitor the security footage, hoping for any sign that might explain the strange occurrence. I even contacted the local police, but they found no reason for concern and suggested that it might have been a harmless prank. Weeks passed and the snow eventually melted, but the lingering effect of the vanishing footprints remained. The sense of unease never fully dissipated. I began to feel like a stranger in my own home, constantly wary of anyone approaching. The incident had changed the way I viewed my surroundings, and I couldn't help but question the safety of my own environment. I continued with my routine, but the awareness of the mysterious footprints was a constant shadow. Every time someone came to the door, a noise echoed through the house. My heart would race. I became hyper-vigilant, always scanning the area for any sign of movement or disturbance. One day, while going through some old family photos, I came across a picture of the house from decades ago. It was taken during the winter, much like the day when I had seen the footprints in the photo. The yard was covered in snow and there were several sets of footprints leading to and from the front door. It was a striking resemblance to the footprints I had seen. But there was a difference in the photo. The footprints continued past the door, indicating a clear path of entry and exit. The discovery provided no answers, but added another layer to the mystery. It was as if the footprints had been a lingering echo of the past, a shadow of something that had happened long before I had lived in the house. The unsettling feeling that had accompanied me since that day remained a part of my daily life. The vanishing footprints became a part of the house's story, a haunting reminder of an unexplained event that left a mark on my perception of safety and security. The footprints in the snow were no longer just a curious anomaly. They had become a symbol of the unknown, a mystery that lingered in the back of my mind, and a reminder that sometimes the things we don't understand are the ones that leave the deepest impact. Story 35. It was a quiet evening when the phone rang. I had been winding down for the night, finishing a book and preparing for bed. The car ID displayed an unknown number, but I was too curious to ignore it. I picked up the phone and answered with a casual hello. There was only static on the other end. I frowned and held the phone to my ear, trying to make out any discernible sound through the crackling white noise. It was strange, but I decided to stay on the line, hoping that someone might eventually speak up or the call would end. Naturally, the static persisted, filling the silence with a relentless, unsettling hiss. Time tied by slowly as I listened, the sound growing more oppressive with every passing minute. I glanced at the clock, noting that the call had already been connected for over an hour. I started to grow uneasy but was unable to bring myself to hang up. As the hours dragged on, the static became an almost hypnotic background noise. I tried everything to end the call, pressing the end button on my phone, restarting it, even removing the battery, but nothing seemed to work. The call remained connected and the static never ceased. I eventually fell asleep with the phone pressed to my ear, the static a constant unnerving presence. When I woke up the next morning, the phone was still connected and the call had been going for several hours straight. I immediately hung up and checked my phone's call log. It showed a single call lasting over 9 hours. Panic set in. I scrambled to check the phone settings and service provider for any information about the call. There was no record of it in the call history beyond the static call, and the number was untraceable. I tried calling my provider for an explanation, but they couldn't offer any help. They confirmed that the call had indeed been recorded on my account but couldn't provide any information about its origin. The mystery of the call weighed heavily on me. I began to feel a sense of paranoia. Was someone watching me? Was it a prank or something more sinister? The static had been so persistent that I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deliberate about it. Determined to uncover the truth, I started to investigate on my own. I reached out to friends and family to see if anyone had experienced anything similar, but no one had. I checked online forums and communities looking for any mention of strange phone calls or static-filled conversations. I found occasional reports of similar experiences, but they were vague and offered no concrete answers. The more I delved into the mystery, the more unsettled I became. I began to notice other oddities in my daily life, small things like my phone behaving strangely or receiving unexplained messages and calls from unknown numbers. It was as though the strange call had opened a door to a series of unsettling incidents. One evening I decided to do a deep clean of my phone's data, hoping that it might resolve any lingering issues. I backed up important information and performed a factory reset, thinking it might help clear out any lingering glitches or irregularities. After resetting the phone, I hoped that the strange occurrences would cease, but the sense of unease didn't dissipate. If anything, it grew stronger. The static call had left an indelible mark on my psyche. I became hyper-aware of any background, noises or strange occurrences, always expecting another unsettling call or disturbance. The static's persistent, almost rhythmic quality seemed to haunt my thoughts. Several weeks later I received a different phone call from yet another unknown number. This time it was a brief call with no static, just a click and then silence. It lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough to set my nerves on edge. I checked the call log and it showed the call as originating from the same unknown number as before. The new call did not help in unraveling the mystery. If anything, it added to my growing anxiety. I still had no idea who was making these calls or why. Each interaction seemed to deepen the mystery and intensify my sense of paranoia. I continued to be plagued by the strange calls, each one contributing to a growing sense of dread. I even took precautions, such as changing my phone number and installing additional security measures, but the feeling of being watched or followed never fully left me. The static call had created a rift in my sense of normality, leaving me wary of any phone call or strange noise. Months passed, and while the strange calls eventually ceased, the unsettling experience left a lasting impression. The unexplained call remained a haunting reminder of how technology could be used in disconcerting ways, and how the unknown could intrude upon even the most ordinary aspects of life. The call from the static-filled night never yielded any answers, and its origin remained a mystery. It became a part of my personal history, a bizarre episode that defied explanation and continued to evoke a sense of unease. Whenever I picked up the phone, story 36. I came home from work on a dreary Tuesday afternoon, the overcast sky casting a grey light over my small cozy house. The day had been long and uneventful, and I was looking forward to a quiet evening at home. As I entered through the front door, I noticed something unusual right away, a slight disarray in the living room. It wasn't the kind of mess that suggested a frantic search, but more like someone had been casually moving things around. My heart skipped a beat as I walked through the house, my eyes scanning for any signs of disturbance. I reached the kitchen, where I found a note placed squarely on the counter. The note was simple, with a scrolled message that read, "I enjoyed my visit. Next time let's have a chat." The handwriting was neat but unfamiliar. The words sent a chill down my spine. The note was unsettling not just because of its content, but also because nothing else seemed out of place. There was no indication of forced entry, and nothing was missing. The kitchen, with its tiled floors and wooden cabinets, looked exactly as I had left it that morning, Yet the feeling of intrusion was palpable, like an unseen presence had recently occupied my space. I immediately checked all the doors and windows, making sure they were locked and secure. I scrutinized the locks and hinges, looking for any signs of tampering. Everything appeared to be in order, with no broken locks or evidence of forced entry. The security system was intact and showed no signs of triggering. While I was away, I felt a mixture of relief and growing unease. The house was eerily quiet, the only sounds being the occasional drip of water from the kitchen sink and the distant hum of the refrigerator. I walked through each room, my senses heightened, trying to detect any sign of someone having been there. I checked under beds, behind curtains, and in closets, but there was nothing unusual. The familiar surroundings felt strangely foreign, as though they had been altered in some imperceptible way. Despite my thorough search, the sense of intrusion persisted. It was as if the note itself had cast a shadow over the entire house, making me feel as though I was being watched. I went back to the kitchen and picked up the note, turning it over in my hands. The paper was plain and unremarkable, and there were no fingerprints or additional clues. The evening wore on, and the feeling of being unsettled refused to fade. I tried to distract myself with the book, but the words on the pages blurred as my mind wandered back to the note and the strange sense of having been violated. The idea that someone had been inside my home, even if nothing was stolen or disturbed, gnawed at my peace of mind. I decided to take additional precautions. I called a locksmith to recheck all the locks and ensure there were no hidden vulnerabilities. The locksmith reassured me that everything was in perfect working order, but his words did little to ease my anxiety. I also installed additional security measures, including a set of motion-activated cameras and a more sensitive alarm system. Even with these precautions, the lingering sense of unease remained over the next few days. I remained hyper-vigilant. I avoided going out alone after dark, and I kept the lights on in different parts of the house as a deterrent. I avoided using the kitchen for anything more than quick meals, as if the space itself had become tainted by the unknown visitor. Every creak of the floorboards or gust of wind outside made me jump, and I found it hard to shake the feeling that I was being watched. The weeks passed with no further incidents, but the note and the sense of intrusion continued to haunt me. I found myself frequently replaying the events in my mind, searching for any detail I might have overlooked. I spoke to neighbors and friends about the incident, but no one had seen or heard anything unusual. The lack of leads or explanations only deepened my sense of isolation and paranoia. In an effort to reclaim a sense of normalcy, I decided to revisit the idea of the note. I tried to interpret its meaning, wondering if there was something I had missed. Was it a prank, a threat? The ambiguity of the message made it even more unsettling. The phrase "next time let's have a chat" felt oddly personal, as if the visitor had some form of connection to me, even though I had no idea who they were. One evening, as I was sitting in the living room, I received an unexpected visit from a local police officer. The officer was conducting routine follow-ups on recent reports of suspicious activity in the neighborhood. I shared my experience and showed them the note. They took the report seriously and assured me that they would increase patrols in the area. The officer's presence offered a small measure of comfort, but it also served as a reminder of the unsettling reality of the situation. The experience had left me more cautious and aware of my surroundings. The house, which had once been a sanctuary of safety and comfort, now felt like a place fraught with potential danger. The sense of normalcy I had once taken for granted was replaced by a constant undercurrent of vigilance and anxiety. Despite the lack of further incidents, I remained on edge. I continued to monitor the security cameras and double-check the locks, finding it difficult to relax fully. The feeling of having been violated and the haunting message left an indelible mark on my psyche. The unknown visitor had disrupted my sense of security and forced me to confront the fragility of personal safety. As time went on, I learned to adapt to my new reality. The security measures remained in place, and I gradually began to regain a semblance of peace. The note and the visit became a distant memory, but they served as a constant reminder of the need to be vigilant and the importance of protecting one's sense of safety. In the end, the experience taught me about the delicate balance between security and vulnerability. It highlighted the importance of being proactive in safeguarding one's home and the impact that a simple note can have on a person's sense of safety. The unsettling visit had changed me in ways I hadn't anticipated, but it also reinforced my resolve to remain vigilant and take control of my own security. Story 37. It was a typical Wednesday when I found the innocuous flyer wedged between the bills and advertisements in my mailbox. The flyer was brightly colored and looked like the type of promotional material you expect to see from a local business. It advertised a grand opening for a new store in town, complete with flashy graphics and a list of special offers. I barely gave it a second glance as I brought it inside, intending to toss it in the recycling bin with the rest of the junk mail. But as I skimmed through the flyer, something about it caught my eye. The text was generic, but the back of the flyer was covered in handwritten notes. I flipped it over and my heart skipped a beat as I read the first line. I see you leave for work every morning at 7:30. The note was detailed, outlining my daily routine with an unsettling precision. It mentioned the time I left for work, the route I took, and even the fact that I usually stopped at the local coffee shop for my morning latte. The more I read, the more my anxiety grew. The note continued with an account of my activities throughout the day. My work hours, the time I spent at the gym, and the occasional visits to the grocery store. At the end of the note was a chilling message. See you soon. I stared at the flyer, my mind racing. How had someone gathered such intimate details about my life? The note was alarming, especially since it was disguised as something so ordinary. I felt a shiver run down my spine, my sense of security shattered by the realization that someone had been observing me. My first instinct was to check the house for any signs of tampering or hidden cameras. I conducted a thorough search of the property, examining every nook and cranny. I inspected the windows and doors, looking for any signs of forced entry or surveillance equipment. I found nothing out of place, which only served to heighten my unease. The flyer had no clues about who might have sent it or how they had gathered their information. Despite my efforts, the feeling of being watched persisted every time I went outside. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following me, tracking my every move. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, peering into the shadows and scrutinizing every passerby. I started varying my routine, taking different routes to work and altering the times I went out. I hoped that changing my patterns might throw off whoever was tracking me. I even considered installing security cameras around the house, but the idea of someone watching me from the shadows made me hesitant. The sense of paranoia grew more intense as the days passed. Each time I left the house, I felt a gnawing dread that someone was lurking just out of sight. The message "see you soon" seemed to hang over me like a dark cloud, and I became increasingly anxious about when and where I might encounter whoever had sent the note. My interactions with neighbors and friends became strained as I tried to maintain a facade of normalcy. I didn't want to alarm anyone, but the constant fear and anxiety were taking their toll. I found myself withdrawing from social activities and spending more time at home, where I felt safest. One evening, while returning from a late-night grocery run, I noticed a car parked across the street from my house. The vehicle was an older model with darkened windows, and it had been there for a while. My heart raced as I pulled into my driveway, trying to keep my composure. The car's presence made me uneasy, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it might be connected to the note I had received. I decided to take a different approach and contacted the local police to report the suspicious vehicle. The officers who came to investigate found nothing unusual. The car was empty and had no license plate issues. They assured me that there was no evidence of criminal activity, but advised me to continue being cautious and report any further concerns. The reassurance from the police did little to ease my fears. The sense of being watched and the knowledge that someone had been tracking my movements was overwhelming. The flyer had left a mark on my psyche, and every day felt like a struggle to reclaim a sense of normalcy. As time went on, the intensity of my fear began to wane. Though the unease never completely disappeared, I continued to take precautions, keeping a watchful eye on my surroundings and maintaining an altered routine. The flyer and its chilling message remained a haunting reminder of the vulnerability I had experienced. I never received another note or any further communication. The mystery of the flyer and the identity of the sender remained unsolved. Despite the absence of any new developments, the memory of the flyer and the unsettling feeling of being observed lingered. The experience had left a lasting impact, altering my perception of safety and privacy. The flyer, now crumpled and discarded, became a symbol of the invasion of my personal space. It served as a reminder of how easily our sense of security can be breached and how the simplest of things, a disguised note, the seemingly harmless flyer, can unravel our sense of safety and trust. Story 38. It was an ordinary Tuesday afternoon when the delivery arrived. I was working from home, my office cluttered with papers and the soft hum of my computer the only sound in the house. The doorbell rang unexpectedly and I glanced at the. It was well past the usual delivery hours. Curiosity piqued. I went to answer the door. To my surprise, there was a small plain cardboard box sitting on the doorstep. It was unmarked and lacked any indication of its center. The box was surprisingly light and had a faint musty odor. I picked it up, feeling a twinge of unease. Packages arriving unexpectedly always made me wary, especially when they came without any apparent sender or tracking information. I carried the box inside and placed it on the kitchen counter. My hands trembled slightly as I cut through the tape and peeled open. The flaps inside, nestled in a layer of packing peanuts, was a doll. At first glance it seemed like an ordinary vintage doll with soft glassy eyes and an intricately dressed outfit, but as I picked it up and examined it more closely, my blood ran cold. The doll bore an uncanny resemblance to me. The doll's face was strikingly similar to my own. Its features, meticulously detailed to mimic my own, the eyes, the shape of the nose, even the color of the hair, were all eerily accurate. I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine. Who would send me something like this and why? I fished around in the packing peanuts and found a small note at the bottom of the box. My hands shook as I unfolded it. The note was written in neat, precise handwriting and read, "I've been watching you." Oh, my heart raced as I reread the note, my mind reeling with questions. Who was this? What did they want? The implications of the message were unsettling. I felt a growing sense of paranoia and fear. The doll and the note seemed to be part of a cruel game, but I couldn't understand the motive behind it. Desperate to find some answers, I decided to check the security footage from my front door. I had a small camera installed that recorded every visitor to the house, a precaution I had always taken but had never needed to review until now. I hoped that the footage might provide some clues about who had delivered the package. I sat at my computer and pulled up the security footage. The timestamp indicated that the delivery had occurred. Just a few minutes before I found the box, I clicked through the video, watching intently. The footage showed the front of my house and within seconds a figure came into view. The delivery person was dressed in a standard uniform, but their face was obscured by a hat and sunglasses. They approached the front door with a small package in hand, setting it gently on the doorstep. They seemed cautious, glancing around as they placed the box down. The figure then turned and walked away briskly, disappearing out of view. I rewound the footage and watched it again, hoping to catch some detail I might have missed. The delivery person's face remained hidden and there was no indication of their identity. The video showed them leaving the premises without any further interaction. There were no distinguishing marks, no company logos, and no hint of who they might be. Frustration and fear surged through me. The lack of identifiable information on the footage did nothing to ease my anxiety. The doll in the note had left me feeling vulnerable and exposed. And now the anonymity of the delivery person only added to the unsettling nature of the situation. Unable to shake off the sense of dread, I decided to contact the local authorities. I reported the package, the doll, and the note, explaining the entire situation and providing them with the security footage. They took my statement seriously and assured me they would look into it, but I could tell they were as puzzled as I was. The lack of identifiable details made it challenging for them to proceed with any concrete investigation. As the days went by, I remained on edge, constantly checking the locks on my doors and windows. The doll sat in a box in my closet, untouched and staring out with its glassy eyes. The unsettling feeling of being watched never left me. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, avoiding any routines that could make me predictable or easy to track. The police made occasional follow-ups, but their investigation yielded no results. They had no leads or suspects, and the anonymous nature of the delivery made it difficult to pursue any meaningful action. The doll and the note became a haunting reminder of the vulnerability I felt. Weeks turned into months, and while the immediate fear began to subside, the impact of the unsettling delivery lingered. I continued to live with a heightened sense of paranoia, always glancing over my shoulder and being wary of anyone who seemed out of place. The mystery of the doll and the note remained unsolved, and though I tried to move on, the experience had left an indelible mark on my sense of security. Occasionally I would think about the doll, wondering if it was a warning, a message, or simply a disturbing prank. The fear of being watched and the uncertainty of who might be behind it continued to cast a shadow over my daily life. The doll, once a source of horror, became a symbol of the unsettling reality that sometimes our lives are touched by strange and explainable events that leave us questioning the safety of our own homes and the intentions of those around us. Story 39. It was a quiet afternoon when my landlord showed up unannounced. The weather was grey and overcast, casting a muted light through the apartment windows. I was in the middle of working from home, engrossed in a stack of paperwork. When the knock on the door startled me, I glanced at the clock. No prior notice had been given, and the sudden visit seemed out of place. When I opened the door, my landlord, Mr. Thompson, stood there with a toolbox in hand and a friendly, if somewhat forced, smile. "Just here for some routine maintenance," he said. "You know how it has got to keep things in order." His demeanor was casual, but there was something slightly off about his tone. I hesitated but nodded. "All right, come on in." I didn't realize anything needed fixing. As Mr. Thompson entered the apartment, he immediately started to make his way around, inspecting various fixtures and appliances. He began in the kitchen, checking the sink and the stove, mumbling to himself as he worked. I tried to focus on my work, but my curiosity about his sudden visit grew. There was no prior notice, and the apartment had seemed to be in fine working order. What struck me as peculiar was Mr. Thompson's keen interest in my personal belongings. As he moved through the rooms, he paused to examine items on shelves, took a moment to glance at books and photographs, and even seemed to take note of the arrangement of furniture. His gaze lingered longer than necessary on some objects, and I couldn't shake the feeling that his curiosity was more than just casual. In the bedroom, he began inspecting the window hinges and checking the closet door. I watched from the doorway, trying to gauge his intentions. His movements were meticulous, almost as if he were searching for something specific. He fumbled with the closet door, then seemed to lose interest and moved on. After Mr. Thompson left, I returned to my work, trying to push aside the unease I felt, but the oddity of the situation lingered in the back of my mind. Later that evening, as I prepared for bed, I decided to tidy up the bedroom. While straightening up the closet, I noticed something unusual: a small hidden compartment in the wall, partially concealed behind a stack of old books. My heart skipped a beat. I carefully removed the books and noticed a tiny inconspicuous lens peeking out from behind a corner. Realizing what it was, I felt a wave of nausea. It was a hidden camera, discreetly installed and aimed at the bed. The realization that someone had been watching me in such an intimate space was both horrifying and infuriating. I immediately checked the rest of the bedroom, looking for any other hidden devices. The more I searched, the more unsettled I became. My thoughts raced as I considered the implications of this invasion of privacy. Who could have done this and why? Mr. Thompson's peculiar behavior and undue interest in my belongings suddenly made a sinister kind of sense. I decided to contact the police, reporting the hidden camera and the suspicious visit from Mr. Thompson. I provided them with all the details of his unexpected maintenance visit and the discovery of the camera. The police took the camera for forensic analysis and promised to investigate the matter. The next day, I received a call from the police. They informed me that Mr. Thompson had vanished without a trace. They had no current address or contact information for him beyond what he had provided when managing the property. It was as if he had disappeared overnight. The investigation into Mr. Thompson's whereabouts went cold quickly. The police couldn't find any leads or clues about his sudden disappearance. They assured me they would continue looking into it, but also advised me to take extra precautions and secure my apartment. The realization that Mr. Thompson had been spying on me and that he was now missing left me with a profound sense of unease. I took immediate steps to change the locks and installed additional security measures. The idea that someone had been watching me from a hidden camera while they maintained the pretense of a routine visit was deeply unsettling. Life in the apartment became increasingly difficult. The sense of invasion had left me feeling vulnerable and anxious. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow in the corners seemed like a reminder of the breach of privacy. The apartment that had once felt like a safe haven now felt like a place where something dark and sinister had taken root. I found myself constantly on edge, scrutinizing every visitor and second-guessing every unexpected occurrence. The ordeal had left me with a heightened sense of paranoia. I kept a close watch on my belongings and became hyper-vigilant about my personal space. Months passed and, while the initial shock and fear began to wane, the psychological impact of the experience lingered. The memory of Mr. Thompson's unannounced visit and the hidden camera haunted me, a reminder of how easily trust can be violated. Though I continued to live in the apartment, the sense of security had been irrevocably shattered. The apartment itself remained unchanged, but it was now imbued with a sense of dread. I avoided thinking about the missing landlord, trying to focus on rebuilding my sense of normalcy. The hidden camera had been a stark reminder of how vulnerability can manifest in unexpected and frightening ways. The experience had taught me a harsh lesson about trust and the lengths to which people can go under the guise of normalcy. Story 40. The discovery came on a seemingly ordinary afternoon. I was home alone, organizing the attic and sorting through boxes that had accumulated over the years. It was a task I had been putting off, but the need to clear out the clutter had become more pressing. As I rummaged through old memorabilia and dusty items, I came across a small, inconspicuous door hidden behind a stack of old crates. The door was old and heavy, almost blending into the surrounding wall. Curiosity piqued. I pulled away the crates and tried the handle. To my surprise, the door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase leading downward. A rush of apprehension mixed with excitement washed over me as I descended the stairs into the unknown. At the bottom of the stairs was a dimly lit room that looked like something out of a spy thriller. The walls were lined with blackened metal panels and the room was filled with an array of technology that I had never seen before. Multiple monitors flickered with live video feeds from various cameras, each one displaying different areas of my home. My kitchen, living room, bedroom, and even the hallway were all visible on the screens. My breath caught in my throat as I scanned the monitors, realizing that I was being watched in real time. The cameras were positioned so strategically that there was no corner of my home that wasn't covered. I stumbled backward, feeling a wave of panic wash over me. The sense of violation was overwhelming. In the center of the room was a desk cluttered with notes, documents, and various electronic devices. I approached the desk with trembling hands, trying to make sense of the disarray. The notes were detailed and meticulously organized, chronicling my daily routines, habits, and interactions. They included observations about my work schedule, my grocery shopping habits, and even my preferred television shows. Each note seemed to be a snapshot of my life. Written in a precise and unnervingly thorough manner, it was clear that someone had been watching me for a long time, collecting data on my every move. The realization that my privacy had been so completely invaded filled me with an acute sense of fear and anger. I rifled through the documents, searching for any clue about who might be behind this disturbing setup. There were no names or direct indications of the person responsible, only a chilling sense of surveillance. The more I read, the more I felt a profound sense of violation. My entire world, my safe haven, had been transformed into a stage for someone else's twisted games. In a state of shock, I stumbled back up the stairs, slamming the hidden door shut behind me. My mind raced with questions and fears. How long had this been going on? Was someone still watching me? I needed to act quickly to regain control of my safety and sanity. I called the police, my voice shaky, as I reported the intrusion. They arrived promptly and took my statement, examining the hidden room and the surveillance equipment with a professional detachment that did little to calm my frayed nerves. They took the equipment and documents as evidence, promising to investigate further. Despite their reassurances, The feeling of being constantly watched lingered a dark shadow over my daily life. While the police conducted their investigation, I took immediate steps to secure my home. I changed all the locks and made sure to install additional security measures. I also began to scrutinize every detail of my surroundings, looking for any signs of tampering or further breaches. The sense of safety I once took for granted had been shattered, replaced by a constant vigilance as days turned into weeks. The police provided occasional updates, but they struggled to make significant progress. The hidden rooms. Discovery was puzzling, and the lack of concrete leads made it difficult to identify the perpetrator. I was left with the unsettling reality that someone had been inside my home, had watched me without my knowledge, and had collected intimate details about my life. The impact of the discovery extended beyond the immediate fear. My home, once a sanctuary, had become a place of anxiety. I found it difficult to relax or feel at ease in my own space. Every creak, every unexpected noise set my nerves on edge. The constant reminder of the surveillance was a heavy burden affecting both my mental well-being and my daily routine. Despite the absence of answers, I tried to move forward. I focused on reclaiming my sense of normalcy, gradually returning to my daily activities. While remaining cautious, I sought support from friends and family, sharing the details of the intrusion with them to help process the experience. Their presence provided some comfort, but the psychological impact of the violation remained a significant challenge. In time, the police investigation yielded no new leads and the case went cold. The hidden room was sealed off and the surveillance equipment was dismantled. Though the physical evidence was gone, the emotional scars lingered. I had learned to adapt to a new reality, one where trust and privacy were constantly in question. The experience had a profound effect on me, teaching me the importance of safeguarding personal boundaries and the impact of such invasive breaches on one's sense of security. While the immediate fear had less, the psychological aftermath of the surveillance remained a part of my life, a reminder of how easily one's sense of safety can be shattered and how essential it is to reclaim that security amidst the uncertainty. Story 41. The day began like any other, but a strange sense of unease lingered as I went through my morning routine. The usual hum of the city outside my apartment window was somehow different, as if it carried an undercurrent of anticipation. I brushed off the feeling, attributing it to a lack of sleep, and headed to work. When I returned home that evening, I found a letter waiting for me in the mail slot. The envelope was plain, with no return address or distinguishing marks, but what caught my attention was the handwriting. It was an elaborate script, meticulously formed with an artistry that suggested both skill and a deliberate intent to impress curiosity and a touch of unease. Mingled as I opened the envelope, inside was a single sheet of parchment, the calligraphy flowing smoothly across the page. I began to read, my initial intrigue quickly giving way to a growing sense of dread. The letter contained an unsettling amount of detail about my life, my daily routines, personal habits, and even the names of a few friends and colleagues. It was as if the writer had been an observer, documenting my every move with unsettling precision. The letter read, "Your life is an open book to me. I know when you rise and when you sleep. I've seen you at your best and your worst. The details you keep to yourself are known to me. I am always watching and you will never be alone. I am closer than you think." My heart pounded as I finished reading. The level of detail was both impressive and terrifying. It became clear that someone had been watching me for a long time, tracking my movements and gathering information with a level of intimacy that bordered on obsession session. My first instinct was to contact the authorities. I took the letter to the local police station and explained the situation. The officers took the letter and made notes, but their response was measured. They assured me they would investigate, but emphasized that the letter itself was not sufficient evidence of an immediate threat. Returning home, I tried to calm my nerves. I reviewed the details mentioned in the letter, trying to recall any recent encounters, strange behavior from people I knew. Everything seemed ordinary, but the letter had cast a shadow over my sense of security. The knowledge that someone had been observing me so closely made me hyper-aware of every little sound or movement. As days passed, the fear began to seep into my daily life. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, checking the locks on my doors more frequently and avoiding being alone whenever possible. The feeling of being watched was palpable, and I could no longer enjoy the simple comforts of home without a lingering sense of anxiety. In an effort to regain some control, I took proactive measures. I installed additional security cameras around my apartment and began varying my routines, hoping to throw off any potential observer. Despite these precautions, the letter remained a haunting reminder of the breach of my privacy. The sense of paranoia intensified with each passing day. I became increasingly withdrawn, reluctant to engage in social activities or even visit friends. The once comforting spaces of my daily life felt tainted by the fear that someone was watching, waiting for an opportunity to strike. I reached out to friends and family, confiding in them about the letter and my growing sense of unease. Their support was reassuring, but I could tell they struggled to fully understand the gravity of the situation. To them it seemed like an unsettling but manageable problem. To me it was a constant gnawing presence that refused to be ignored. Weeks went by and the police investigation yielded no new leads. The handwriting on the letter was analyzed, but no matches were found in their database. The lack of concrete evidence made it difficult for them to take further action. The letter, while disturbing, did not constitute a direct threat that could be immediately acted upon. In the absence of any tangible progress, I took it upon myself to investigate further. I began to retrace my steps, reviewing recent events and interactions that might offer clues. I spoke to neighbors and acquaintances, trying to gauge if anyone had noticed anything unusual or if someone had behaved oddly. Each inquiry seemed to lead to a dead end. The experience took a toll on my mental and emotional well-being. The constant state of vigilance was exhausting, and the lingering fear began to affect other aspects of my life. I found it difficult to concentrate at work and struggled with insomnia. The sense of being pursued was relentless, and I felt trapped in a psychological prison of my own making. One evening, as I sat alone in my dimly lit apartment, I received another letter. The envelope was similar to the first, and my hands shook as I opened it. Inside was a single line written in the same elaborate calligraphy: "I am always with you, even when you cannot see me." The note was short, but its implications were clear. The writer was still present, still watching. My fear escalated, and I felt as though I was caught in a web of paranoia and uncertainty. I tried to maintain my composure, but the letter was a stark reminder that the threat was not only real but persistent. As time went on, I gradually adapted to living with the underlying tension. The letters stopped coming, but the impact on my life endured. The experience had forever altered my perception of privacy and safety. I continued to take precautions, remaining vigilant and cautious. The letters had become a part of my history, a reminder of the fragility of security in the unsettling reality that sometimes the most unnerving threats come from the shadows of our everyday lives. Story 42. The house had always felt like a sanctuary, spacious, quiet, and perfect for my needs. It was an older home with its share of quirks, but I had grown accustomed to the creaks and groans of its age. However, over the past few weeks, a series of faint but persistent noises from the attic had begun to unsettle me. At first, I dismissed them as the usual settling sounds, or perhaps the wind interacting with the old structure. But as the noises persisted and became more frequent, my sense of unease grew. One evening, after another night of disrupted sleep due to the noises, I decided I could no longer ignore the issue. I had to investigate. Armed with a flashlight and a crowbar, I climbed the narrow staircase leading up to the attic. The wooden steps creaked ominously under my weight, and the air grew colder with each step. By the time I reached the attic door, I was already feeling a mixture of dread and curiosity. The attic was a cluttered space filled with old furniture, dusty boxes, and forgotten trinkets. The light from my flashlight barely penetrated the thick darkness. I moved cautiously through the maze of debris, straining to listen for any sounds. The faint rustling that had kept me awake was now louder, more distinct. Coming from a corner of the attic, I pushed aside a large moth-eaten blanket that covered what looked like a pile of old clothes and cardboard boxes. As I shuffled through the items, I noticed a small inconspicuous door wedged behind some old storage trunks. It was a door I had never seen before, for partly because it was camouflaged by the clutter and partly because it was partially hidden from view. My heart raced as I realized that this might be the source of the noises. With a deep breath, I pried open the door. It creaked on its hinges, revealing a small cramped space beyond. The room was dimly lit by the flashlight's beam, and what I saw inside made my breath catch in my throat. The space was a makeshift living area, surprisingly well organized. Despite its size, it was clear that someone had been using it as a personal refuge. The small room contained a sleeping bag, a collection of personal items, and a small camp stove. There was a box filled with food supplies, and a few old books were stacked haphazard in one corner. But what struck me most was a recent photograph of myself placed prominently on a makeshift table. The photo was of me standing in front of my house, taken from a distance that suggested the photographer had been watching me. For while my mind raced as I took in the details, the realization that someone had been living in my house without my knowledge was both disturbing and surreal. I looked around the tiny space, trying to piece together how someone could have remained hidden for so long. The room was surprisingly tidy, with a sense of care that suggested the occupant had been living there for some time. As I stood there, the gravity of the situation settled over me. The photograph was unsettling, a clear indication that the person had been observing me closely. I felt a surge of paranoia, wondering how long this intruder had been there and what their intentions might have been. The fact that they had managed to remain undetected was a chilling testament to their stealth. I knew I had to act quickly. My first instinct was to call the police, but I hesitated. What if the intruder was still in the house? What if they had hidden elsewhere in the attic or even in the main house? My hands shook as I considered the possibilities. I decided to secure the area first and then make the call. I carefully closed the door to the hidden room and rearranged the clutter to make it appear undisturbed. I wanted to avoid giving away the fact that I had discovered the space. With a final glance at the unsettling photograph, I made my way back to the main part of the house and dialed the police. When the officers arrived, I led them up to the attic and showed them the hidden space. They examined the area with a professional detachment, taking notes and photographs. The lead officer, a tall woman with a no-nonsense demeanor, questioned me about any unusual occurrences or people I might have seen around the house. I recounted the noises in my discovery in detail, trying to provide as much information as possible. The officers conducted a thorough search of the attic and the surrounding areas, but they found no signs of the intruder. The hidden space was examined carefully and the items inside were catalogued for evidence. The officers assured me that they would investigate further and increase patrols in the area. They also advised me to be vigilant and to report any further strange occurrences immediately. As the police left, I felt a mixture of relief and anxiety. The hidden room had been discovered, but the intruder remained elusive. The photograph of me taken from a distance weighed heavily on my mind. It was a stark reminder of how vulnerable I had been in my own home. The experience left me feeling uneasy and paranoid. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even in the relative safety of my own home. The attic, once just an unused storage space, had become a symbol of intrusion and surveillance. I found myself double-checking locks and windows, and I avoided spending too much time alone in the house in the weeks that followed. The police kept in touch with updates on their investigation. They had found no further evidence of the intruder's whereabouts, and there were no new leads. The hidden space in the attic remained sealed off, a haunting reminder of the unwanted guest who had once occupied it. The incident left an indelible mark on my sense of security. The photograph, the hidden room, and the knowledge that someone had been living secretly in my house made me acutely aware of how fragile the boundary between privacy and intrusion could be. My home was a place of comfort. Comfort and solitude had been violated in a way that would linger in my mind for years to come. Story 43. The day had started out innocuously enough. The sun was shining and the weather was perfect for a walk in the park. I decided to spend a few hours enjoying the fresh air, thinking it would be a pleasant diversion from the routine of daily life. The park was a tranquil place with winding paths, serene ponds, and well-maintained flower beds. It was a favorite spot for locals, and I enjoyed the peaceful ambience. As I strolled along one of the trails, I noticed a message board that I hadn't seen before. It was an old-fashioned wooden board with a rustic charm that seemed out of place in the otherwise modern park. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached it to see what kind of announcements or community messages might be pinned there. At first glance, the board appeared to be filled with the usual notices, upcoming events, local services, and general community updates. But as I got closer, I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. Among the flyers and handwritten notes were several photographs of myself. There were candid shots, some from a distance, others close-up, that captured moments from my daily life. There were pictures of me walking down the street, sitting in a cafe, and even a few taken from inside my car. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. How could these photographs end up on a public message board? I scanned the board more closely and there were notes pinned alongside the pictures. My eyes locked onto one particular note that stood out. It was handwritten in a neat but slightly uneven script in read. "I'm always nearby." The words seemed to echo in my mind, sending waves of anxiety through me. I glanced around the park, half expecting to see someone watching me from the shadows. The pleasant day had suddenly turned ominous. My heart was, and I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I quickly looked over the rest of the message board, hoping to find an explanation or some context that might alleviate my fear. But the more I looked, the more unsettled I became. There were no other notes or messages that provided any clues about who might have put up the photographs or the disturbing note. It was as if the message board had become a chilling display of my life's intimate moments, meant to intimidate and unsettle my mind. Faced with possibilities, was someone watching me constantly? Had I been unknowingly followed or surveilled? The feeling of being observed was overwhelming, and the seemingly benign park had transformed into a place of paranoia and dread. I felt exposed, as if my privacy had been shattered in the most public way possible. Unable to shake the feeling of dread, I decided it was best to leave the park immediately. My footsteps quickened as I walked away from the message board, my gaze darting around to make sure no one was following me. The pleasant afternoon had turned into a frantic race against an unseen threat. As I left the park, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder repeatedly. The sensation of being followed was almost palpable, and every passer-by seemed like a potential threat. I made my way to my car, the sense of urgency heightening with every step. Once inside, I locked the doors and started the engine, my mind spinning with the implications of what I had seen. The drive home was a blur. My thoughts were consumed by the photographs in the chilling note. How long had someone been watching me? What were their intentions? The question swirled in my mind, leaving me feeling vulnerable and on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that the park had been a trap, a place where my privacy had been laid bare for a stranger's amusement or intimidation. When I arrived home, I took extra precautions. I checked all the doors and windows to ensure they were securely locked. I even called a friend and asked them to come over for a while, seeking some reassurance and company. My friend arrived promptly, offering support and listening as I recounted the unsettling experience at the park. Together we reviewed the photographs and the note, trying to make sense of the situation. My friend suggested contacting the authorities, which I agreed was a prudent step. We made a report to the local police, providing them with a description of the message board, the photographs, and the note. The officers were sympathetic and assured me they would investigate, but the lack of direct evidence made it challenging to pursue any leads. In the days that followed, I found it difficult to return to my normal routine. The sense of being watched lingered, casting a shadow over my daily life. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly checking for signs of someone following me or monitoring my movements. I avoided the park altogether, and I began taking different routes home, hoping to avoid any potential surveillance. The experience left me with a heightened sense of vigilance and anxiety. The message board had become a symbol of an intrusion into my private life, a reminder of how easily my sense of security could be undermined. The photographs in the note had created a lingering fear, one that no amount of increased security measures or changes in routine could fully dispel. Despite the police investigation, no new leads or suspects emerged. The incident remained unresolved, and the feeling of being watched continued to affect my daily life. The message board in the park had served as a stark reminder of how vulnerable we can be, even in places where we expect to feel safe. The unsettling experience had altered my perception of security and privacy. I remained cautious and vigilant, knowing that even in the most ordinary of places, the feeling of being watched could surface without warning. The park, once a place of relaxation and enjoyment, had become a haunting reminder of the fragility of personal safety and the unsettling reality of being observed. Story 44. The arrival of the package was as unassuming as it was mysterious. It was left on my doorstep without a note, a label, or any indication of its sender. It was a plain brown box sealed with ordinary packing tape, and it bore no return address. The anonymity of the package alone was enough to spark a flicker of unease in me, but I dismissed it as a misplaced delivery or a minor mistake from a shipping service. I brought the box inside, placing it on the kitchen counter. The package was surprisingly heavy for its size, and the sound of shifting contents was faintly audible. When I moved it, curiosity got the better of me and I retrieved a box cutter from the drawer, slicing through the tape to reveal the contents. Inside there was nothing but a small unmarked CD and a note. The note was simple, handwritten in a scrawling script that made my skin crawl. It read, "You'll want to hear this." There was no signature or any other identifying information. My heart raced as I picked up the CD, turning it over in my hands. It looked like any other blank disc with no labels or markings. I decided to play the CD on my computer, my fingers trembling as I inserted it into the drive. The CD whirred for a moment before a recording began to play. The sound was clear and unmistakable. My own voice recorded with chilling precision. "I'm coming for you," the voice said, dripping with a tone of cold, deliberate menace. The words were spoken with a calmness that was both unnerving and disconcerting. I listened in disbelief. The recording, repeating the phrase over and over each repetition, seemed to grow more insistent, more threatening. I ripped the CD out of the drive and turned off the computer, my mind racing with confusion and fear. The voice on the recording was undeniably mine, yet I had no recollection of ever saying those words or recording them. There was no trace of tampering on the package itself, and I checked the CD for any signs of alterations or hidden devices. Everything seemed normal, but the message was anything but. The unsettling feeling of being watched intensified as I tried to process the implications. Who could have sent this package? How did they obtain a recording of my voice? The question swirled in my mind, but no answer was surfaced. I considered the possibility that it was a prank, but the professional quality of the recording and the sinister tone of the message made it feel far more menacing than a simple joke. I decided to reach out to the police, hoping that they could provide some guidance or assistance. I presented the package in the CD to the officers, explaining my concerns in the sense of being threatened. They took the matter seriously and promised to investigate. They assured me that they would analyze the CD for any clues and attempt to trace the origins of the package. In the meantime, the package and its contents were removed from my home, but the sense of paranoia lingered. I scrutinized every sound and shadow, feeling as though I was being watched, even within the safety of my own home. The feeling of unease was palpable and I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. Days turned into weeks and the police investigation yielded little progress. The CD had no fingerprints or other forensic evidence that could be traced, and the package's origins remained a mystery. The lack of concrete answers only added to my anxiety. The idea that someone had gone to such lengths to deliver a chilling message left me feeling vulnerable and exposed. The recording itself continued to haunt me. I replayed it in my mind, trying to understand its meaning and purpose. The phrase "one coming for you" became an unsettling refrain echoing in my thoughts. I found it difficult to focus on my daily activities and the constant feeling of being watched persisted. I took extra precautions to secure my home, installing additional locks and security measures. I began to avoid routines, trying to disrupt any potential patterns that might be observed. The once comforting familiarity of my home became a source of anxiety, and I found myself questioning the safety of every interaction and every visitor. Despite the changes and precautions, the fear of the unknown remained. The package and the recording had created a psychological scar, one that was far more enduring than any physical evidence could be. The message had become a symbol of an unseen threat, an ever-present reminder that someone somewhere was watching and waiting. Eventually, life returned to a semblance of normalcy, though the impact of the package lingered in the back of my mind. I continued to be cautious, but the initial intensity of the fear gradually faded. The investigation into the package went cold and the mystery of its origin remained unsolved. The strange package had left an indelible mark on my perception of security and trust. The voice on the recording, though it was my own, had become a haunting echo of an unknown threat. The experience had changed the way I viewed the world, leaving me with a lingering sense of vulnerability and an enduring weariness of the unknown. As time passed, I learned to live with the unease, incorporating it into my daily life as a reminder of the fragility of security. The package had been a chilling reminder of the darkness that can lurk in the most unexpected places, and the voice on the recording remained a haunting echo of an unsettling encounter with the unknown. Story 45. The coffee shop was a refuge from the bustling city outside a cozy place where I often retreated for a few hours of peace and a cup of my favorite dark roast. It was a particularly chilly autumn afternoon, and the shop was filled with the warm aroma of freshly brewed coffee and the soft hum of conversation. I settled into a corner seat with a window view, intending to enjoy some time alone with my thoughts in a good book. As I sipped my coffee and lost myself in the pages of my book, I became aware of a conversation taking place at a nearby table. It was a low murmur, but the words carried through the ambient dense noise of the coffee shop. The conversation seemed intense, and despite my efforts to focus on my reading, I couldn't help but overhear fragments of the discussion. The plan needs to be executed exactly as we discussed. One voice said timing is crucial. We can't afford any mistakes. Another voice, deeper and more measured, responded. I understand, but we need to be sure they fit the description perfectly. The person must match exactly. At first, the conversation seemed like a standard business discussion, but the more I listened, the more unsettling it became. The term kidnap was mentioned a few times, and they talked about the person in a way that made my heart race. I glanced over discreet, trying to catch a glimpse of who was speaking, but the two individuals were seated with their backs to me, their faces hidden. The conversation continued, discussing specific details about the target's daily routine and habits. They mentioned aspects of a person's life that were alarmingly similar to my own, my work schedule, my usual coffee shop visits, and even my recent activities. The discussion was methodical and chilling, and it became increasingly clear that they were talking about someone who matched my description almost exactly. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. The idea that I might be the target of a kidnapping plot was terrifying. My mind raced as I tried to piece together what I had overheard. Who were these people and why were they targeting someone like me? I knew I had to act quickly, but I felt paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. As the conversation grew quieter, I realized it was coming to an end. The two individuals seemed to conclude their discussion and stood up to leave. I saw their silhouettes briefly as they walked out of the coffee shop, but their faces remained obscured. I tried to follow them, hoping to gather more information or get a better look, but they were already disappearing into the crowd outside. I returned to my table, my heart pounding. I knew I had to report what I had overheard, but I felt a sense of urgency. I gathered my belongings and quickly made my way to the nearest police station. The entire walk felt surreal, as if I were trapped in a nightmare where my every move was being watched. When I arrived at the police station, I explained the situation to the officers on duty. I described what I had overheard, the details of the conversation, and my growing concern that I might be the intended target. The officers listened attentively, taking notes and asking clarifying questions. They assured me they would look into it, but cautious that without specific information or evidence it might be challenging to trace the individuals or prevent the alleged plot. Despite their reassurances, I felt a gnawing sense of helplessness. The conversation had left me shaken, and the thought that someone might be plotting to harm me or someone else was deeply unsettling. The officers advised me to stay vigilant, change my routines if possible, and keep an eye out for anything suspicious. I returned home that evening with a heightened sense of paranoia. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow outside my window felt ominous. I was constantly on edge, trying to remain aware of my surroundings and be cautious about my daily activities. The fear of being followed or targeted was overwhelming. Over the following days, I noticed no immediate signs of danger, but the anxiety persisted. I made changes to my routine, varying the times I left for work and taking different routes whenever possible. I even enlisted the help of a friend to accompany me to and from the coffee shop, hoping to deter any potential threats. The police occasionally checked in with me, but their updates were minimal. They had been unable to identify the individuals I had described or find any concrete leads related to the conversation I had overheard. The case remained open but seemed to be at a standstill. As weeks turned into months, the initial fear began to subside, though the incident continued to haunt me. I kept my guard up, but life slowly started to return to a semblance of normalcy. The chilling memory of the conversation remained a constant reminder of how vulnerable we can be to the unknown. The coffee shop, once a haven of comfort, became a place of unease. I continued to visit it, but each visit was tinged with anxiety. I would glance over my shoulder and be hyper-aware of the people around me, always wondering if the threat was still out there or if the conversation I had overheard was merely a figment of my imagination. Though no direct threat ever materialized, the experience left a lasting impression. It was a stark reminder of the fragility of safety and the unsettling possibility that danger could be lurking in the most mundane of places. The memory of that conversation remained a haunting echo, a chilling reminder of how easily our sense of security can be shattered. Story 46. The day had been uneventful, the kind that drifts by with a slow, predictable rhythm of routine. I had settled comfortably into my evening, lounging on the couch with a book in hand when the knock on the door broke the silence. It was a persistent knock, rhythmic and insistent, causing me to set aside my reading and rise to investigate. Peeking through the peephole, I saw a man standing on the other side of the door. He was dressed in a business suit holding a clipboard and appeared to be in his mid-40s. His appearance was tidy and professional and he wore friendly, if somewhat rehearsed, smile. I opened the door, half expecting him to be a salesman or a delivery person. "Good evening," he said with a courteous nod. "I'm here conducting a survey for the local community planning office. We're updating our records and would like to ask you a few questions about your residents." I was slightly taken aback. I hadn't heard of any community survey being conducted, but I was always willing to help out with local initiatives. I invited him inside, thinking it would be a brief interaction. As soon as he crossed the threshold, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as though an invisible weight had been added to the room. It was not something I could immediately pinpoint, but it made me uneasy. The man started asking questions about the layout of the house. He seemed unusually interested in the number of rooms, the placement of furniture, and even specific details about where electrical outlets were located. His questions were more probing than I had anticipated, and he frequently jotted down notes on his clipboard. I answered his questions as best as I could, trying to mask my growing discomfort with a polite demeanor. As he continued, his demeanor became increasingly unsettling. His questions took on a personal tone, inquiring about my daily routines and my plans for any upcoming renovations or changes in the house. I tried to keep the conversation light in general, but his persistent focus on the details of my home began to feel intrusive. After what seemed like an eternity, the man suddenly gathered his things and said he needed to leave. He thanked me for my time and exited quickly, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease. I closed the door behind him and tried to shake off the strange interaction, telling myself that perhaps he was just very thorough in his job. It was only later, as I was preparing for bed, that I noticed something odd. While retrieving my slippers from under the doormat, I felt a crumpled piece of paper frowning. I picked it up and unfolded it, revealing a note written in neat, precise handwriting. The words on the note were stark and chilling. "I know everything about you." The blood drained from my face as I read the note. It was unsettling enough that someone had come into my home and asked intrusive questions, but this note made it clear that they had ulterior motives. My heart raced as I considered the implications. Had the surveyor been scouting for something more sinister? Was my privacy compromised? I immediately checked the locks on all the doors and windows, ensuring everything was secure. I searched every room of the house once more, but everything seemed to be in order. Despite the lack of physical evidence that anything had been tampered with, the note left a palpable sense of invasion. I contacted the local authorities and reported the incident. The officer who responded took the note and the details of the visit seriously. They assured me they would look into it, but cautioned me that unless there was a clear criminal activity or further evidence, there was little they could do at that moment. The officer's visit provided a small measure of reassurance, but the feeling of being watched persisted in the days that followed. I found it difficult to return to my normal. The once comfortable house now felt like a potential trap. Every creak and groan of the structure amplified in my mind. I was constantly on edge, wary of anyone who came to the door, and I made a point to verify the identity of anyone before allowing them entry. I began to keep a detailed log of visitors and any unusual occurrences. I reviewed the security camera footage from the day of the surveyor's visit, but the footage showed nothing out of the ordinary. The cameras had captured the man arriving, conducting his survey and leaving, but there were no additional clues or suspicious activities. The incident also led me to question the legitimacy of the surveyor. I contacted local community offices and checked if any such survey was being conducted. To my dismay, there was no record of any official survey being undertaken in the area. The realization that the surveyor's visit had been a ruse to gain access to my home was both disturbing and disheartening. Despite my efforts to secure the house and maintain vigilance, the sense of intrusion lingered. I made additional security upgrades, including installing an advanced alarm system and adding more surveillance cameras around the property. I also reached out to my neighbors and shared my experience, advising them to be cautious of any unexpected visitors. As the weeks went by, the incident became a recurring topic in my thoughts. I continued to live with the unease of knowing that someone had taken such an invasive interest in my life. The note, with its chilling message, served as a constant reminder of the vulnerability that can come with a simple knock on the door. Eventually, the immediate threat seemed to recede and the sense of danger lessened. The house slowly regained its sense of security, though the experience had left an indelible mark on my perception of safety. I had learned the hard lesson of how easily trust could be manipulated and how important it was to remain vigilant against the unknown. The unexpected visit had changed me in ways I hadn't anticipated. It highlighted the importance of safeguarding one's privacy and the unsettling reality that even the most seemingly innocuous interactions could have darker underpinnings. The sense of being watched and the fear of intrusion became a part of my daily awareness, a constant reminder of the need to protect oneself and remain cautious. Of the unknown. Story 47. I had always prided myself on being a cautious and security-conscious homeowner. My house, a charming two-story with a large backyard, was my sanctuary. It had a cozy living room where I spent countless evenings curled up with a good book and a well-equipped security system that made me feel safe. The system included cameras positioned at various entry points and motion detectors throughout the property. I had installed them myself, ensuring that every corner of the house was monitored. Despite these precautions, there were nights when I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It was a vague sense of unease, as if an unseen presence was lurking just beyond the periphery of my awareness. ORS that I knew I had locked felt ajar when I checked them, and occasional creaks and whispers in the night would set me on edge. But every time I checked everything seemed in order. Nothing was out of place, no signs of tampering, no disturbances. One particular night, the feeling of unease was more pronounced than usual. I had gone to bed feeling restless, unable to shake the sense that I was being watched. I tried to brush it off as just anxiety, but the feeling lingered as I drifted off to sleep. My bedroom was secure, with the door locked and the windows shut tight. The house was silent, save for the occasional hum of the HVAC system. The following morning I reviewed the security footage from the previous night as part of my routine check. It was a habit I had developed to ensure that everything was as it should be. As I scrolled through the footage looking for any anomalies, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The timestamp showed that it was just after midnight when the footage began to shift. At first the video appeared normal, a peaceful house with no signs of movement, but then a shadowy figure emerged in the hallway near the staircase. The figure was barely discernible against the dim lighting, but it was unmistakably moving. The figure drifted through the house with an eerie grace, gliding silently as if it were floating rather than walking. My heart raced as I watched. The shadow moved through the hallway and into the living room, passing by the camera that faced the front door. It lingered for a moment in the living room, then moved towards the kitchen. The figure seemed to be following a deliberate path, as though it knew the layout of the house. Intimately, I scrutinized the footage, trying to discern any details about the figure. It was difficult to make out any features. The shadow was just that shadowy and indistinct. It appeared to have a humanoid shape, but the edges were blurred and undefined. There were no obvious signs of forced entry or tampering. The security system showed no alerts and the motion detectors had not been triggered. The footage continued, showing the figure moving through various rooms, including the guest bedroom in my own. It was chilling to see the shadow pass by my bed as I slept, completely unaware of its presence. The figure seemed to move with a purposeful intent, but there was no clear indication of what it was doing or why it was there. I replayed the footage several times, trying to find any clue that could explain how this shadowy figure had gained access to my home. The doors and windows were all locked securely and the footage showed no sign of anyone entering or exiting the house. The figure appeared to be moving through walls and doors as if they were mere illusions. My mind raced with possibilities. Could there have been a flaw in the security system that I was unaware of? I reviewed the security logs and maintenance records, but everything seemed to be in order. There were no indications of any malfunctions or breaches. Desperate for answers, I examined the footage again, hoping for a different perspective or an overlooked detail. I even consulted with a professional security technician to review the system. He was baffled by the footage and could not find any technical explanation for the figure's presence. He assured me that the system was functioning correctly and that there were no signs of tampering or intrusion. As the days went by, the sense of unease only grew stronger. I could not shake the feeling that the shadowy figure had some sort of connection to the inexplicable occurrences I had experienced. I began to question my own sanity, wondering if the stress and anxiety were causing me to see things that weren't there. Despite my efforts to rationalize the situation, the feeling of being watched never fully dissipated. I continued to live in a state of heightened vigilance, always checking the locks and security cameras, always feeling like there was an unseen presence just out of sight. The shadowy figure on the footage became a symbol of my vulnerability, a reminder that even the most secure systems could be breached by forces beyond my understanding. I considered moving to a new home, hoping that a change of environment might help alleviate the constant sense of dread. But the shadowy figure and the mystery of how it had entered my house lingered in my thoughts. The footage remained a haunting reminder of the night when my sense of security was shattered, leaving me with unanswered questions and an enduring sense of unease. Story 48. It was a rainy Thursday afternoon when I stumbled upon the online advertisement. I was browsing through various home improvement sites looking for ideas and tips when a pop-up caught my eye. The ad promised a free house inspection with no strings attached. Intrigued and curious, I clicked on it. The ad was simple, with a clean layout and bold text, offering a complimentary inspection to ensure your home is in perfect condition. It claimed that the service was part of a promotional campaign by a local company. I was skeptical but thought it might be a useful opportunity to get a professional opinion on my home. So I filled out the brief form and scheduled an appointment for the following week. As the day of the inspection approached, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. It was unusual to offer such a service for free, and I wondered if there might be some hidden agenda. Nevertheless, I pushed aside my doubts and prepared for the visit, thinking it would be a straightforward procedure. The morning of the inspection arrived, and I spent the hours leading up to the appointment tidying up the house. I wanted to make a good impression and ensure everything was in order. When the time finally came, I was greeted by a man in his mid-40s, dressed in a neat professional suit. He had a polished appearance and a warm smile, which did little to ease my growing unease. "Hello, I'm Mark." He introduced himself as he stepped inside. "Thank you for having me. I'm here to conduct the house inspection you requested." I nodded, trying to shake off my lingering discomfort. "Nice to meet you, Mark. Please come in. The house is ready for you." He began his inspection walking through the rooms with a clipboard in hand. His questions were initially standard, inquiring about the age of the house, any recent renovations, in general upkeep. But as the inspection continued, his questions took a more personal turn. "Do you have any concerns about the safety of your home?" he asked. Glancing around the living room, I noticed that you've installed additional locks on the doors. Is there a particular reason for that? I was taken aback by the question. Oh, just standard precautionary measures, I replied, trying to sound casual, nothing major. Mark seemed to take note of my response, jotting down notes with a thoughtful expression. And how do you feel about the neighborhood? Any recent change or incidents you're aware of? I hesitated. I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary. Why do you ask? He smiled slightly, but there was something disconcerting about the way his eyes lingered on me. Just routine questions to get a better understanding of your living environment. It helps us provide more tailored recommendations. As he continued the inspection, his questions became even more invasive. He asked about the number of people living in the house, details about my work schedule, and even the specific times when I was usually away from home. His inquiries felt increasingly intrusive, and I began to feel a creeping sense of unease. Do you ever have issues with strangers or unwanted visitors? He asked, his tone almost too casual. It's important to know how secure you feel. I shifted uncomfortably. Not really. We've had a few minor issues, but nothing significant. Mark nodded, taking more notes. He seemed particularly interested in details about my daily routine and any security measures I had in place. I couldn't shake the feeling that his questions were probing for something beyond a typical home inspection. When he finally finished his inspection, he thanked me and said he would send a report with recommendations in a few days. I was relieved to see him leave, but the unsettling nature of his visit lingered. I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was amiss. Later that day, I reviewed the notes I had taken during his visit, trying to piece together what had made me so uneasy. It wasn't just the invasive questions. It was the way Mark seemed to know things about my life that were not explicitly shared. The mention of the additional locks and the detailed questions about my schedule felt almost like a personal invasion. Despite my initial intent to follow up with the company and get the report, I decided not to. The discomfort and suspicion I felt were too strong to ignore. I was wary of any potential ulterior motives and decided to avoid further contact in the days that followed. The sense of unease didn't dissipate. I found myself double-checking the locks on the doors and windows, feeling a heightened awareness of my surroundings. I became more cautious about sharing personal details, even with friends and neighbors. I couldn't get rid of the nagging feeling that someone was observing me or gathering information about my home and routine. The visit from Mark and the nature of his questions had left a lasting impact on my sense of security. The weeks passed, and while the immediate fear subsided, the memory of the inspection lingered. I remained vigilant, keeping an eye out for anything unusual and avoiding any situations that might compromise my privacy. The free house inspection had turned into a reminder of how easily one's sense of security could be undermined by a seemingly innocuous encounter. The unsettling experience served as a cautionary tale about the importance of being aware of the intentions behind seemingly harmless offers and the need to trust one's instincts when faced with invasive or unusual situations. Story 49. It was well past midnight when I first heard the knocking. I had been drifting in and out of sleep, the remnants of a long, exhausting day clinging to me. The sound was rhythmic and steady, coming from the basement at first. First I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was just the house settling or a pipe expanding and contracting in the cold night air. But the knocking persisted, growing louder and more insistent. I lay in bed, my heart racing, trying to dismiss the sound as a figment of my imagination. The house was old and creaks and groans were not unusual. Yet this was different. It was deliberate, almost as if someone or something was trying to get my attention. Reluctant lie, I climbed out of bed and made my way downstairs. The knocking had stopped. By the time I reached the basement door, I turned on the hallway light and descended the stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. The basement was a dark, cluttered space where I stored old furniture and boxes of unused items. The thought of finding something or someone down there made my skin crawl. I reached the bottom of the stairs and switched on the basement light. The flickering bulb cast long eerie shadows on the walls, and the musty smell of old belongings filled the air. I scanned the room looking for any signs of disturbance. There was nothing out of place, no sign of an intruder or anything that could explain the knocking. I walked through the clutter, inspecting every corner of the basement. The old boxes were stacked neatly and the furniture was covered with dusty sheets. The knocking had ceased, leaving only the hum of the basement light and the echo of my own footsteps. I was about to head back upstairs when I noticed something unusual, a faint mark on the wall, partially hidden behind a stack of boxes. I approached the wall and cleared the boxes away. To my horror, I discovered that someone had written a message in chalk. The words were scrawled in an uneven, hasty manner and they read, "You should have answered." My blood ran cold. The message was clear and chilling, a stark reminder of the knocking I had heard earlier. I glanced around the basement, feeling a growing sense of dread. The realization that someone had been down there, someone who knew I would eventually come to investigate, was deeply unsettling. I had searched the basement thoroughly and yet the message had been there all along, waiting for me to find it. The unease I felt was compounded by the fact that the basement was one of the few places in the house where I felt truly alone. The cluttered space, filled with remnants of a past life, seemed to harbor secrets I wasn't prepared to uncover. The message in chalk felt like an invasion, a taunting reminder of my vulnerability. I returned upstairs, my mind racing with questions. Who could have left the message? How had they gained access to the basement? The knocking, the message? It all felt like a cruel game and I was the unwilling participant. The following morning I reported the incident to the police. They took the message for analysis and conducted a thorough search of the house, including the basement. Despite their efforts, they found no evidence of forced entry or any other signs of tampering. They suggested it could have been a prank or a case of mistaken identity, though their explanations did little to alleviate my anxiety. The experience left me feeling deeply unsettled. The basement, once a place of mere storage, had become a source of constant unease. I avoided going down there unless absolutely necessary, and even then I would approach the stairs with trepidation. The message in chalk remained a haunting reminder of the incident, a cryptic clue that offered no answers but plenty of discomfort. As days turned into weeks, the fear began to subside, though the memory of the knocking in the message remained vivid. I took steps to secure the house, installing additional locks in a security system. I made sure to keep the basement door locked at all times, but the feeling of vulnerability lingered. The experience had a lasting impact on me. The knocking in the message in chalk had shattered my sense of security. I became more cautious and alert, constantly on edge, scrutinizing every unexpected noise and shadow. The basement, which had once been a mundane part of my home, now felt like a dark, ominous space. Occasionally, I would find myself standing at the top of the basement stairs, hesitating before descending. The memory of the message would resurface, reminding me of the unsettling night when someone or something had left its mark on my home. The knocking had ceased, but the sense of intrusion and the chilling message had left an indelible mark on my psyche. Despite my efforts to move past the experience, the basement remained a place I approached with a sense of foreboding. The incident had taught me a harsh lesson about trust and safety, and the feeling of being watched or taunted by an unknown presence was something I couldn't easily shake. The house was my home, but it now held the darker edge, a reminder that sometimes the most unsettling things can come from the places we least expect. Story 50. The invitation arrived on a crisp autumn morning, the kind where the air is filled with the promise of the season's change. I found it nestled between the usual pile of bills and junk mail, its ornate design standing out in stark contrast to the mundane correspondence. The envelope was a deep burgundy with gold script and the invitation inside was equally elaborate, featuring intricate patterns and elegant flowing handwriting. The invite was for a dinner party at a location I didn't recognize and it was dated for that very weekend. It was addressed to me by name and contained several personal details about my life that I found unsettlingly accurate. It mentioned my recent promotion at work, my love for Italian cuisine, and even referenced a recent trip I had taken to the countryside. The note concluded with a simple yet ominous line. "Your presence is eagerly awaited." I felt a twinge of unease as I read the invitation. While the design was undeniably beautiful, the personal details in the unknown location cast a shadow over my curiosity. I was initially tempted to dismiss it as a prank or a marketing gimmick, but the precision with which the invitation referenced my personal life made it hard to ignore. Despite my apprehensions, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to attend the dinner party, hoping would be an intriguing experience or at the very least a mystery worth unraveling. I dressed in my finest attire, as the invitation had suggested, and set out for the address provided. The location was on the outskirts of town, a charming yet unfamiliar part of the neighborhood. As I approached the address, I noticed that the house was older and seemed to be somewhat isolated. The landscaping was meticulously maintained, with a long driveway leading up to a grand but somewhat foreboding structure. I parked my car and walked up to the front door, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. The silence that followed was heavy and unsettling. I tried the door handle and, to my surprise, it turned easily. The door creaked open, revealing a tastefully decorated foyer. I stepped inside, calling out to see if anyone was there, but the house remained eerily silent. The interior of the house was lavishly decorated with elegant furnishings and a dining area set for what appeared to be a grand dinner party. The table was adorned with fine china crystal glasses and flickering candles. The setting looked as though it had been prepared for a special occasion, but there was no sign of any guests or hosts. My wonder grew as I wandered through the house exploring the various rooms. The emptiness of the space, combined with the absence of any living soul, was disquieting. As I made my way back to the dining area, something on the table caught my eye. There, in the center of the dining table, was a collection of video monitors. Each monitor was playing a different video, all featuring footage of me. The videos were taken from various angles and locations, some of which were clearly inside my home. The footage showed me in my daily routines, working at my desk, cooking in the kitchen, even relaxing on the couch. Each clip was disconnected, concerning the intimate, capturing moments of my life that I had assumed were private. My hands shook as I watched the footage, my mind racing with fear and confusion. The realization that someone had been watching me and documenting my every move was horrifying. I searched the room for any clues or messages that might explain the situation, but found nothing. The only indication of the person behind this disturbing setup was a simple handwritten note lying next to the video monitors. It read, "You were always in my thoughts." A surge of panic gripped me. I grabbed my phone and dialed the police, my voice trembling. As I reported the incident, I described the house, the videos, and the unsettling note. The operator assured me that officers would be dispatched to the location immediately. As I waited, I tried to make sense of the situation, but the fear of being watched and the uncertainty of the situation overwhelmed me. When the police arrived, they conducted a thorough investigation of the house and the video equipment. They took the videos and the note for further analysis, promising to follow up on any leads. Their presence offered some comfort, but the psychological impact of the experience lingered. The idea that someone had been so deeply involved in monitoring my life was chilling. As the police investigation progressed, I took additional steps to secure my home. I upgraded my security system, installed additional locks, and became more vigilant about my surroundings. The experience had shattered my sense of safety and trust, leaving me on edge and wary of any unfamiliar interactions. The weeks that followed were marked by a heightened sense of paranoia. I found myself constantly checking for signs of surveillance or intrusion. The once comforting routines of my life were now overshadowed by the fear of being watched. Despite the police's efforts, the case remained unresolved. The investigation did not yield any concrete results or identify a suspect. The mysterious invitation and the disturbing videos became a haunting reminder of how easily one's sense of security can be breached. Over time, I learned to cope with the lingering anxiety. The experience taught me to be more aware of my surroundings and to trust my instincts. While the immediate fear gradually subsided, the psychological impact remained. I became more cautious, more guarded, and more appreciative of the need for personal security in an increasingly unpredictable world. The chilling invitation had left an indelible mark on my life, a stark reminder of the delicate balance between trust and vigilance. It served as a reminder of the unsettling reality that sometimes the most beautiful things can mask the darkest intentions, and that our sense of security can be both fragile and easily disrupted.